Hello, everyone.
Pound and a half of chicken.
Stir and fry it again.
Mom?
You're living in our house now, Mom. We're not living in yours. Why do I have to keep telling you this? And then on Wednesday, you forget to pick up Nikhil from school. All of your meddling, these questions, and the TV serials, it cause you to lose sight of the fact that you are not a good nanny.
I'm the best damn nanny that you ever done seen. Fuck top 5 nannies and fuck top 3.
your natty. It's a rap. Get the guap, spin the rack on your natty. Spin the rack. Come through, give a dab to your natty. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your natty. Go ahead, make a rap for your natty. It's a rap. Get the guap, spin the rack on your natty. Spin the rack. Come through, give a dab to your natty. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your natty.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California and Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, folks. It's Thirsty Thursday. That's right. It's Thirsty Thursday here in Los Angeles, California. Vibes are pretty good and only slated to get better, as a matter of fact. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the stop streaming button. It's Thursday, 11:18 a.m., June 26th, 2025. Are you a fan of the Spain national soccer team? Yeah, that's why I'm wearing their fucking kit. Viva España, baby. I need a Celtic top. I know I do. Folks. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. We're doing personal news right now. Part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Not much is happening in the world. Not much is happening in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, obviously, as you guys know. But end of the broadcast last night, spent time with the fam, watched and finished Vigilante, the My Hero Academia. It got real slow it started off real good, but it got some slow ass. The final arc was in the first season was not that good. Hasan, that is not your color? Really? Interesting. Okay. Well, in any case, I did that. What else did I do? Not much else, honestly. I went to bed, woke up as always, early as heck. And what did I do in my early ass wake up? I went and I played basketball. Unfortunately, my ankle is not it's getting better in terms of not hurting at all. It's been more than a week at this point. Obviously, it's almost about to be 2 weeks since I injured myself. Or wait, has it been 2 weeks? No. Has it been a week? When did I injure myself? Yeah, 2 weeks, not last Sunday, the Sunday prior, right? It's almost about to be 2 weeks this Sunday. Anyway, and I thought at this point it would have gotten better. Honestly, it's better as far as walking around. That's not an issue. Walking around is not an issue, but when I play basketball, and I put any weight on it in a certain way, it's still there's a sharp pain to it. So it just kind of sucks that it hasn't fully healed yet. It sucks. But that's it. What's up with all these football kids recently? What's the dealer's name? I'm just on my football kid arc, dude. What's up with Zellner? I will not concede What? I will not concede this race until every vote is counted. Voting for the WNBA All-Star Game ends Saturday. Oh, it's a joke. Let's get as many of our liberty there as possible. He's joking, bro. He's joking. But are you drinking a beer? Yeah, I'm drinking a beer. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, but that's it. Personal news wise, that's it. I got like Mamdaniacs cause panic amongst establishment Dems and other racist Republicans. Hogwatch Sharia edition. Are you gonna play Death Stranding 2? Probably not on stream. Hayom is reporting an agreed to plan. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do that. Don't worry. Abraham Accords 2. Is there a Gaza ceasefire? There's some SCOTUS decisions as well. And then also, there's some SCOTUS decisions that we're going to be talking about. But then also, Big Beautiful Bill is getting big, beautiful flops. Beautiful Bill has big flops. And more. Get in now. Okay, twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Did you see the possible false flag prevented by Iran? I haven't seen it, no. Thoughts on Pedro Pascal serving absolute cunt? Yeah. This one is kind of crazy. I don't know about this. This is cool. Yeah, he's serving cunt, all right. Here it is. Bro, why are you like this?
Coalition are you trying to build as you walk in the door, and how do you grow that coalition?
No, it's a great question, and it speaks to our commitment to not just win the race, but to build a coalition that can govern. And it's easy to look at Eric Adams now and see him as a caricature of a Republican cop and forget how he ran in 2021. He ran in 2021 telling New Yorkers that they didn't have to choose between safety or justice. And there was a large constituency that voted for him that was interested in those questions of not having to choose those two things. And that means there's a constituency beyond just progressives who want to see a different approach to public safety in our city, one that foregrounds evidence-proven strategies that we've seen be successful elsewhere in the country.
Guys, this is fake. You know that, right? Like, I can't believe there's people in the chat that will look at this and think it's real. Half the time, I want to troll along with this shit. And obviously, I retweeted it as well. But, like, it's crazy because there are so many people who will either A, deliberately act as though this is not a joke at all, but it's sincere, or B, are so freaking brain broken. They're so brain broken that they genuinely don't understand that it's a joke. It's very, very annoying. Goddamn. Bro, I watched it live. What do you mean it's fake? Nah, it was super duper real. Yeah, you farted too much. The donuts were pistachio donuts. Hell, they were amazing. They've been streaming this UFO hearing for longer than 24 hours. I don't care about that. Stavi got in a major motion picture with Emma Stone. Yeah, I saw.
It all
Begonia, a Yorgos Lanthimos film. Let's start say it. The Greek connection is so severe here, okay? Stavros Halkias is in this movie, and we need to talk about. Everybody talks like, "Oh, Jews control Hollywood," blah blah blah. It's the Greeks, bro, and not to get all Turkish with it, but it's the fucking Greeks, brother. It's the Greeks. I'm sick and tired of hiding the truth. Like this guy brought Stavros into this movie. The Greeks control the media, and we got to put an end to it.
Magnificent.
This is a Clockwork Orange-esque type movie. I mean, he did a bunch of amazing movies. One of the ones I like. I mean, he did The Lobster. Like, this is gonna be amazing. This is an incredible movie. The fact that Stavros is in this is wild to me. I mean, it's fantastic. It makes me very proud and very excited. But also at the same time, as a Turk, I have to say the truth. You have to worry about Greek control over the media. Okay? You have to worry about it. It's very clear. Okay? This is how it happens. This is how it happens. You got Yorgos Lanthimos, okay? Yorgos Lanthimos, Stavros Halkias. How did that happen? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Come on. Come on. Yeah, before you know it, they're going to start talking about how, gyros are actually the real version. The hero. Oh, he's a hero. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. You know? Stavgang coming for those kneecaps, son. Yeah, Stavros is in this movie, okay? Which is very cool. Very, very, very cool. So that's some good news. Also, some other good news. My impact. I'm educating the youth. I'm educating the youth, and clearly, I'm not doing a good job on educating the youth. Let's take a look at this.
Tragic?
Yeah.
Okay. It was very tragic, man.
Yeah, do you have a problem with that?
No.
Does that
Do you remember?
piss you off?
Do you remember what happened when
Wait.
9/11 happened? Did you say 9/11 was tragic?
Yeah.
Okay. It was very tragic, man.
Yeah, do you have a problem with that?
No.
Does that
Do you remember?
piss you off?
Do you remember what happened when 9/11 happened?
Do you remember what happened? You
I
weren't
don't-
even around, bro.
Dude, was it?
You know KS, you know the guy who did it? Very concerned.
George Bush?
No.
Me too.
I mean, this is...
It was an inside job.
Yep. Every Zoran interview goes like this.
Mamdani.
Oh, I saw this one. This is great. Yeah.
People see you. And they assume that you wish death to all Jews. How are you going to convince them you don't? But you do view Palestinians as people. I mean, that makes people uncomfortable, obviously. But do you love Israel? How much do you love Israel? You are obviously Muslim. So I don't really... That's kind of... People don't like that. Your skin's also pretty tan. People are getting uncomfortable. How are you going to convince them that you're not a terrorist? When are you going...
It's so crazy, and it speaks to the permissibility of Islamophobia and how permanent a fixture it's become in American politics, and how quickly Americans like snap back to this shit post October 7. That like questions like this are not immediately condemned. You know what I mean? People don't go, "What are you doing?" Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean that you can like create a victimhood structure around the hysterics of one group, and just like that gives you the opportunity to be as racist as you want? It is kind of fucking wild.
When are you going to Tel Aviv? When are you going to Tel Aviv? Andrew Cuomo is representing Netanyahu. Why don't you do that? Is it because you don't love Israel? Why don't you love Israel? Do you think that Israel should exist as a Jewish ethno-state? You seem to think that it's okay to criticize Israel. Why? Why is that? It's because you're anti-Semitic. Okay.
It literally is just like it's like a racist white guy running around telling like a black person, what is this? Y'all watch Fear In. It's like having a racist white commentator or like a racist white guy running around and being like, well, you're black. Why do you want to kill every cop? As a black candidate, your presence makes me fearful. It makes me feel like you are anti-Christian. It makes me feel like you want to take over the country and make it a black supremacist country. It's like, well, what are we doing? What is this shit? What is this shit? At a certain point, after, I don't know, the 700th time, people should be like, okay, I don't think he's fucking anti-Semitic. I think he's anti-Israel. If you want to have a conversation about that, that's fine. Even though, you know, how much you want to have that conversation, probably not the best time to have that right now if you're pro-Israel, because not a lot of allies around. Okay? But it's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? So much of this is just like being a straightforward racist douchebag and operating under the assumption that your presence as a brown Muslim dude is scary. And your statements as a brown Muslim guy about Israel, extra scary, probably because you're anti-Semitic, right? Must be because you're anti-Semitic. Can you please admit that you're anti-Semitic so that we can fucking finally, you know, let this stuff, let's put this to bed. You're anti-Semitic. You're anti-Semitic. You're an anti-Semitic guy. Because you don't understand, your presence scares me. I am a supporter of Israel. I'm not even Jewish, but I'm like thinking about how other Jews are scared of your presence and your anti-Israel positions. So can you stop doing that? I will say the Zoran victory has sparked some interest even from more radical elements, more radical people that I do know that normally would scoff at the DSA into engaging with the DSA and engaging with electoralism. So that's actually kind of cool as well. Now, obviously, these groups are marginal. They're tiny. They're ultimately inconsequential. But like the way I see it is, if you got like well-read, ideologically minded people who consider themselves to be more radical in the DSA or whatever, but refuse to show support of the DSA up until now, getting on board, that means like normies are certainly going to be doing that in droves, right? So that's cool. Here is, I guess, Joe Rogan. I don't know what breezy politics is. By the way, my brother said that he started seeing this breezy politics stuff on his timeline a lot on his YouTube, and he's got like a very normie YouTube algorithm. So I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on there. But he said he started seeing a lot of this breezy politics shit on his timeline.
New York City debates, the mayoral
I heard.
debates.
I got involved, and I'm supporting Mr. Mamdani.
A lot of people are. Well, especially after that debate.
Right.
It seems like everybody else was essentially saying, I've been to Israel more than you've been to Israel. Like, I'm going to go to Israel before you do.
Right. They think they're campaigning to be foreign, minister for Israel or something.
Where would you go first?
The Holy Land.
Go to Israel.
Fourth trip to Israel. First trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City.
That's so awesome. I love Breezy is 100% anti-Semitic. At least the comment section in the videos are explicitly Hasanabi. I've seen it on Instagram as well. Yeah, I don't know who this guy is. I just saw, the only time I heard about it is from my brother. But I will say this. I love seeing the normie perspective and what their takeaway is from this like long interview, like this long debate. It was like 2 hours long, right? And it's so fucking funny that that is what remained. That is what they were. That was their primary takeaway, because that's what the media wanted to be the primary takeaway. I think this was a severe miscalculation. Okay? I'll be honest. I think it was a severe miscalculation. They just kept hitting over and over again this like Am Israel high line, and they thought that they could attack Zoran with that at a time when, especially in the Democratic Party, there is an immense amount of resentment towards Israel and the outsized role it plays in American foreign policy. So perhaps not a good line of attack that only ended up promoting the politician that stood against that kind of thing and said, no, fuck that. I'm just going to stay in New York. I'm running for mayor of New York. So that's what it felt like to me. And they got lost in the anti-Israel, anti-Semitism angle of attack so hard that they didn't even hit Zoran on like he's inexperienced, he wants to defund the police, he's like pro-gay or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I think Zoran still would have won in spite of a more aggressive campaign that like a more aggressive messaging campaign against Zoran that featured some of the other things, right? If they were to like actually fucking hit Zoran on like how young he is or how he said he wants to defund the police or all this other shit, like I do think that would have made a bigger dent, but I think he would have still been able to overcome. He would have been able to withstand that pressure. I think he would have been able to overcome all of that pressure. But because they were so invested in the Israel stuff, which is an incredibly unpopular position amongst the regular public, and an even more unpopular position amongst the Democratic voter base, that is an incredibly popular position in the media and in our politics, that dichotomy, that difference in opinion caused them to miscalculate. Because Israel, incredibly popular in Congress, most popular, okay? Israel, incredibly popular in the media, most popular nation state in the media. But amongst the public, Israel is very unpopular, and especially unpopular, like 80% disapproval when it comes to the Democratic Party. And this is a closed primary race for the Democratic Party in the city of New York. So they thought, oh, there's a lot of Jews in New York, and all Jews, as you know, only care about Israel. Classic, right? Like, they believe their own bullshit. This goes back to what I constantly think about, I always say, like, are these guys stupid or are they malicious? Oftentimes they're both, right? Oftentimes they're both stupid and malicious. But it does feel like, to me, this much Zoran Mamdani doesn't fuck with Israel sentiment came from a place of stupidity, where they actually believed their own lies, that all Jews care about is Israel. That's all they care about. And there's a lot of Jews in New York. There's a lot of Democratic Party voters that are Jewish in New York. They're super overrepresented in primaries like this. So clearly, because they all care about Israel, and the only thing they care about is Israel, if we just hit this line of attack, then Zoran is toast. He's cooked. It's over. They must have believed their own fucking lies. Otherwise, if they were actually smart, if they actually had, even AIPAC's attitude on this, because AIPAC, regardless of how fucking evil it is actually very smart in the way that they run against anti-Israel candidates, they never really talk about Israel. AIPAC does not run ads on candidates, attack ads on candidates, and heavily feature Israel at all. So many of these advocacy groups like Democratic Majority for Israel, AIPAC, these groups and the other ones that they create, these like other corporations and other PACs that they create under the banner of AIPAC without actually even, while trying to hide their association with AIPAC, will oftentimes focus not on Israel, but on attack ads that directly pertain to the race. Because AIPAC understands that they don't give like most people don't fucking care about Israel. Like they don't give a shit. If you were to look at like the millions of dollars that they dumped into the race against Cori Bush, for example, they never talked about fucking Israel. They never actually talked about Cori Bush's opinion on Israel. They never featured that at all because who the fuck would care in Cori Bush's district about Israel? Are you kidding me? AIPAC knows that. So the fucking dumbasses in both the media and the dumbasses that were in the tank for Cuomo, and Cuomo himself unironically, stupidly believed this lie that like, oh, if they just constantly hammer on this Israel point, then they'll be able to effectively dismantle Zoran's campaign. If they constantly just like keep fucking yelling about how Zoran is anti-Semitic and how he's not sufficiently pro-Israel over and over again, that the Jewish electorate that has an outsized representation in the New York primaries in the Democratic Party will come out and vote against them. Not realizing that New York Jews are New Yorkers. They're not fucking Israeli. If they wanted to live in Israel, they very easily could live in fucking Israel. There are a tremendous amount of incentives to go and live in Israel if you're Jewish, okay? There are. You get fucking free healthcare. First and foremost, they will even subsidize your housing. Why the fuck wouldn't you want to go and live in Israel if you cared about Israel that much? The very fact that New York Jews don't want to live in fucking Israel implies that they're New Yorkers. They're American. They're not Israeli. And if you're a New Yorker, regardless of your religious background, regardless of your worldview, you got New York problems. And you're going to want to vote for a mayor that's going to address these New York problems. Ortadaki ne? Ha, o değil. Ha? Söylemedim. Ortadaki. Ortadaki. Ha, ortadaki. Tamam, açacağım. Söyleyeyim şimdi, değil mi? Bagel. While I was doing an interview earlier today, my dad, while walking Kaya, fell at the park, and I got really scared. I forgot to mention that. I'm just getting him a bagel right now, but it's fine. He just like fell on his side a little bit. He's all right. He's just got like a little bit of a muscle issue. Luckily, I don't think it's like a break or anything. It's not like a fracture or anything. He's all right. He's good. But yeah. I will tell you exactly how this happened. They do not know Jewish people. They don't have Jewish friends in their life. The only Jewish people they know are lobbyists for Israel, so they have no idea what the average Jew gives a shit about, which is progressivism. Yeah. For sure. Like, this doesn't mean that there aren't Jewish people that fucking have an outsized interest in Israel. There certainly are. A big chunk of those Jewish voters, however, vote for the Republican Party anyway. They consistently and reliably fucking vote for the Republican Party. Scoop, post-primary poll shows 36% of general election voters support Zoran Mamdani's pledge to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he visits New York City on his watch. 45% of voters oppose an arrest, while 19% are undecided. Yeah, I don't know if I believe this, but We got to get those numbers up if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? New York Jews and LA Jews are very different in my opinion. I mean, of course, that's everything though. That's like New York Muslims and LA Muslims are different, you know? That's the point. Jews are not like a unique group that is monolithic in nature. Like, that's not the case. They're not super special magic people. We got to fucking stop with this like underlying weird notion that they are. Yeah, New York pizza is different than LA pizza. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. Fuck. Anyway. Yeah, New York pizza is better. That's not even a question. Calm down. I'm not saying that it's not. Connecticut down, everybody. Number one article on New York Times this morning. Mamdani success spotlights a deepening rupture among U.S. Jews. While Zohran Mamdani won over some Jew supporters of the Jewish Democrats, suggests that, yeah, this is bullshit. They're just like still fucking beefing up this narrative. My Republican dad who lives in Arkansas sent me the campaign video of him at the halal cart and asked if this was the guy the news was calling anti-Semitic. I said yes, but he's getting attacked for being a progressive brown guy. He said he doesn't know about that at all, but he wants to make food cars cheaper and is speaking his language. Progressive policies are popular. You don't need to capitulate to right on immigration. Axios, Dems are plotting to take down Zohran. Actually, New York pizza was invented in Tel Aviv and LA pizza was invented in Jerusalem in the 1970s. Okay, good one. Today, I learned from a guy at Barcelona on TikTok that the country of Turkey has the highest body count of any country in the world. Care to comment? What do you mean body count? I don't know what that means. Anyway, let's watch this real quick. Mamdani win. It was about time for the turnaround.
In the New York Democratic primary, defeating former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Mamdani ran one of the most unapologetically pro-Palestine and socialist campaigns in New York electoral politics history, which marked a significant moment in progressive organizing here in the city. Although his campaign focused on bread and butter issues such as public transportation or housing, a lot of the conversation that revolved around Mamdani was on his critique of Israel, which his opposition used to demonize him in an attempt to portray him as anti-Semitic. We're asking the city what Mamdani's win last night might mean for New York, which has never seen a young South Asian Muslim mayor, and whether they think he'll win in the mayoral election in November.
He genuinely ran a campaign. I think Cuomo even admitted it. Like, he ran a very strong campaign where he was able to get amongst the people, especially the youth, get them out to vote. It's a left-leaning city, but I think we're even going farther to the left and like reaching more into the socialism aspect, which I think was a big part of his campaign. So I think it's exciting. Also, a Muslim brown man as a mayor of New York City is indicative of like maybe a changing of the tides of the broader political climate in the U.S. as well. Maybe a general movement, and this has happened in recent elections when you think about the presidential elections, like maybe it's time for some newer blood in the political scenes. Obviously, Trump and Biden, like very old candidates. And so I think maybe that's also a trickle-down effect on the Cuomo.
Him winning speaks a lot to what New Yorkers believe in. They believe in diversity, and I stand with that, obviously, as a South Asian woman myself. So I think as somebody who sees myself in him, I think it's really exciting to see that New York also embraces that kind of culture and that heritage.
Especially for Gen Z kids of color, Muslim kids, I think the Democratic establishment has this idea that being moderate and being centrist in a lot of their views is what's going to galvanize the Democratic Party, and trying to see if we can like meet in the middle and get like this huge like grasp in all of America, but to have somebody so clear on his values and where he stands, especially with Palestine, I think galvanized a lot of Gen Z, especially with like the recent presidential election. I think everyone all over America, especially Gen Z folks, have questioned a lot of the Democratic Party and the Democratic establishment and wanting them to take more stronger stances. Having somebody that's progressive and believes in our values, that we also continue to be advocates for those platforms, that we continue to hold politicians accountable. You know, Zoran winning the primary and Inshallah winning mayor, we still have to have that accountability relationship with our politicians.
I was really proud of my city for pulling through. I think it was about time for a turnaround and for us to vote for someone who actually cares about representing the city and the people. And I think he really proved his point well during those interviews when people were constantly asking him about his support for Israel and how he was, you know, he didn't really respond to it because he knew that they were going to try and trap him. So him responding and being like, I'm here to represent New York, like I will happily talk with the Jewish community in New York, like that's where I belong, you know, that's what my position is. And I think that that alone, like I really wanted to stand with him after that. I was like, yeah, that's the whole position, that's the whole point, you're being the mayor of New York. We're finally realizing that the government is supposed to represent us, the people, and that we actually do have the power to speak up and change things. We just have to utilize the community and come together. And I think that this mayoral race really kind of showed how.
Can we stop glazing Palestine? Basically, Israel doing the work of the world. Israel over Iran, to be honest. Giga Chad. Iran really asking for it. Can we stop glazing Israel, please? Or can we stop glazing Palestine? Israel number one. No politic here. No politic here. Stop glazing Palestine. There is no P in the Arabic language. How can you say Palestine? There is no P. There is no P sound in the Arabic language. It's not real. Palestine is not real. I love how absolutely educated these people that were interviewing sound. Yeah. There is no P. No politic here. Israel, number one. Israel, number one. I unbanned them because I wanna hear more incredible takes from that chatter.
How that can really turn things around. And I think that after this, I hope that New York will come together more and really start to utilize our power as the people to fix what we want fixed.
Nee. We're gonna get Stalin Island. Daniel just sent me the video, the kneecap video. Zohran Mamdani won an admittedly small precinct in Totenville on the southern shore of Staten Island. Last November, those blocks gave 80% of the votes to Donald Trump. Mamdani only trails Cuomo by 9% on Staten Island. Yeah, we'll talk about the kneecap video as well. Their manager just sent it to me. As an Israeli, I have some things to teach you. What do you want to teach me? As a black man, you are wrong. As an Israeli, I have some things to teach you. You never know that we were a sleeper cell before you wake up. I'm ready. When did you start shaving your unibrow? Okay. Where were we? Never let him know your next move. Yeah, exactly. Mayor Adams launches re-election campaign and accuses Mamdani of anti-Semitism. All right. And of course, despite the fact that he is supposed to be a Democrat, he is launching his campaign on Fox News alert. Okay. And big business is slated to line up behind Eric Adams. Eric Adams meets with business leaders desperate to stop Mamdani's rise. He's doing it on Fox News. A real rat fuck operation. A real rat fuck operation in place. On the other side, you got Bill A. Packman, who again really abusing the Twitter no word limit. The word limit increase from Twitter. I do think he just Chapo calls him Bill Smoke Crackman. I call him Bill A. Packman. But honestly, I think Smoke Crackman is better because there is 0% chance that you're just like sitting there and writing this on your own without any sort of medical intervention. Like this is, you have to be on crack cocaine. Like you have to be smoking on crack to post this much, dude. Like this motherfucker needs an outlet so bad, bro. He needs an outlet so bad. He needs his voice to be heard so bad. If he had like one friend, you know what I mean? People say this is Adderall shit, but honestly, I think it's meth. Like, I don't think you can just like rip Adderall and pump this out. Like this comes across as like something worse than that. Like you need something stronger than that, you know? And also, of course, the reason why Bill A. Packman, Bill Smoke Crackman is going nutty is because his daughter is an anti-Zionist and a Marxist. Eloise Ackman went to Harvard, went to college, became a Marxist, #cliche at Harvard College. And he literally talked about it. He talked about how what radicalized him as like this. His nephew enrolled at Harvard, as did his eldest daughter, which Ackman told me recently is where the trouble started. She became like an anti-capitalist, like practically a Marxist, Ackman said in January, leaning across large conference room table at the office of his hedge fund, Pershing Square. We talk about capitalism, and she would freak out at the table. His daughter was in the social justice studies department, just like her father, and rode crew too, but she had chosen to write her thesis on the concept of reification of Western Marxist thought, having come to very different conclusions than her father about how the world should work. Ackman said it felt as though she had been indoctrinated into a cult. That's where his resentment comes from. By the way, this is why I jokingly always say, jokingly but not so jokingly, that the reason why I'm public enemy #1 for the ADL, for Jonathan Greenblatt, is that. This is the reason. Because Candace Owens is an anti-Semite. So Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian is not going to make Jonathan Greenblatt or Bill A. Packman's sons and daughters and nieces and nephews into designated anti-Zionists, because those guys are obviously anti-Semitic and they're simply using the issue of Israel and its unpopularity to drive home a scarier point. Their goal is not the emancipation of Palestinians. Their goal is not justice. Their goal is basically to make people more anti-Semitic than they already are. So from that framework, I present a way more significant threat, because in their minds, I'm like changing their their immediate family members and the next generation of Jews and their perspective on Zionism. That's what it is. And on top of that, I'm not Jewish myself, so that obviously makes it an easier line of attack, because you can't fucking constantly shit on Simone Zimmerman if you are a Jewish advocacy group. You can't constantly shit on anti-Zionist Jews as a Jewish advocacy group, because then everybody goes, I don't know about this. But if you're a prominent fucking progressive political commentator who is of Muslim background, you can very easily fucking hammer on this like, oh, this person is anti-Semitic talking point over and over and over again. But that's where it comes from. And that's also precisely the reason why, like, there are certain things I can't say that, like, Felix can say with ease or Noah can say with ease. And certainly there are things that Zohran can't say either, especially when he's running for mayor. That is precisely the reason why he tones down his framework, his perspective. Yeah, this is the so for Bill Ackman, by the way, Ayaan Hirsi Ali came out with an incredible take. She's now Christian, by the way. She used to be one of those like former Muslim edgy atheists, and then she converted to Christianity. So, you know, obviously, as expected. And she wants Bill Smoke Crackman to run. Ackman offers exactly what New York needs: competence, economic understanding, and the courage to lead with principle. Now, of course, she's a grifter, and she just wants money from Bill A. Packman. I, on the other hand, want Bill A. Packman to run and make a fucking fool of himself, which is why I am also on board. This is one of the very unique moments, one of the very few instances where I'm on board with something that Ayaan Hirsi Ali is saying. Okay? For those of you who don't know, Ayaan Hirsi Ali is a psychopath, a played a formative role in European Islamophobia, and was one of those guys early on that, or one of those ladies early on that was constantly talking about like Islamic hordes coming into Europe and like ruining the beautiful Western civilization and whatnot. And she probably convinced a lot of people. She was like a new atheist, one of those like former Muslim new atheists that now has taken the Christianity pill, which was expected. She's no longer an atheist. She is now officially a Christian herself. Doors open. Okay. But yeah, she's one of these like Islamophobic grifters. As a duchy, how is Hirsi Ali still relevant? She's not. She's not. She's not really relevant at all. I would say that she lost her relevance like maybe she lost her relevance like probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. It's pronounced Hershey, not Hershey. Oh, okay. I don't really care, but all right, good. Thank you. Hirsi. Ayaan Hirsi Ali. She was also mentioned by name in the Anders Breivik manifesto, for the record. Like, that's the kind of freak she is. I remember this working on me back in my teen era because I trusted her as a sincere advocate warning us about how bad Islam is, and I fell for it. Yeah, this is the role that these guys play. But yeah, I agree with her. I think Bill Ackman should do a write-in candidacy. Now, of course, this is what Bill is doing. CEO of Pershing Square, Trump booster, and an all-around Islamophobic sociopath. Bill Ackman has been cooking up a plan. Of course, everyone was wondering what this plan was going to look like. He was like, oh, well, I'm going through the motions and like trying to figure out what legal routes we have available to us. I'm not going to read all of this, but I'm just going to summarize it. Basically, he says that it's not that long of a time frame for you to run, right? He's putting out a call here saying, if you're a candidate who's young, dynamic, charismatic like Zoran, basically glazing Zoran, and then saying you're a part of the business community, you can run like a Bloomberg-style candidacy here. Okay, and you can win because we have unlimited money to put on your candidacy. We have unlimited dollars that we can fund your candidacy with. Hundreds of millions of dollars are ready to go. Okay, and yeah, Krang says, I'll say to save you from reading what appears to be 20,000 word tweet, Bill is offering gobs of cash to anyone who's willing to run against Zoran. I wonder if he ever stops to consider that optics of being a billionaire and doing this sort of thing. He's not. Okay. So he's saying that, like, I will give you hundreds of millions of dollars. We already have it ready to go. I've talked to some of my billionaire buddies. If you just like put up an opposition candidate against Zoran. However, there is also a legal hurdle here. It has to be a write-in candidacy because the stage is already set for who can run. That's why Andrew Cuomo had set up an independent line for himself in the general. That's what we talked about, if you recall. And that's precisely why Eric Adams had already set up an independent line under the Stop Anti-Semitism ticket. Okay? And whoever won the Democratic primary was going to run as a Democrat. Now, of course, the Working Families Party had also set up a Working Families Party line, potentially for Zohran Mamdani if he had not won the primary. But the point is, you have to set this up ahead of time. You can't just like add your name into the pile in the last second, which is precisely why if Bill Crackman wanted to create an alternative candidacy in the general election instead of like throwing his hat in the ring for any of these people that are already running, he would have to do a write-in candidacy, and that is not going to work. There is 0% chance. There is not enough money, and there's not enough resentment towards this incredibly popular candidacy of Zohran to actually put together a write-in candidate with 100 days or 200 days remaining. Now, he actually uses that as an advantage because he says the problem is that his policies would be disastrous for Zoran. He glazes Zoran, okay? And then he says his policies would be disastrous for New York. Socialism has no place in the economic capital of our country. The ability for New York City to offer services for the poor and needy, let alone average New Yorker, is entirely dependent on New York being business-friendly, blah, 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 all this bullshit. Basically, he says there is not that long of a time frame. If 100 or so of the highest taxpayers in my industry chose to spend 183 days elsewhere, it could reduce New York City state and citywide revenues by 5 to 10 billion or more. That's my industry. He basically says it's not going to be that long. Setup is extremely attractive for a run for mayor. There are only 132 days until the election, which means the commitment of time to run is de minimis. This will be the most closely watched mayoral election in New York City in decades, perhaps ever, which, particularly in the social media and podcast era, creates the opportunity for a new candidate to garner immediate name recognition, enormous media interest, and the visibility needed to get elected. He literally is saying, even if you don't want to fucking run, please run, because honestly, it would be so sick if you ran. You can do podcasts. If you ran, you could get a lot of name recognition, and it's not that long of a time to run anyway. Please, it's like he's using this as a talking point. Why the fuck do you think this would be a successful candidacy to unseat the guy who got more votes than Eric Adams did already? Like, remember, they're not even talking about the work that you need to do once you are mayor. This is just about trying to rat fuck Zohran. Importantly, there are hundreds of millions of dollars of capital available to back a competitor Mamdani that can be put together overnight. Believe me, I'm in the text strings of the WhatsApp groups so that a great alternative candidate won't spend any time raising funds. So if the right candidate would raise his or her hand tomorrow, the funds will pour in. I'm sure that Mike Bloomberg will share his how to win the mayoralty IP and deliver his entire election apparatus and system to the aspiring candidate so that the candidate can focus on all of his or her energy on the campaign. One unfortunate fact, as far as I understand, is that the candidate will have to be a write-in. So, what's your opinion on Boko Haram in Nigeria? Bad. very bad. What kind of question is that? It's like asking me what my take is on ISIS, dude. What are you, stupid? Yeah. I am not in favor of ISIS anywhere, whether it be in Africa or whether it be in Syria. What does rat fuck mean? I'm not up with the slang. Rat fuck is a political terminology like backstabbing. Like Julius Caesar getting shanked from multiple different directions. No, rat fuck is used in politics a lot. Rat fuck means, yeah, see, look, rat fucking is an American slang term for behind the scenes covert political sabotage or dirty tricks, particularly pertaining to elections. Like literally, it's not, when I said it's like a political term, I'm not joking. Like that is where it comes from. It was brought to the public attention by Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein in All the President's Men, 1974, the book that chronicled their investigative reporting on the Watergate scandal. Like, it's on Wikipedia. I thought this community made that shit up. No, dude. Didn't India Walton lose the general to a write-in campaign? Yeah, for Buffalo mayor, dude. Do you think the mayor of Buffalo is the same as running with a major fucking ground game? Yes. And also, she lost to the incumbent, who then fucked off, by the way, ironically enough. Oh, God, the Buffalo one was so crazy. Yes, India Walton was a progressive mayoral candidate that won the primary, and the Democratic Party basically destroyed her chances by establishment Democrats. Establishment Democrats sided with, in New York politics, sided with New York state politics, sided with the incumbent. And they launched this unprecedented write-in campaign, but he was already the incumbent, and it's Buffalo. It's not New York City. Like, there is a major difference there. To be fair, when I started watching you, I had to Google a bunch of stuff. A lot of the leading back to massive Reddit posts defining all the slang terms you use. Wait, really? There's a Reddit post out there explaining some of the slang terms I use? That's crazy. Yeah, there were less than 1,600 votes for the winner in that Buffalo election, literally one neighborhood in New York City. Byron Brown wasn't a write-in. He ran independent and paid for signatures. Not the same thing as a write-in election. Anyway, what was also crazy about that one, what was also crazy about that mayoral race, the Buffalo mayoral race against India Walton, is that the guy, Byron Brown, who defeated, who served as the 62nd mayor of Buffalo, New York from 2006, resigned in 2024. And he resigned to go work for, I think it was like, what, a casino or something? What did he? Yeah, he works for like, he's a casino lobbyist now. Like, while he was mayor, the establishment Democrats used Byron Brown to thwart a socialist mayoral candidate that fair and square won the primary. They turned around and they backed this guy. He won, and then he resigned. This article doesn't actually talk about where he went and why he resigned, for the record. But we know why he resigned. I think he's like working for a casino now. Yeah. Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown secures gaming license, allows for official move to Western Regional OTB. The mayor can now officially become the next president and CEO of Western Regional Off-Track Betting. Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown has secured his gaming license, which will allow the mayor to officially become the next president and CEO of Western Regional Off-Track Betting if he accepts the contract he was offered. Like, this was such a transparent, corrupt move. You had a person who wanted to do right by her constituents, who ran this people-backed candidacy, India Walton, and then the Democratic forces in the state that are unimaginably corrupt were like, we can't have that. We got to have this fucking piece of shit still remain the mayor. He didn't even want to be mayor. He just used his last run to, one, fuck over India Walton, and then two, secure a gaming license for himself, and then moved over to Western Regional. And he resigned. We need to introduce struggle sessions for Democrats who do this shit. Yeah. When I see stuff like this, I do understand why, like, we need to have the Red Guard student coalition, student council movement come in and do public struggle sessions. Like, just bring these guys up on a fucking main stage and toss fucking tomatoes at them as they renounce their former positions and their counter-revolutionary behavior. Like, I get it. I get how that happens. You know? Straight up. Like, how do you let this happen? How do you let this go unpunished, you know? Western Regional OTB was off-track betting on horse racing, and they got a gaming license to have slot machines, and Brown resigned to take that position. Yeah. Now, I don't think Zoran is going to be the same situation, but there's a lot of attention on this, and it's going to be mostly like Republicans that are attacking him. My fear is that some of the establishment Democrats will also refuse to back him and will join in with the transparent, will join in with the transparent rat fucking attempts from the Republicans to thwart his chances of winning. Because this is another moment where some establishment Democrats, some liberals would rather watch someone a little bit more progressive than them lose instead of allowing them to win, and have people ask the question, why won't you do these things that Zoran is doing for his constituents, for us? So this race is not over yet. There are very real fears. You have Andrew Cuomo going back and forth on whether he'll entertain a run or not. You have Eric Adams that is trying to establish as much support as possible from the anti-Zoran forces, both within the Democratic Party, but also outside of the Democratic Party, the business, business leadership in the state and in the city. Alex Thompson reports for Axios. Inside the Democratic establishment meltdown over Mamdani's victory. Donors are trying to figure out if there's another way to stop him. Eric Adams, ? Reckoning over rallying behind Cuomo. Liz Smith, if you don't want to lose to a socialist, don't run a fatally flawed candidate like Andrew Cuomo. Mamdani's shocking victory Tuesday was the latest example of the party's establishment being disconnected from many of its own voters. Many Democratic Party leaders had believed Mamdani's past comments would be disqualifying to most primary voters. They were wrong. This was very much Pickett's charge of what's left of the old establishment. A New York City Democratic strategist who also works on national races said it was the same result. And how some Dem lawmakers are reacting. There was a really fucked up one from Gillibrand as well. The two top Democratic leaders in Congress, Senator Chuck Schumer and Representative Hakeem Jeffries, both New Yorkers, declined to endorse Mamdani even as they applauded his victory. New York Representative Laura Gillen from Nassau County called Mamdani the absolute wrong choice for New York. Representative Tom Suozzi, also from Nassau County, said he had serious concerns. Other House Democrats from New York who hadn't backed Mamdani were mostly tight-lipped on Wednesday. Reps Pat Ryan and Josh Riley and Richie Torres, who went so far as to say he wouldn't run for governor if Mamdani won, all dodged reporters. Representative Dan Goldman asked if he had any thoughts on the result, told Axios, not right now. There's also this. Mamdani also dodged questions about whether Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, an important issue to many Jewish voters in New York City. This, in and of itself, is an untrue statement, okay? This is a dereliction of duty. If you are a journalist and you report this as journalism, you're not doing journalism, you're just fucking lying, okay? Alex Thompson, who otherwise is a fairly decent journalist, fairly decent reporter, is doing something that is shockingly indecent here. Okay, this is transparently a lie. Not only did Mamdani not dodge questions about whether Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, he very clearly said no. Okay, he said Israel has a right to exist as a democratic state for equal rights for everyone. Okay, but also the idea that this is an important issue for many Jewish voters in New York City is also wrong. Both parts about this is fucking incorrect. Not only did he tackle the issue head on, it was the only issue, it seems, that was ever directed in his direction up until the fucking day of the election. And still, to this day, people keep asking this over and over again. And clearly, Jewish voters heard what he had to say and liked it. Mamdani has repeatedly says he believes Israel has a right to exist as a state where everyone has equal rights. If one wants to argue in favor of a system of tiered rights based on religion and ethnicity, they're welcome to, but it's not a dodge. It's very clear. It's a very clever liberal reverse Uno card. Simple, elegant, gets to the heart of the problem with apartheid and open-ended military occupation. Let Mamdani's critics oppose equal rights if they'd like. This is what he's supporting. Exactly. It is a major reverse Uno, which is precisely the reason why people get fucking very ass mad about it. Because it doesn't just tackle the issue from like the humanitarian framework or in the way that I talk about it, like how no states technically have a right to exist or whatever the fuck. That's wordy. It's leave that kind of conversation up to the academics, the thinkers, or the dumbasses like myself who do political commentary for a living. But in that rapid response that is a necessity in these sorts of moments, his response is perfect because his response basically invokes the age-old liberal morality framework. He's operating off of the liberal morality framework. This is the most racist, absurd, unhinged thing that a Democrat senator not named Fetterman has said in a long time. Absolutely revolting. In a just world, she would be forced to resign. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. Hold on. I'm not done yet here. If you have an issue with Zoran saying that he supports a democratic state of Israel that gives equal rights to everyone under its banner, under its occupation, okay, which would obviously not be Israel for the record. That would be something else because Israel is a ethno-state with ethno-state concerns. If you want to talk about how, no, Israel has to remain a Jewish, ethno-religious, supremacist, ethno-state that is an apartheid, that's doing a genocide, like, go ahead. Talk to them. Say what you really fucking mean. You know? Also, Governor Kathy Hochul says she's not ready to endorse Zoran Mamdani for mayor. Still has questions about his policy ideas and difference in opinion. As she still needs to work with New York City mayor, still a no on taxing the rich. As Mamdani's win on affordability is good for her next year. Now, what's really interesting about Kathy Hochul is that she fought against congestion pricing tooth and nail until it was implemented. And then she was like, look how awesome it is that I did congestion pricing. Because it was a spectacular victory for New York. And she literally fought against it every step of the way until it was implemented. And then it was a major success. And then she took it over and was like, look how good I did. It's crazy. So with that in mind, I hope that she will recognize that there is a lot of momentum here and broad popularity for Zohran Mamdani, and she will be forced to concede and forced to work with him. Because remember, New York mayor is a major responsibility. You are, this is the largest city in the United States of America. It is a finance capital. There's so much commerce that happens here. It is massively, massively populous, massively populated. And not only that, but unlike other mayoral positions in other big cities, the New York City mayor does have some unilateral power, like has the power to make decisions that can instantly change people's lives for better or for worse. I wouldn't even say this about Chicago, for example. There are still powerful forces within New York that clearly make that job as difficult as possible. The Sergeant Benevolence Association, like the police union broadly, the NYPD in and of itself is a major force that you have to reckon with when you are the mayor. But as the mayor, you have tremendous power. Okay? You also still have outside pressure from, Wall Street, real estate groups, things of that nature. And then you have to deal with Albany, the governor, Kathy Hochul. But what? I'm a New York City voter and live in Astoria, Mamdani's district. I want to support Mamdani, but for me, I'm honestly worried about his lack of experience in this world. When the New York City mayor will need to go against Trump, will Mamdani know best how to keep the economy going? And is now the time to do initiatives I like the sound of, but may be problematic if Trump cuts federal funding to New York? Are you a bot? You can't be serious, right? Who's the alternative in that regard? Eric Adams, who is already fucking a captive of Donald Trump? Eric Adams, who literally did a quid pro quo with the Trump administration to drop his fucking Department of Justice investigation so that he can play ball with Trump. Eric Adams was going on Fox News every fucking day. Who's the other alternative? Andrew Cuomo, who is a corrupt charlatan that is responsible for everything wrong with New York State and New York City specifically, who literally duked it out with Bill de Blasio and aggressively cut funding to New York because of his own fucking petty grievances against Bill de Blasio, who redefined New York politics in a way to make sure that he remains in power. Underfunded hospitals that rely on government funding in areas that are underserved, which directly contributed to the COVID death toll. Andrew Cuomo is also just as captive and just as servile to Donald Trump because he also has a Department of Justice investigation hanging over his head. Did you know that? Andrew Cuomo also has a DOJ investigation that the Trump administration launched against him. And they will do the exact same thing that they did to Eric Adams to him. He is a profoundly weak candidate. Even from the Trump perspective, you want a fighter. Okay? The example that you want is someone like the Boston mayor. Okay? Someone who is Michelle Wu, who is fighting tooth and nail against the Trump administration right now, protecting her people, protecting all of her constituents. That is who That is who Zohran Mamdani will be like. That is who you need. You don't need a Karen Bass. You don't need a compromised person like Cuomo, who is compromised in the exact same way that Eric Adams is. We have this idea that the government is infallible. The government is immensely powerful, and that no amount of pushback can work against them. The example that I used yesterday was Columbia University versus Harvard. Columbia University instantly capitulated to the demands being made and actually opened up a pathway for academic receivership. Now the government has its fucking grubby little hands all over Columbia University. There was tremendous pressure, and Columbia did not fight back. There was also tremendous pressure on Harvard, and Harvard initially did not fight back either. Okay? Harvard also didn't fight back. They fired the Middle Eastern Studies dean at the behest of the administration. They capitulated to the fucking false anti-Semitism smears that were being launched against them. And then the moment Harvard actually said enough is enough, when Trump said, you got to bring in more Republicans, you got to do DEI, but for my fail sons and fail daughters in the Republican Party, they said, nah, we're not going to do that. And then they started fighting back. And then what happened? They started winning these fucking fights. He added 1.2 million. Cuomo had 3 terms as governor, can move legislation. He has far more experience in federal and state government. He legalized gay marriage, raised the minimum wage, and wants to raise it again. Got paid family leave passed and put through congestion pricing. He added 1.2 million private sector jobs during his term, and unemployment dropped from around 8% high to down to 4%. He also oversaw major infrastructure projects like the 2nd Avenue subway, LaGuardia Airport. Okay, I love that this has to be a bot, right? Like, did you input, like, what are Andrew Cuomo's like victories as a 3-term governor, and now you're just basically fucking hitting all of the notes that you got from ChatGPT? Because what you're talking about was long, hard fought, not by Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo was a signatory on it, certainly, and you are refusing to hear the other side of Andrew Cuomo's mishandling beyond. Also, Cuomo did not fight back against Trump. This idea that Cuomo fought back against Trump is fucking bullshit. I just gave you the exact example of what Kathy Hochul did, fighting tooth and nail against congestion pricing, and then taking ownership over it once it was implemented because it was a major success. You are literally fucking talking about shit that he fought back against, shit that he pushed back against, and making it seem as though he was responsible for it. He was the guy who was championing these things. He was not. And not only that, but he also severely underfunded social safety nets in both New York City and across the fucking board. He redirected funds to a failure of a fucking ski resort in the goddamn state. He took money away from Medicaid funds in the state. He took money that was desperately needed for underserved hospitals that were already fucking crippled, that were serving the poorest population. Yeah, MTA as well. Aside from being a rampant sexual harasser, and you're making it seem like he is some kind of progressive champion. He also lied about COVID deaths. Okay, but can Mamdani keep things running if it goes bad? Yes. The answer is yes, yes, yes. Because Mamdani is a fucking fighter. That is the reason why New Yorkers voted for him. Because he is an earnest fighter. You want a fighter instead of a fucking corrupt asshole. Okay? Cuomo not only is a liability, but he is immensely corrupt. Stop fucking washing away like, oh yeah, sure, he like is kind of a rapist, but who cares? You know, so was Trump. This kind of fucking this kind of back and forth is so stupid. He also lost. He lost the primary. Suck my dick, Astoria voter. He fucking got his shit pushed in. So seemingly all of your fucking neighbors recognized right from wrong and made the right decision. You, on the other hand, are still holding out on a candidate that might not even fucking run. Andrew Cuomo, despite being a fucking 3-term governor and having major name recognition and having his grubby little hands all over instruments of power in New York as a consequence of like being a dynastic name and also being a 3-term governor, like you said, quite literally used the machine, the electoral machine, and still got owned by a new guy. When he wasn't molesting cops, he was molesting the election turnout machine that the Democrats have to his favor, and he still fucking lost. He went to every single pig union in the goddamn state and got their endorsements early on. He literally got these fucking pig unions and their stupid pig fucking leadership in these pig fucking unions to set up meetings, union mandated fucking meetings, to make it seem like he had outsized support from the fucking unions. Like, people were being interviewed at these meetings and they were like, we thought this was just like a union mandated meeting. We didn't even realize it was a Cuomo rally. That's the guy you want? Once again, I have to mention that if Democrats used their indecent nature and their machine to combat Republicans rather than have all of the smoke and all of the machine and all of its power to thwart popular people-backed leftist movements, progressive movements, they would perhaps get elected more frequently. Do you understand? That's the issue. These fucking douchebags, establishment Democrats, only have energy and smoke and the political will to stop leftist momentum that the broader voting public wants out of their politicians. They use all of their energy against the left rather than against the right. Now let's hear whether the Democrat machine in New York is going to fight back against Zoran and potentially tank it. "62% of Democrats in a recent poll said that they want new leadership in the party." 62% of Democrats. And there are dumb fucks in this chat still going, "Oh, I don't know. Zoran doesn't have. Zoran might not have the influence. He might not be able to fight back against Trump." Like, shut the fuck up. Andrew Cuomo's not going to fight back against Trump. He's going to suck Trump's dick. Why is it that every single mega donor to Andrew Cuomo is a Trump booster? Have you thought about that? Perhaps their interests align, don't you think? Fucking idiot.
Will you support his candidacy and will you back him?
You know, the election just completed. I had a chance to call and congratulate him on the Tuesday's primary and look forward to having conversation. Obviously, there's areas of difference in our positions, but I also think we need to have those conversations. But in the meantime, I truly am not focused on the politics. We're 6 months away from Inauguration Day, and that'll determine who I'm working with for the next 4 years. And that's important because what I'm doing, I'm focusing on affordability and making New York City safe and making the state safe. So that's my primary objective right now.
So are you skeptical then of him and then also the will of New York City voters, New York Democratic primary?
Are you skeptical of democracy? The answer is yes. The answer is always yes. These guys hate, and I mean, these guys hate democracy, okay?
Voters, do you think that their choice is not valid?
No, I don't see how you can possibly conclude that from what I just said. I said that I'm going to be having conversations. I want to find out, positions on specific issues. But in the meantime, I'm working closely with Mayor Eric Adams, who is the mayor, who we have a lot of work to do to get through, a crisis right now. We just had a lot of...
Yeah, that's bullshit. Eric Adams is dead in the water. You know it. Everyone knows it. The only reason why you're taking this angle is because you got the boss call, and there is worry within the Democratic Party for Zoran, and they literally they're entertaining a potential Eric Adams candidacy in the general with the hopes that they could actually stop Zoran. Oh my God. This is exactly what I was fucking worried about. This is exactly what I said could potentially happen. It gave me a little bit of confidence when I saw the DNC posting about Zoran and congratulating Zoran. And I was like, oh, thank God. Maybe they will actually back him unconditionally. That's a good thing. Why are you always mad? I don't know, man, because I want what's right by the American public. And I'm watching. Do you not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Like, I'm watching democracy run its course, and then leadership basically doing everything they can to signal that they don't like democracy all that much. They're going to do everything they can to just like fucking go against the wishes of the public here. Yeah, I wasn't mad when Zoran won. Yeah. Vote blue no matter who, Democrats, showing that maybe they don't want to vote blue no matter who, actually. They'd much rather vote independent. It's a deeply frustrating situation. Why are you surprised? I'm not. Stop. I'm not. But I want to hold out hope that they will allow a progressive wave and this progressive momentum to, breathe life back into the party. I hope that there are some Democrats out there in positions of power within the party that will at the very least allow this kind of thing to take over, seemingly as AOC has been able to win a lot of power and influence within the ranks of the party too. Yeah, this was a Peter Thiel email that I think is fairly prescient to talk about here. The point is, if you're a leftist and you're outside of the realm of like normal politics, you always have an uphill battle. I know that, okay? I know that. It is always going to be an endless struggle. You have to become undeniable. You have to become undeniable. You have to become a force that they have to reckon with. That's just the way. You can't win with the normal, comfortable Democratic machine backing you every step of the way. Zoran did that in the primary, and I thought this would cause the Democratic machine to back him. I'm worried now that they might not.
People in our city, under siege with, excessive temperatures. We have to keep making sure our subways are safe. Building more housing under City of Yes, which we are able to get over the finish line. So as much as there's a lot of people, perhaps even in this room, who are very focused on the politics, I don't have the luxury to do that. I focus on governing and delivering for New Yorkers and working with the people that are in government today.
Governor, so will you continue? Oops, let me hit record for a second. Will you continue your?
I don't expect the debt machine to back him at all. Just reroute funds to someone else. I think some will. Some will, but we'll see. Speaking of fucking sociopaths, here is Kirsten Gillibrand saying some incredibly racist nonsense on the Brian Layler show. Brian Layler says Zoran does not support violent jihad. Let's hear what Kirsten Gillibrand, New York senator, had to say.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call and question. I wanted to ask two very pertinent questions about the threats facing the Jewish community, unfortunately, from Zoran Mamdani. There was a bill that I was reading about that, unfortunately, he wants to target synagogues and Jewish institutions which donate to nonprofits, which are medical institutions like United Hatzalah and Magan David Adam, which is like the Jewish Red Cross. So how do we make sure that Jewish institutions are protected from his plans to punish and fine our institutions which fundraise these medical nonprofits, which do work both here in the United States and in Israel and other countries in the world? And also, how can we hold Mr. Mamdani accountable for his glorifying association of Hamas and other terror bombings of the Intifada in 1990s, where over 1,000 Jewish Israelis were killed, to his revisionist Holocaust knowledge, to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Jews were mass exterminated and faced threats? He compared when Jews were killed to when Jews fought back against Nazis. It's quite despicable. I'm sorry.
Gabe, thank you for your call. There's a lot in there, Senator, some of which may be inaccurate. So I don't know. I can't fact check everything in real time. But do you know any of that to be inaccurate or accurate, including the original premise that he would somehow target synagogues if they were contributing to groups like Hatzalah, ambulance services, in a way that he could hurt the synagogues? I just don't want to give out information that's false, but I also don't want to shrink from information that's true.
Well, the caller is exactly the New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They are alarmed by past public statements. They are alarmed by past positions, particularly references to global jihad. This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada is a statement that means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. So these are the kinds of things that if Mr. Mamdani is elected our mayor.
Bro, please fact check in real time. Are you fucking kidding me? What can I fact check? This is just like bile. This is the type of statement you're asking me to fucking fact check David Duke talking about Jews, okay? Like, excuse me. Can you please fact check David Duke's statement about Jewish tentacles being all over the American media and the American government? Like, this is the equivalent for Muslims. Okay? This is straightforwardly the most transparent neo-Nazi ass fucking sentiment. I'll give you one fact check that's important though. So this person is asking, there was a bill that I was reading about that unfortunately he wants to target synagogues and Jewish institutions which donate to nonprofits, which are medical, right? That's bullshit. That question is bullshit. There is no targeting of Jewish institutions. There is, however, some conversations about institutions that, religious or not, illegally engage in land sales on occupied territory in the West Bank. That's it. Institutions that support illegal land sales on illegally occupied territory in the West Bank might lose their funding.
That was beheaded.
Look,
my heart broke as I saw a man hold up a child that was beheaded by the Israeli military's bombing of a tent city of Palestinian refugees. My heart broke as I saw bodies burned to a crisp, taking refuge in the place that the Israeli military had designated as a safe zone. And I asked myself, what does this have to do with us in New York? And the answer is everything. We do not have the luxury of feeling hopeless or helpless because we have the responsibility of action. Action because in this moment, New York state law allows for New Yorkers to get a tax deduction if they donate to the very kind of Israeli military units that dropped those bombs on innocent Palestinians. Today, we gather here to demand the bare minimum, which is to end tax breaks for genocide.
Yeah. That's it. If you're an institution that's like running fundraisers for the Israeli occupying force, or if you're an institution, whether you're a synagogue or a Jewish advocacy group or not, doesn't fucking matter. If you are using that institution to sell homes and sell land in the occupied West Bank directly against existing American law, directly against existing international law, if you're a church or a synagogue, doesn't fucking matter, or a mosque, really. If you're any religious institution that is using, or any institution, any 501c3, you will no longer get tax breaks. It is illegal to do this. It is illegal to do this. And yet these guys are fundraising for West Bank settlers to be armed. They are fundraising for pogroms. They are fundraising for land grabs and illegal land theft and illegal land sales. Of course they're not allowed to do that. Suck my fucking dick. Are you out of your mind? They should be in prison. In a just world, they would go to jail, okay? Not lose their fucking tax break status. Not lose their 501c3 status. They would go to jail. You should go to jail, okay? You should be imprisoned. Here's a more on-point video from Zoran.
Is Zohran Mamdani. I'm the assembly member for the 36th district in Northwest Queens, and I introduced this legislation which is titled Not on Our Dime. And this is legislation that is saying that New York State will no longer subsidize the aiding and abetting of Israeli settlements. And what that means is that right now in New York State, we have organizations masquerading as charities sending tax-free money to the tune of more than $60 million a year to help maintain and expand settlements in Israel. And we know that settlements are illegal under international law. And so what we're saying is, if we know under the Geneva Convention this is illegal, if we know that under U.S. foreign policy we're opposed to settlement expansion and annexation, then why is New York State allowing this to happen on our dime? So what we are doing with this legislation is bringing our state in line with its values. And we're saying no longer are we going to allow war crimes to be financed tax-free through New York State. We're going to end that complicity, and we're going to stand for human rights for Palestinians.
Who would have issue with this? Who would take issue with this? Go ahead. Argue on the actual fucking issues. Don't make up stuff. Okay? But you can't. People cannot. Here's the problem. You can't actually argue on the real reasons as to why this was a piece of legislation that was advanced. You can't argue about like how you do have a right to fucking steal land and fund the initiatives that actually do pogroms. You have a right to fucking fund the Jewish KKK in the fucking West Bank. Can you imagine being like, no, you don't understand. I think that like it literally turns into the fucking meme. Like, sorry, this is my promised land. I have to take it. And you have to give me tax breaks when I fundraise for these initiatives. Like, that's fucking insane. Everyone would look at you like, you're out of your fucking mind. What do you mean? So that's what this first conversation was about. How do we make sure that Jewish institutions are protected from his plans to punish and fine our institutions?
Our institutions which fundraise these medical nonprofits, which do work both here in the United States and in Israel and other countries in the world. And also, how can we hold Mr. Mamdani accountable for his glorifying association of Hamas and other terror bombings of the Intifada in 1990s, where over 1,000 Jewish Israelis were killed, to his...
Yeah, okay. First of all, the first Intifada was fought with stones, and a shit ton more Palestinians were killed. A massive number of Palestinians were deliberately, gravely wounded, okay, by design. The second Intifada was more violent, and yet, obviously, the asymmetry of casualties did not favor the Palestinian side in that one either. Okay.
His revisionist Holocaust knowledge to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Jews were mass exterminated and faced threats. He compared when Jews were killed to when Jews fought back against Nazis. It's quite despicable. I'm sorry.
He compared when Jews were killed, when Jews fought back against Nazis. Quite despicable. I'm sorry. Why? Why is that despicable? Do you just think that you're a special class of person? Do you think that it's different? It is the same. Warsaw Ghetto Intifada, which is just the Arabic translation, is certainly comparable to people breaking out of the open air prison that Israel has designed for them. The only reason why you don't want this one-to-one comparison is because this time you're advocating for the Nazis in that equation. That's it. This time it's different because I like the Nazis this time. Sorry. The first Intifada was not nonviolent. The first Intifada was immensely violent, but for the Palestinians. The second Intifada also was violent for the Palestinians. Guys, stop fucking saying clip chimp, okay? God damn, y'all are so fucking... You know what? The longer of a term community subscriber you are, the bigger your fucking punishment is going to be going forward. Okay? If you're like a 50-month subscriber and you go, uh-oh, clip chimp incoming, you're going to get a fucking week off. If you're a 60-month subscriber and you go, uh-oh, clip chimp, I'm going to permaban you. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Gabe, thank you for your call. There's a lot in there, Senator, some of which may be inaccurate. So I don't know. I can't fact check everything in real time. But do you know any of that to be inaccurate or accurate, including the original premise that he would somehow target synagogues if they were contributing to groups like Hatzalah, ambulance services, in a way that he could hurt?
I do. I already explained the context, just so you know. Now you know what the context is. The Not on Our Dime bill is about revoking the 501c3 status of institutions, groups, okay, philanthropic organizations that fundraise for the Israeli occupying force, that fundraise for West Bank settlement operations, that actually engage in illegal land theft and also illegal land sales of occupied Palestinian territory. This is a direct violation of international human rights. This is a direct violation this is a direct violation of our rights. Like in America, this is illegal, okay? This is fucking illegal. I don't give a fuck that it's like a synagogue that's doing it. It's still fucking illegal. What do you mean? Unless you think that there is a special status for Jews, and I don't, okay? Unless you think that there is a special status where Jewish advocacy groups and Jewish places of worship can do this like overwhelmingly, transparently illegal thing, it's a fucking crime. They should be going to jail, okay? People that are doing this should be going to fucking jail. So to complain about getting your 501c3 status being revoked in this process when you're doing something like that is directly fucking illegal is insane to me. You should be excited at the prospect of not having to see the inside of a fucking jail cell for doing something that is transparently illegal. Enforce the fucking law. What is this nonsensical position? Enforce the law? Sorry, you can't do that. I'm Jewish and I'm doing it inside of a synagogue is a fucking ridiculous argument to make.
The synagogues. I just don't want to give out information that's false, but I also don't want to shrink from information that's true.
Well,
yeah, if Hamas did something similar for Hamas or Hezbollah, they would be immediately sent to Guantanamo. And ironically enough, despite the designation of Hamas being a terrorist organization in the United States of America, Okay, despite that designation, Hamas does have a legal right to defend the Gaza Strip. Hamas does have a legal right to defend Palestinian sovereignty under international law. Israel does not have a legal right to steal land in the West Bank and occupied Palestinian territory. What Israel is doing is illegal. What Hamas is doing outside of October 7, what Hamas is doing is literally legal. When Hamas and Al-Qassam Brigade militancy go and fucking blow up an armored personnel carrier or a fucking Merkava tank, okay, inside of the Gaza Strip in Han Yunis, as they did the other day, and kill 7 Israeli soldiers, that is literally fucking legal. That is not illegal. That is not only legal, but it's also moral. Okay? The people, of course, have a right to fucking defend themselves. What the fuck? You, on the other hand, do not have a right to illegally occupy the Gaza Strip as a belligerent occupier and starve the population and do a genocide. What the fuck? An investigation by the Israeli newspaper Haaretz found that settlements received $220 million in total from American charities from 2009 to 2013. Americans have donated millions more to settlements, settler militias, and Israeli military units in the Palestinian territory since October 7 through a platform called Israel Gives, according to The Guardian. Can you imagine this kind of fucking nonsense, dude? I cannot. I just like, it's so insane. It's so insane. About 200 Israelis were killed in the first Intifada, roughly 80 civilians. In Gaza alone, during the first year of on the Intifada, 0 Israelis civilians were killed, while the IDF has shot and killed over 200 Palestinians.
The caller is exactly the New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They are alarmed by past public statements. They are alarmed by past positions, particularly references to global jihad.
You fucking racist piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. You fucking racist monster.
This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada is a statement that means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. So these are the kinds of things that if Mr. Mamdani is elected our mayor, we'll need to assure all New Yorkers that he will protect all Jews and protect houses of worship and protect funding for not-for-profits that meet the needs of these communities. Those are the things he'll have to do as our mayor.
He would certainly say that he has committed to protecting all Jews in New York as mayor of New York.
How is this any different than like what Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying, by the way? Like, this is Charlie Kirk. Am I listening to Charlie Kirk, or am I listening to a supposedly progressive Democratic senator from New York? It's Marjorie Taylor Greene with a fucking New York accent, basically. Like,
do as our mayor.
Yeah, he's going to do pogroms on Jews. He's going to do Kristallnacht. Disgusting.
I would certainly say that he has committed to protecting all Jews in New York as mayor of New York. Do you dispute? Do you doubt that?
Well, one of the issues I did talk to him yesterday was exactly this issue, and he has agreed to work with me on this and to protect all residents. So this is something I care deeply about, and so I will be an advocate on these issues. These are things.
Yeah, I wonder why she cares deeply about this fucking fake nonsense. Oh, that's right, because she received almost $1 million from AIPAC and the Israeli lobby. AIPAC, DMFI, and NORPAC. Just came across a quote from Senator Jill Biden on an article on AIPAC funding. I sometimes forget how dumb she is. At a private AIPAC meeting with the lawmakers last January, mega donors were upset that a few Democrat lawmakers weren't as enthusiastic about the wanton slaughter of Gaza as Gillibrand was. This was her attempt to excuse their insubordination. Addressing widespread calls for a ceasefire, Gillibrand conceded that some of the people calling for one are doing so because they want innocent lives to be protected, and then added, but they may not understand that if you call for a ceasefire, you can't get the hostages back. fucking moron. Racist moron. This is the type of person that's leading this goddamn country, dude. This is the type of leadership in the Democratic Party. Also, think about how psychotic this is, that she had a conversation with Zohran Mamdani. She has heard Zohran Mamdani address these things over and over again, and she still had no, like, she didn't even fucking drop a beat before calling him a fucking terrorist that wants to do global jihad, that wants to kill all Jews. Vile, monstrous piece of shit.
Things that I think are important to New Yorkers. And I will work with.
Hold on. Bile. How do you spell Marjorie Taylor Greene? I fucking always say MTG. Marjorie. Is it with a J? I forgot. It is with a J, right? Okay. This is no different than the bile racist nonsense we hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Racist bile. Vile racist nonsense. No, I want to say bile. It's like racist bile. That's why I said bile. Like fucking, like disgusting, scum. Putrid. Caustic racist bile is even better. That's good. This is no different than the caustic racist bile we hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene. How do you... What's Kristen Gillibrand's fucking stupid ass? The not on our is about revoking the C3 status of orgs that don't misspell names. I know I got her ad. For her evil ramblings about Zohran wanting a global jihad against Jews. The non on our dime bills about revoking the pharmacies of orgs that illegally illegal land in occupied and illegal Palestinian territory. I'm so mad. I can't even fucking type correctly. for her smears. The not on our dime bills about revoking the occupied Palestinian territory. Too complicated. Keep it simpler. Kirsten Gillibrand does not care about Jews. She cares about AIPAC money. I mean, this is also over the 250 characters anyway. VOD watchers skipped ahead 10 minutes. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to say this. No different than the caustic racist bile we hear from MTG. Senator Gillibrand must immediately apologize for her smears claiming Zoran wants a global jihad against Jews. I also want to address the fucking... I want to address the not on our dime bill as well. Forces to follow the law and not sell illegally stolen land in the West Bank. Shame on you. Bro, just reply to yourself. Come on.
Him when he gets elected, if he gets elected, to make sure everyone is protected. I also, on the federal level, work to get resources for all our religious sites in the state and in the city. I lead the letter for funding for I lead the letter for the funding to protect synagogues and churches and temples and places of worship across our city and state. And these are things that he has assured me in my one conversation that he will protect everyone. But I understand why people are concerned because of past statements. And so this is just an issue that I will work.
People are concerned. Get the fuck out of here. Here is writer, editor-in-chief Ariel Angel, editor-in-chief of Jewish Currents, says, infuriating. Senator Gillibrand, Jews, in quotes because there's no internal consensus, do not get a monopoly on the meaning of the words that come from the broad history of Palestinian struggle, especially when many understandings are rooted in disinfo, fear-mongering, and ignorance. Senator Gillibrand, your Palestinian American constituents deserve an apology here. Why aren't their feelings, their identity, their history important to you as your Jewish American, as important to you as your Jewish American constituents? This is an incredibly racist fucking assessment that she made here. I cannot. What is this? I went for a bit. Did you see this? A sitting U.S. congressman, mask off, hood on. Zoran Little Mohammed Mamdani is an anti-Semitic socialist communist who will destroy the great city of New York. He needs to be deported, which is why I'm calling for him to be subject to denaturalization proceedings. It is wild how little it took for these guys to basically openly turn into monsters, by the way.
Work with him on for sure.
I just feel compelled to say, we can find no evidence that he has supported Hamas or has supported violent jihad, as that caller was asserting. Can you?
Again, Brian, I don't have all the data and information, and I've never sat down with Mr. Mamdani. So I've asked to have that meeting. I'm going to have that meeting. We will talk through all these things. He can tell me his views of the world, and I can learn them firsthand. I think the reference that I had read was global intifada specifically, which has very serious meanings that are violent and destructive. So,
which he says, and I pressed him on this on the show on Monday, but which he says are not calls for violence because intifada is a much broader term involving all kinds of uprisings and resistance and things like that. So I just want to be clear about how at least he defines it. And maybe he needs to be more clear. I don't mean this. I don't mean that. He did say here that he didn't.
He has clarified 1,000,000 times over. If you don't fucking hear it, it's because you don't want to hear it or you don't like the answer. That's what this is. I'm sick and tired of fucking entertaining the racist notions of dumb fuck Americans, dude. Jesus Christ. There is a level that you have to reach. There is some capitulation that you have to engage in if you want to play ball in a situation like this, okay? If you're a Muslim guy, if you're a Muslim especially, there's so much fucking unchecked, unrestricted Islamophobia, unchecked racism against Muslims, the notion that like every Muslim is a secret jihadi. This piece of shit also posted this with a congressional letterhead. Will a censure come for him? I don't think so. Remember, they censured Rashida Tlaib for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Will they censure Representative Andy Ogles for this? No, of course not. And the Democrats won't push for this either because they're also in the pocket.
Want to be the word police, even as the mayor of New York if he's elected. But I do also want to be clear that he said he does not support violent intifada. Is that fair?
So, Brian, I didn't hear your exchange with him, but if I was speaking to him directly, I would simply say that is not how the words...
Yeah, the reason why his words are not being perceived that way by you, even though you also apparently talked to him directly, you fucking animal, is because you're racist. That's it. There's nothing he can say other than Am Israel Chai that will be appropriate and acceptable for you. That's it. Sorry, I'm a racist white woman. And I don't even think this is just because she's a racist white woman. I think it's because she's a racist white woman that's gotten $1 million from the Israel lobby. That's it. Who is this lady? Kirsten Gillibrand. Kirsten Gillibrand. She's a New York senator.
Are received. And it doesn't matter what meaning you have in your brain. It is not how the word is received. And when you use a word like
shut the fuck up. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? Oh, if you use a word like intifada to many Jewish Americans, you're not even Jewish, by the way. What the fuck are we doing? People who defend Israel literally unironically think they're more Jewish than Jewish people, okay? It's so fucking annoying. Sounds like an irrelevant person. You think a fucking New York Democratic Party senator is irrelevant? Are you insane? Unfortunately, she is not. As much as I wish she was, she is not irrelevant.
Intifada to many Jewish Americans and Jewish New Yorkers, that means you are permissive for violence against Jews. It is a serious word. It is a word that has deep meaning. It has been used for wars across time and violence and destruction and slaughter and murder against the Jews. It is a harmful, hurtful, inappropriate word for anyone who wants to represent a city as diverse as New York City with 8 million people. And I would be very specific in these words, and I would say you may not use them again if you expect.
She does sound like Candace Owens, by the way. Yes. Now I understand why you guys were saying she sounds like Candace Owens. I thought you guys were saying like her words make it seem like because she's so racist, but you actually meant like she literally sounds like Candace Owens, like her voice. And yes, I hear it too.
To represent everyone ever again because they are received as hateful and divisive and harmful. And that's it. So I appreciate that he told you he didn't mean that, and that's great. That's a great place to start.
Also,
but I still don't trust him. I still don't trust him. He's Muslim, Brian. He's Muslim. Zoran is the first leftist I've ever actually seen use dog whistles so well for the left that he makes all the centrists mauled. I know. Here's the thing. It's cool that she it's cool that Zoran is uncompromising in this position. Okay, that's what's making people lose their minds. It's not just the dog whistles that he uses, or it's not like using liberal values, even though he's a socialist. Like, there are alignments here with at least the theoretical values that liberals are supposed to abide by, that socialists do genuinely abide by, right? Stop. Guys, I'm doing a fucking serious conversation about fucking Islamophobia against a goddamn mayoral candidate right now, and you dumb fucks want to post about like my old fucking stupid joke tweet. Like, shut the fuck up. Fuck! I'm banning you. Ninjite, once again, eat a dick. Jesus Christ, please, for 5 seconds, be serious, please. Lock in. Unban him before I get mad. Oh, dude, you too. Ninjite's been fucking permit before. I have even heard anti-Zionist, non-Zionist Jews say it makes them fearful because of an association they think about with the violent resistance against Western Jews. I think it's bullshit, but it's a more common fear than I thought. How can you convince people to get over that /Jen? It's coming from hysteria. There is not too much you could do. It's the same bullshit around policing language with from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's the same exact shit. Even progressive anti-Zionist or non-Zionist Jews who are like, oh, I'm a two-stater or whatever the fuck, right? Like they can still be overcome with hysteria. That's it. It's fucking hysterical. No one is advocating to fucking kill Jews in the Western world on the streets. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just because it's a scary Muslim word. That's it. It's because it's a scary Arabic word and its association is with Islam. It's the same principle behind jihad, the word jihad. It's the same principle behind intifada, scary, ooh. It's the same fucking principle behind when Arab Christians say Allahu Akbar or like God is great, God is the greatest, okay? They don't understand that. They go, "Oh, this is I've seen this in television, in movies. When they say that, that means that they're gonna fucking explode themselves." Yeah, exactly. It's not Muslims who say Jews will not replace us. Okay, it's fucking Nazis who say that, and they hate Muslims too. Sometimes more than they hate Jews, and sometimes less than they hate Jews, or at least they'll take a fucking sidestep and make it seem like they're pro-Palestine for a brief moment just so they can shit on Jews, but they don't fucking like Muslims either.
Disgusted with the
Not policing Islam, but fun fact, hysteria was the diagnosable mental health disorder in DSM-5 that specifically targeted women. Hence the same root word as hysterectomy based on the German word for womb. I did not know that. I mean, I did know that hysteria was like a diagnosable medical condition. They would like fucking lobotomize women. I did know that, but obviously its modern practical application is not that. And that person wasn't being woke of the day. He was just giving a fun fact. He already fucking prefaced it by saying this is not about like policing Hassan's language or anything.
He was clarifying that he never said globalize the intifada. He was asked in an interview if he would denounce the phrase globalize the intifada. And then that led to this kind of conversation, that you were just referring to, but that he was never out there saying globalize the intifada. He was asked about other people who used it. So just to be precise about what happened there. Yes?
Well, as a leader of a city as diverse as New York City with 8 million people, as the largest Jewish population in the country, He should denounce it. And that's it. Period. And you can't celebrate it, you can't value it, you can't lift it up. And that is the challenge that Jewish New Yorkers have had, certainly since October 6th.
Dude. Cloud District, the question you asked me, remember when you said like, oh, well, some Jewish people, even progressive Jews, are like afraid of the word. How can you not understand? How can you fucking not understand that this is an anti-genocidal, anti-apartheid slogan, and these motherfuckers either are sincerely or insincerely policing the language, an emancipatory slogan. This is like the most permissible thing you can say. Okay? This is the most permissible thing you can do. It is not only First Amendment protected speech, but beyond that, it's not even like an immediate like demand for an immediate call to violence anyway. It is so insincere. The word is only tied to Western Jews by virtue of their ties to Israel as a Jewish state. Anti-Zionists understand the intifadas were uprisings against the regional conflict and occupation/apartheid imposed upon Palestinians by the settler colonial state of Israel. It's ridiculous, and it's no different as I had this conversation with my former podcast co-host, who is also a fucking racist, rabid Islamophobic piece of shit now, and I guess he was back then as well, but I didn't realize it. This is no different than white Christian guys who are racist being like, well, when people say Black Lives Matter, it makes me feel bad. It makes me feel bad. It makes me feel like you're saying white lives don't matter. Okay, well, you're going to have to put up with that. That's my assessment of this as well. The idea that like there is a fucking genocide happening and that we have to literally factor in the feelings of people who are in support of that genocide and other people who have been whipped up into a fucking frenzied panic by other people who are, again, in support of this genocide is not in consideration at all. And the only reason why we're having this back and forth is twofold. One, because Jews are a marginalized demographic, okay? Anti-Semitism is real. That's a real thing that happens. Okay. And a lot of people are cynically using this real point of marginalization as a weapon against any sort of emancipatory slogan that demands an end to this bloodshed. Okay. And the other reason why we're even having this conversation at all is because nobody gives a fuck about Muslims. This is seen as like a Muslim issue. This is not seen as an issue of humanity and inhumanity, but instead this is just like a Muslim thing. So nobody cares. Yeah, Zoran is receiving actual threats against his life, but Democrats would rather make fake accusations of racism and anti-Semitism than defend him. The entire media landscape on the right and even some Democrats are actively talking about how, Zoran is a scary Muslim. He's a scary Musliman. Is there a point that it's appropriate to police speech? Like, I personally think globalized intifada is perfectly acceptable, but something like go back to Poland is racist, and people shouldn't say that. I don't know if that's inconsistent. What are your guys' thoughts on this? Yes, in a fucking massive movement, there's gonna be people that say shit. Like in the Black Lives Matter rallies, I'm sure there were plenty of people who were saying, things about white people or things about cops that you might not agree with. That doesn't take away from the overall message. The overall message is not about fucking killing cops and killing white people in the fucking streets. The overall message for Black Lives Matter was about police brutality disproportionately targeting black communities and black people. Okay? That's it. Any type of hyper focus on edge cases such as this one, like, oh, this person came out with a red triangle, or oh, this person said, kill Zionists or whatever. It's like, yeah, okay, that person is out there. Okay, they're beyond the point of what the actual protest is. Any moment spent on that kind of shit is a moment where you're just shitting on your own cause. So if you're a real one, if you actually care about Palestinian emancipation, then you got to shut the fuck up and not even allow that sort of shit to pollute the overarching point, because people are cynically trying to use that against the cause. Yeah, I was pro-civil rights movement until I found out that there was one guy at one of the marches that killed Whitey. Now I'm not so sure. Exactly. Also, yeah, I mean, obviously things have changed. There was a Jewish Voice for Peace banner I saw that literally had the red triangle in it, which I thought was funny, and I don't really care about it anyway, one way or another. You shame bad actors. You don't try to actively police language. Shatters, if you have issues, you isolate people and excise them from the movement by not engaging and not trying to railroad lunatics into doing what is best. Exactly. Like Sneeko apparently went to the fucking Zoran celebration. And you know what they did? They kicked him out. They asked him to leave. Okay? They got him to leave. Is that simple? That's what you're supposed to do. Does Sneeko represent the mobilization behind Zoran? He's a Holocaust denier. Does he? No, of course not. If you do not center the feelings of racist, white supremacist white people and how they feel about an emancipatory slogan like Black Lives Matter, then stop centering the feelings of ethno-religious supremacists when you're talking about emancipatory slogans that pertain to Palestinian emancipation. Do you understand? It's fucking insane. I don't let a Nazi dictate what I can and can't say around their own personal discomfort. So I'm not going to do that if the person is pro-Israel. Or even if the person is not pro-Israel, I guess, okay, and has been whipped away by the fucking frenzied, hysterical statements of pro-Israel people in their fucking orbit. Because at the end of the day, if you are pro-Palestine, and you come to a person like myself, or you go to a person like Zoran, and you ask them, what do you mean by this? What do people mean by this when they say globalize the intifada? Because as a Jew, I'm scared when I hear this, because I think this means like kill Jews, okay? This is what I've been taught. This is what I've learned. And if you don't fucking listen to someone like myself, or someone like Zoran, or someone who is pro-Palestinian emancipation, and you don't take their word for it, then that means you don't trust us. That means you don't think I can ever be capable of saying something that is not anti-Semitic, that you have perceived as anti-Semitic. It's that simple. There's still a bunch of resilient particles of Islamophobia that is still in your mind in this process. That's it. So at a certain point, I will always have that conversation with someone, okay, that earnestly is asking me. But if they just keep saying over and over again, well, I'm still scared, you shouldn't use it, then fuck off. Do you see what I mean? The greatest example of this is Norm Finkelstein, who was an immensely stubborn person, very proud person. And he thinks that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is a slogan that does unintentionally scare Jewish people. But Norm Finkelstein will never stand in opposition of people saying that. That is his own assessment, okay? He's like, I don't care about this. I don't care about this. This doesn't harm me at all. But I know that there are other like-minded Jews that get fearful of this, right? That are fearful of this kind of statement, okay? And he uses that as a warning. He's like, this is something that like makes people afraid. Okay, this is something that makes people afraid. Something that makes Jews afraid. Okay. But ultimately, Norm Finkelstein is never going to fucking stand in opposition to an emancipatory slogan and be like, I'm not going to stand side by side with the Palestinian movement.
It's October 7th. It is exactly what they have felt. It is why Jewish students in our universities have felt
Yeah, I think what was his thing? From the river to the sea, one person, one vote.
safe. It is why Jewish students have felt that their schools did not have their backs and cared about them or their learning, because the people doing these protests use words that have meanings that are far more violent and horrific than they may have intended. But when you hear things like intifada, when you hear things like jihad.
Also, Kristen Gillibrand is not like an honest actor here. She is an AIPAC attack dog. So suck me if you ever take her seriously. Okay.
When you hear from the river to the sea, it is received as slaughter the Jews and destroy Israel. Period. It's how it's received. And if you talk to any group, you talk to our LGBTQ community, you talk to our Black community, you talk to our Hispanic community, there are words and there are imagery and there are things that are said that they will hear it.
She's like about to cry. Bro, this is also unironically, where did the jihad thing even come from? He never even said that ever. I know she made that up and then got mad about this made up thing. Like, there is never a moment where someone unironically uses jihad. Okay? Like in a sincere way, unless they're Arab and speaking Arabic and talking about their own personal struggle or something. Okay? Like, there's no world where someone says like jihad to imply the thing that like ISIS is doing, right? Like when I say it's white boy summer of jihad, I'm making a joke about the hysterics that are coming from racist ass right wingers. Okay? It's not meant sincerely. I'm not actually saying time to strap ourselves with fucking IEDs and blow up synagogues. Like, that's fucking psychotic. As a gay man, you give me mixed messaging, Hasan? What? I blame the whole fucking safe place shit that developed over the last 2 decades to enforce this whole hysteria instead of actually engaging in meaningful discourse to get to the heart of these issues. What do you mean I give you mixed messages? Oh, what? Because I said suck me if you take anything that Kirsten Gillibrand is saying here sincerely? Is that why?
And feel it as a dagger to their throat. And so if you want to be a leader, you have to recognize how these things are felt and received, and saying there should be no word police is irresponsible. Because as a leader, you have to protect everyone. Period.
One more thing before you go. For you as a member of
Hi,
I cannot believe this unimaginable David Duke level racism coming from a supposedly progressive Democratic senator from New York who had a direct phone conversation with Zohran Mamdani, by the way. Now that we saw Kirsten Gillibrand, again, a supposedly progressive New York senator, let's hear from Representative Andy Ogles from Tennessee's 5th Congressional District, a psychopathic right-wing Republican. With the congressional letterhead, mind you. Dear Attorney General Bondi, I write to request that the Department of Justice open an investigation into whether Zohran Kwame Mamdani, currently a candidate for mayor of New York City, should be subject to denaturalization proceedings under 8 U.S.C. 1451A on the grounds that he may have procured U.S. citizenship through willful misrepresentation or concealment of material support for terrorism. According to public reports, including a June 21st, 2025 New York Post article, Mr. Mamdani expressed open solidarity with individuals convicted of terrorism-related offenses prior to becoming a U.S. citizen. Specifically, he rapped, "Free the Holy Land 5, my guys." The Holy Land Foundation was convicted in 2008 for providing material support to Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization. Publicly praising the foundation's convicted leadership as my guys raises serious questions about whether Mamdani held affiliations or sympathies he failed to disclose during the naturalization process. While I understand that some may raise First Amendment concerns about taking legal action based on expressive conduct, such as rap lyrics, speech alone does not preclude accountability where it reasonably suggests underlying conduct relevant to eligibility for naturalization. If an individual publicly glorifies a group convicted of financing terrorism, it is entirely appropriate for federal authorities to inquire whether that individual engaged in non-public forms such as support, such as organizational affiliation and fundraising or advocacy that would have required disclosure on Form N-400 or during a naturalization interview. Moreover, Mr. Mamdani has recently refused opportunities to reject the pro-terrorist rallying cry to globalize the Intifada, a call to expand violent attacks on civilians to the United States and around the world. While political speech in isolation is not dispositive, in light of earlier expressions of admiration for individuals convicted of supporting terrorism, a troubling pattern emerges that warrants formal scrutiny. The naturalization process depends on the good faith disclosure of any affiliation with or support for groups that threaten U.S. national security. This literally happened to Ilhan Omar. Okay? They did this to Ilhan Omar. I remember, because I was one of the fucking lone voices that was defending Ilhan Omar at the time, alongside maybe like 4 or 5 congressional congresspersons at the time. The Democrats themselves also attacked Ilhan Omar. It's the same exact route. This person is Muslim. We have to find a way to pack them up. The naturalization process depends on the good faith disclosure of any affiliation or support for groups that threaten U.S. national security. If Mr. Mamdani concealed relevant associations, that concealment may constitute a material misrepresentation sufficient to support denaturalization under federal law. The federal government must uphold public trust by ensuring that citizenship is not granted under false pretenses. I respectfully urge the Department of Justice to determine whether Mr. Mamdani's conduct prior to naturalization warrants formal review under applicable law. This is the congressional letterhead. This is the real sentiment behind it. Zoran Little Mohammed Mamdani is an anti-Semitic socialist communist who will destroy the great city of New York. He needs to be deported, which is why I'm calling for him to be subject to denaturalization proceedings. Attaches my letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi. He just tweeted a new racist thing. Oh, he just said, deport Little Mohammed.
How many more New Yorkers not charged? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan? How many more New Yorkers will the judge not target?
This is Nazi shit. And if the Democrats don't fucking hold their nose and refuse to entertain AIPAC money for a fucking brief moment and do the right thing, they have to literally immediately get together and support Zoran Mamdani against these insanely Islamophobic attacks that he is receiving. This is a real fucking danger. Don't say Dems do the right thing, lol. Okay? They have to. Chatters are saying primary them. They won't do the right thing. It doesn't matter right now, okay? Because here is a moment where someone did primary them, and look at the fucking attacks he is receiving for the crime of primarying them. Do you not understand? I'm not saying don't primary Democrats. I want to primary this one specifically, Richie Torres. And I'm certain we will successfully unseat Richie Torres. Yeah, here's Andy Ogles. Yes, Michael Blake could actually take him out. You have to call Kirsten Gillibrand's office and demand an apology. Especially valuable if you are a constituent. Don't say anything crazy. Don't say anything fucked up. Don't say anything that will obviously sully the righteous cause that you have. Tell them that you heard the incredibly racist things that she said about a progressive New York politician after having a conversation with him even, and that as a constituent, you find that to be completely unacceptable and that she has to apologize and defend this progressive New York politician at a time when this progressive New York politician is receiving an unprecedented wave of racist attacks. Yeah, you can share her office number here. Here's a script for it, too. Senator Gillibrand just told Brian Lehrer that she needed more evidence to say whether or not Zohran Mamdani is affiliated with Hamas and or promotes violent jihad. Call our office right now to decry this unprecedented intra-party attack on the duly elected Democratic candidate for mayor of New York City. Here's the script. I am outraged by the senator's comments on Brian Lehrer's show that implied that Zohran Mamdani may be affiliated with Hamas, promoting violent jihad, and not committed to the safety of New Yorkers. This shocking and racist attack on a Democrat is stoking baseless fears and divisions, harming our democracy and making everyone less safe. Senator Gillibrand should be ashamed. I am a constituent. Please pass on my comments and take down my information. It's insane. He's already receiving Islamophobic death threats for a New York senator to come out in opposition and use the same vicious Islamophobic smears against him is completely unacceptable. This was the best. This was another incredible take. No, Mamdani won't enact a single anti-Jewish measure, but I don't even know that those would. I don't even know what those would be. But that's not the point. The point is that 400,000 of my neighbors don't care that he makes Jews feel unsafe. That's the real tragedy here. It's like the fucking Ayup Lovely tweet. It's like time for the daily dose of Jewish feelings. Like, what are we doing here, man? What do you mean? You're literally openly admitting that he's not constituting a threat, but the very fact that you feel he might should be heard? Like, what are you talking about? Fucking Lamau, we are in no danger, but we're really mad that you won't pretend we are. Do you not feel ashamed?
The amount of grotesque Islamophobia and racism coming from all corners when it comes to Zohran Mamdani's win. And the amount of hate and it just, I've honestly never seen anything like it this openly, okay? Lawmakers are retweeting shit calling him a parasite. They're all nonstop 9/11 tweets. Like, it's insane. And the Republicans are so openly racist about it. Like, not even hiding it, full Klan member, like not even pretending at all that they are not open fucking bigots, open fucking racists, okay? But then you have Democrats, silent. Nothing. Where's Jonathan Greenblatt now? Where's all the anti-hate people? Where are all the Democrats that love to weaponize identity politics? Where are you guys at? I never want to hear you hoes in the Democratic Party weaponize identity politics again. And I know you will, because it's the only thing that you really have going for you. But if there was ever a time to actually speak out because somebody's identity is under relentless attack, it would be now, and none of you are saying anything. None of you have condemned the disgusting disgusting attacks on Zoran. None of you have come out and been like, this is unacceptable. I'm not seeing people call for resignations. Imagine if somebody was talking this way about a Jewish person. Imagine if Brad Lander, who is Jewish, had won the primary and people were coming out and saying that it was the end of New York City. It was the end of Western civilization because now we have a parasite in charge. Can you imagine? It would never fucking happen because heads would roll, careers would be over, and rightfully so. The right wing is way too comfortable with being open white supremacists and open white nationalists, and I'm honestly a little bit shocked, but nonetheless, so fucking disgusted at the way that the liberals, the liberal establishment, the liberal ruling class, the Democratic Party, the way that they are just ignoring this, the way that they are not coming out and speaking out against this and even condemning it. Like, if this had been any other demographic, if they were saying this about a black person who had won, or even a gay person who...
What's crazy about this, for the record, what's crazy about this is that Zoran's position, that is the reason why so many people are freaking out over it, is the position of the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters. It's 80%. It's also the position of many Jews that are also Democratic voters. Many Jews who voted for Zoran directly. So these guys are trying to whip up a frenzy and a controversy over a deeply unpopular position, not realizing the secondary impact of this. Americans are broadly self-interested people. I'm willing to bet that a big part of the resentment towards Israel for a lot of Americans doesn't just come from the fact that we're giving all of our tax dollars to these guys and they just behave so arrogantly, but also from the fact that they see this kind of stuff and they go, the fuck? What is this? Like, I can't say it's ridiculous that Israel gets to kill like children on a daily basis without a bunch of people figuring out where I work and trying to fire me, or a bunch of people fucking coming in and trying to deplatform me. Like, what are you talking about? This censorship regime at the behest of Israel unironically breeds infinitely more resentment from Americans. Americans love free speech, okay? They love it. They love it. So when you try to take that away at the behest of a foreign country and its unjustifiable perma-violence campaign, Americans get negatively polarized towards both Israel and also Jews as well, because you're cynically using Jewish fear and Judaism as a way to drive home this point that is deeply fucking unpopular. That's part of the reason why I absolutely will stand by Brad Lander overall and the role that he played in the primary. And I hope that there are more outspoken Jews in positions of power, in positions of prominence, that will stand up and be like, look, man, I'm Jewish. You guys are being fucking insane. Because unfortunately, Americans don't understand, okay? If the only thing that the average non-Jewish American is hearing is that Jews are really scared about Zoran saying that, Israel shouldn't kill children, then that's the only thing that they learn. The only thing that they learn is this false association with Judaism and American Jews and Israel. Three thousand plus New Yorkers marched to Senator Gillibrand's office to demand she call for a ceasefire. As Americans, we aren't just observers in the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We are complicit. We must make it clear that New Yorkers don't stand for funding war crimes. That was in October 20th, 2023, by the way. I've been warning about this not only on the basis of humanity for Palestinians, obviously that's my primary directive here, but also on the secondary inevitability of explosive anti-Semitism due to this false conflation, due to this false association for 2 fucking years at this point. I mean, I've been doing that far before October 7 as well, but especially post October 7. This was a part of the warnings that this was a part of the warnings that I had in my Oxford speech as well. I keep repeating this over and over again, but this is akin to having like prominent Muslims on national television during the war on terror running around and being like, or under the Obama administration being like, actually, ISIS represents true Islam, and if you hate ISIS, you hate Islam. You're being Islamophobic. And then having advocacy groups set around this policy that conflates all Muslims with ISIS. That's what it's like when people run around and say, no, I'm a Jew and I'm scared and I love Israel, and all this like mean words about Israel is actually very scary, and people should stop doing it, and they should stop saying mean things about Israel because it makes me feel bad. It's the exact same. And ironically enough, that was the false association with Islam, that ISIS was basically represented Al-Qaeda and other Salafist groups that we funded, that we armed, ironically enough, and we trained and we radicalized, ironically enough, were falsely associated with the entirety of the religion. So it's additionally shocking to me to watch American Jews do that to themselves, thinking that this is going to be a position that is defensible at a time when there's unprecedented enmity for obvious fucking reasons against Israel. Being afraid of the word intifada, boohoo, cracker, I don't care. Oh, this was him shitting on Brad Lander, ironically enough. This was Noah shitting on Brad Lander.
State Assembly.
Who had won. There would be calls for resignations, there would be outrage. But they are going out balls to the fucking wall saying the most heinous shit you've ever heard about Zoran, and the Democrats are nowhere to be found. This is like, I hate the word microaggression because I feel like it's just so fucking cringe and people overuse it all the time, just like when someone says something they don't like. But man, if this is how it actually works. Republicans are like open Klan members, like open white supremacists saying just the most heinous shit, talking about how it's the end of the West. And then you have Democrats letting it slide, ignoring it, silently okaying it, and doing microaggressive racism. Like, but Zoran, are Jews gonna feel safe with you in charge? I've seen even some so-called liberals being like, are we gonna have Sharia law? People like Charlie Kirk and Marjorie Taylor Greene are literally retweeting photos of the Statue of Liberty in a burqa. Honestly, I shouldn't be shocked. I know that people are Islamophobic and racist. I guess where I'm just like a little surprised is that Democrats make it their fucking brand to be like, we love diversity and we celebrate different identities and we pay attention to microaggressions and we're anti-racist and blah, 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 blah. But then when it comes to one of the most vicious, racist, Islamophobic smear campaigns I have ever seen in public life, They've greenlit it. They've greenlit it. They're not even condemning it, which would be the bare fucking minimum. This is fucking unacceptable. It is unacceptable. At the very least, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and other leaders in the party need to come out and forcefully condemn it instead of just ignoring it or kind of low-key greenlight and agreeing with it. I, for one, though, am never gonna let you bitches get away with doing your little identity politics tap dance, though. I know you're gonna try to do it in 2026, and I know you're gonna try to do it in 2028. But some of us are gonna fucking remember, and we're gonna remember that Gavin Newsom went on the white nationalist Charlie Kirk podcast and sat there and glazed him and told him about how his son loves his podcast. And Charlie Kirk has been one of the most openly Islamophobic, bigoted, vicious racists that we have seen be that open about it in probably the last 20 years. So, and Democrats had nothing to say about it. Liberals had nothing to say about it. I didn't see any of you condemning Gavin Newsom. So when you guys try to go refuel that, the gas is gonna be fucking empty.
Here's CNN having a panel discussing the wave of Islamophobic attacks launched by prominent MAGA figures against Zohran Mamdani and Jamal Bowman. It actually boggles my mind that unironically Democrats would join in on this. Like, yes, my expectation from Democrats is to maybe stand on the side and be quiet or something. You know what I mean? And cynically not say anything. But the fact that they would also take on the mantle and try to hit that same angle themselves using the same terminology as Marjorie Taylor Greene. Fuck me, dude. Yeah. In the media, this is the only Jewish voter who exists. Yeah, they didn't even let it fucking sit a little bit. They didn't even find something that's like maybe even like an edge case or something that they could fucking that they could jump on board with.
Zohran Mamdani delivered that major upset in the New York City mayoral race. MAGA World responded with an onslaught of racist and Islamophobic attacks against him. Ultra-right-wing influencers like Laura Loomer and Charlie Kirk tried to tie him to a new 9/11. We're also hearing from elected lawmakers like Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who invoked 9/11, while her GOP colleague Marjorie Taylor Greene posted this doctored image of the Statue of Liberty. And
Do we have the actual OG video instead of this? Because this is like kind of low quality, unfortunately.
And Trump advisor Stephen Miller. Well,
This is 1p. We need at least, I would like it if we could get 1080p instead of 1p, you know what I mean? Ten years ago, when a conservative said the N-word, they would just say, oops, I took a pill and didn't mean it. Now we have Dems being open Hitlerites. I clicked on the settings gear. It didn't work. Yeah, we're going to need about 1,079 more P for this.
New Yorker. I'm proud to be Jewish. I'm proud to support Zohran Mamdani for New York City's next mayor. I really like Zohran Mamdani. I like his vision for New York. I like that he has fresh ideas. I like that he cares about affordability, which honestly I think for me is the biggest issue in the city right now. I also love that he's willing to stand up to the Trump administration's agenda. I saw the video he did where he was responding to Tom Homan.
How many more New Yorkers will you detain? How many more New Yorkers without time?
And I was inspired. He has the kind of courage that I think New York needs. I'm Jewish. I'm proud to be Jewish. I support Palestinian
Well, clearly she's Hamas.
rights, period. I think it's important. We're all humans, and we need to start acting like it.
He wouldn't quite say that he supports Israel as a Jewish homeland or a Jewish state.
Neither do I. I support equality. Anybody from any religion should be free to live anywhere on earth that they want to. I think it's not about countries. I think people have a right to exist.
Of course, but
Look
do
at
you
that.
think that those things are mutually exclusive?
Bro, look at it. Like, what are you doing? Yo, this is, I suspect, once again, a Christian Zionist reporter literally trying to actively outflank a Jewish voter of Zoran to turn around and be like, whoa, hold on. You don't want a Jewish ethno-state in Israel? Wait. Don't you think that the Holocaust could happen any moment now?
Aren't there tons of people who support?
Like, you're a fucking reporter. What is, your job isn't to convert people, okay, to your cause. You know what I mean? Like, what is this? What the fuck's going on here? Your job is to report. Your job is to get the voter's perspective here. What is this extra shit? Don't you feel like you should feel less safe as a Jew? Zoran is Muslim. Have you noticed how Muslim he is? Shouldn't you be terrified about his Islamic style violence?
Support Israel as a Jewish homeland who also believe that the Palestinians should have equal rights?
Sure, there's lots of different ways to look at the issue. Personally, I feel that equality is equality, and right now what we're seeing, is genocide and apartheid. I'm not ranking Andrew Cuomo. The fact that he's accepting large donations from Trump's backers really concerns me. I think that says a lot about his potential to be independent. I think some of the other candidates in this race, sure, they have experience, but some of that experience is experience being corrupt.
Do you think that it's Cuomo's to lose?
Almost to lose. Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Who else are you ranking on your ballot?
So I haven't picked an order yet, but right now I'm thinking about Michael Blake, Brad Lander, Adrian Adams, and Zelnor Myrie as my other four. And I feel totally comfortable with any of them being our next mayor.
Amazing.
Give us some.
This is something that is occurring with the tacit permission of New York law. The Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City spoke with Cynthia Nixon last year about his bill to ban tax breaks for charities violating international law in Israel.
Of the maybe more shocking or surprising things that this New York subsidized funding is going toward, and things that might surprise people watching this or might.
This is like that one CNN reporter with a glass that reports on Nazis and asks them things like, don't you think being a Nazi is a little bad? Yeah, except the difference is being a Nazi is bad. And it's not just a little bad, it's big bad. Whereas it's good to oppose Israel. It's good to oppose Israel's unjustifiable illegal practice of apartheid. It's good to oppose Israel's illegal and unjustifiable practice of genocide. So El Reeve is the former Vice, now CNN reporter who does those things. But it would be like, like the equivalent situation would be if she went to a Hasbarist or like someone who's like a Kahanist and was like, don't you think it's a little bad that you are a Jewish supremacist Nazi? Like, you know? It's the same. It's literally one-to-one identical, by the way. There is no difference between a Kahanist, a pro-Israel person, and a fucking pro-Nazi, okay? There's no difference. I guess the only major difference is one is happening right now versus one is doing a historical callback and wants it to happen again.
Might even perhaps surprise people who are donating to those said charities.
Yes, I think there are sadly too many examples, and I can begin with one charity that is based on Long Island, known as the One Israel Fund. And over just a few months, they raised more than $2 million, typically the amount of money they would raise in an entire year. But they managed to do that in just 60 to 90 days. And they raised that money for thermal drones and surveillance cameras for settlers. And in a video that they released, one of the individuals who was thanking this charity by name, the One Israel Fund, for a drone, is the same individual that has been named in President Biden's sanction of violent settlers. So we have the president saying this is somebody who should be facing the full accountability of American law. And then the refusal to apply that to state law means that same person is benefiting from tax-exempt status being bestowed upon this organization. We have other charities registered in New York, like Israel Gives, a crowdfunding platform that allows people to donate with tax deduction to the Israeli military, including units that are currently serving in Gaza, carrying out a genocide. And this is something that is all occurring with the tacit permission of New York law. And I would say the most stunning example, though, comes from a charity that is raising money for pistol to rifle converters to send to settlers, to take a weapon that could already take someone's life and enhance its capabilities. And these are not intellectual fears that we have. These are ones that are applied on a day-to-day basis, where hundreds of Palestinians have been killed by the military and Israeli settlers over the last few months. And some of them will likely be killed by weapons that we in New York have facilitated the sending of.
Like, of course, you have no way of arguing against that. Right? You have no fucking way of arguing against that. And that is precisely the reason why, if you're pro-Israel, you never want to argue against that. You want to argue against anti-Semitism. You want to say it's simply anti-Semitic that Zoran, scary Muslim, wants to fucking defund synagogues. He wants to rip away funding from Jewish organizations like, Jewish ambulance, Jewish healthcare organizations, things like that. How fucked up, how insane is that? That's crazy that Zoran wants to do this deeply anti-Semitic thing. And that's precisely the reason why the conversation is kept on those boundaries. Because if you actually scratch the surface and look a little bit deeper into what the fuck is actually going on, like what this bill actually is about, you're like, oh, that's indefensible. Jewish ambulance? Yes, dude. There are Jewish ambulance services. Yes. Wouldn't you say it's actually kind of worse than the Nazis because of the settler dynamic? It's not like the regular German citizens were going out and hunting Jewish people. No, there were. What are you talking about? There absolutely were. No, that's why I say it's identical. So yes, they absolutely did. No, they were doing that too, brother. Okay. There is no, like, it's not, by the numbers, it's not worse than the Holocaust yet. Okay? Yet. And it's not the same as the Holocaust, literally. But I have no fears of considering the scale of the atrocities and the type of atrocity that this is to be quite similar in its systematic processes to the Holocaust. It is mechanized, but not mechanized in the way where you're literally putting Palestinians into concentration camps and then killing them in gas chambers. But it is still industrialized in its scale, in its magnitude, in the way that it is being dished out. Instead of furnaces and gas chambers, you have killing fields, you have drones, you have steady aerial bombing campaigns, you have tanks. Food shortages and famine, like artificially created famine. The utilization of aid, like using perfidy, which is illegal, using aid as a mechanism to dish out more violence. After starving this mostly children population, okay? After starving this majority minor population, depriving them of food and necessary health care, after you have collapsed their entire healthcare infrastructure, you now dangle aid in front of them, and every day they go there, they trek for miles, and then you fucking kill them, sometimes with tanks, other times with sniper rifles. That is what is going on right now. And even in that process, you still have resistance forces that end up killing some of these Israeli occupying force diaper brigade terrorists. It's crazy. They've been lacing the food aid with oxycodone, apparently. Wait, what? I don't know how valid this is. Israel's reported been smuggling it through bags of flour provided as aid. Wait, what? I don't know. I don't know if there's enough evidence for this yet. I mean, I don't know. Grains found in sacks, sack of flour stolen in Hanyons yesterday. Following follow-up, apparently these cereals whisper the mind, the resemblance of the soil. Careful, careful. Omar Haddad, the pharmacist, says, Abdullah says he found drugs inside of a sack of flour. I'll look this up. I mean, we'll investigate this further, but there is no, I wouldn't say this is a firm confirmation yet. But Omar Haddad is a pharmacist in Gaza. I've seen some of his videos. For those asking about the source, it is the anti-drug committee in Gaza. Many citizens have found these drugs, and I saw them with my own eyes in the flour sacks. There's a doctor named Khalil Abu Nada who wrote a full report on the issue. Is it confirmed? Please don't share misinformation. This is unconfirmed as of now. Okay, calm down. It's all right to look at new information as it comes in. I'm not saying that I'm taking this at face value. Okay? All right, let's get back to this.
After State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani delivered that major upset in the New York City mayoral race, MAGA World responded with an onslaught of racist and Islamophobic attacks against him. Ultra-right-wing influencers like Laura Loomer and Charlie Kirk tried to tie him to a new 9/11. We're also hearing from elected lawmakers like Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who invoked 9/11, while her GOP colleague, Marjorie Taylor Greene, posted this doctored image of the Statue of Liberty. And Trump advisor Stephen Miller, well, he mentioned a failure to, quote, control migration. He says that this is the reason why we have Zoran Mamdani as likely the Democratic primary winner. I think the question for me about this is, will this all just backfire?
How does that not set you off, brother? Don't share misinformation after you said it over and over again that it wasn't confirmed. It's fine. People are being overly careful. It's okay.
I think this is just one of another example of a trend of the Trump administration and his proxies othering people with their language, right? You saw Vice President call Senator Padilla Jose Padilla intentionally. You saw President Trump has previously asked Asian staffers, where are you really from? Matt Walsh, another proxy for President Trump, made an implication that because a significant percentage of people in New York are foreign-born, that it's not an American city anymore. This is an administration that has vilified the word diversity. So for some reason, this administration has forgotten that the bedrock of our society is immigration and new Americans. It's not just multi-general Americans. It's everybody coming together to make the diversity of our country special. And this dog whistle and this signaling is candidly disgusting and has no place in America.
Mamdani was on MSNBC tonight, and he actually responded to some of this. Listen.
It's sad in that in one sense it's unsurprising, and in another it is still deeply disappointing to see what politics has become in this moment. To have to deal with regular death threats where I'm told that someone is going to blow up my car and is going to kill me and my family and the people that I love.
I mean, frankly, it's like, okay, you disagree with his policies, Why is it that the number one line of attack against him on the right is that he's Muslim?
I don't know if that is number one attack, Abby. I mean, I think in our conversation tonight, we've been focused pretty much on the policy.
I mean, you have. I'm not talking about you. Look, you're invited to this table. I'm talking about the people who, as we just showed, that is what they say. He's a Muslim. He's an immigrant. This is what makes him unacceptable.
I'm not going to sit here and condone it, Abby. I think the reality, though, is
condemn it.
Yeah, sure. But I think there's performative artists on both sides, in both sides of politics today, and is
yeah. Go ahead, explain to me what's happening on the other side. What, calling racist senators racist, for example? Is that what the other side is? You know, it's both sides. Like my side is saying that a Muslim mayor that has openly stated his position as literally the fucking most popular position you can arrive at in American politics at the moment, which is that Israel needs to stop doing a genocide. I'm going to cynically claim that actually is an indication that he is a anti-Semitic, scary anti-Semitic terrorist who wants to fucking kill all Jews and maybe even kill all Americans. Okay? And then if you turn around and say, hey, man, that's kind of racist. What the fuck are you doing? Well, you're smearing me too.
as intolerable as some of the rhetoric is, the reality is that the last two assassination attempts on Donald Trump were from leftists. Assassination attempt on Brett Kavanaugh was from leftists.
What? Dog. Both were either registered Republicans or former Trump voters. Ryan Ruth, sure, he wasn't. He was a NATO voter for sure. He was just the one singular NATO voter at the time of the assassination. Still a former Trump supporter, okay?
So
the other dude was a registered Republican. Sorry. Sucks that, like, your guy, your side is so fucking violent and so belligerent that sometimes they even end up doing violence to you.
The rhetoric on the right, but it seems...
And also, rhetoric on the right, bitch, you fucking bald bitch. Rhetoric on the right, a fucking psychopathic right-wing Christian fascist mercenary literally went to the homes of numerous Democratic Party politicians in the state of Minnesota and assassinated one of the Democratic politicians and her husband, and then tried to assassinate another one and his wife. That happened literally like a week ago. What do you mean? And he had a list of killing even more Democratic the politicians in the state.
It's like it's always focused on the right. and actually not focus on the actions on the left.
Yo, 2 elected officials in Minnesota were killed. They were Democrats. That wasn't an assassination
and I
attempt.
think
They were killed.
They were killed. And
Hold on, let me
still
finish.
A question about the motive of the person who did it.
These were 2.
You have a question about the motive of the person who did it? He had a fucking hit list of all Democrats. He was a fucking evangelical sociopath. His fucking roommate literally said he loves Donald Trump. He would get mad if he heard that he wasn't a fucking Donald Trump fan. He had a list of over 50 Democrats, man. What do you mean you need more motive than that? Like, the fact that this is even entertained, the fact that this statement that is so fucking open and shut, like this issue is so open and shut, like the audacity of Republicans to even entertain this insane notion, like the reverse of the events that unfolded not that fucking long ago. Oh my God.
2 Democratic elected officials in Minnesota who were killed. The Tree of Life synagogue shooting, killed. Christchurch, New Zealand, slaughtered. AME Church in South Carolina. On and on and on.
Catholic.
What the fuck? This scared the shit out of me, dude. Where the fuck did this come from? What is this?
Original sin and its disease of hate and racism towards black and brown people and sexism towards women and anti-LGBTQ sentiment. We are not dealing with that. Your colleagues in the Republican Party do not hold each other accountable when it comes to the racism that comes from the party on a consistent basis.
Congressman, I mean, where are you on
You
the
can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why heart disease...
I'm white, I can't comment
Listen
on
to
that?
what I'm saying. The reason why heart disease and cancer and
racist
obesity
to suggest I
and
can't comment on
diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly every day. If your colleagues would listen and try to learn and engage and grow and stop being so hateful, we could have a better country.
Jamal,
but unfortunately, we're still here.
Jamal,
the hate's coming from one side.
Jamal, I feel your passion, and I understand where you're coming from, sincerely. I really, really do. It happens on both sides, Jamal. You might,
Oh my fucking
think it happens
God.
more on your side. Jamal.
I wish dude, this is this hard cut is crazy. Whoever uploaded this video did a crazy thing.
Abner Louima, Eric Gardner, Trayvon Martin, black cops in Memphis. It's not the same. And I don't want to qualify or quantify pain. That's not what I'm talking about. Everyone goes through pain. But the racism in this country is the disease that will destroy us. And it's destroying us right now as we speak.
You're a divided
January
country,
6th,
100%.
everybody was pardoned. Everybody's pardoned. Riots in LA, they're insurrectionists. But we pardoned everyone January 6th.
So, Congressman,
this
I was
is
there
America.
January 6th. I was evacuated January 6th. That was not a racist incident. I don't know why you're making that
My
connection.
man was walking through the Capitol with a
I was
Confederate
there.
flag.
I was evacuated, Congressman.
What does the Confederate flag represent?
Come on, Congressman.
This hard cut is so funny. Okay, wait, hold on.
Watch the images that come up with black people hanging from trees and white people looking and eating sandwiches. This is America. Are we going to deal with it or not? Why are you in denial?
Stop it. I'm not saying
Let me let
America's
Mark
the only
respond.
nation that actually fought among itself to free slaves.
So, I mean, but what are you suggesting, Mark? I mean, I think...
What?
Listen.
Wait, what?
Stop it. I'm not saying...
Let me let
America's
Mark
the only
respond.
nation that actually fought among itself to free slaves.
Okay. What does it... That's not answering the question about what does the Confederate flag mean. You should be on his side getting angry at the fact that there are still people who hold on to this fucking loser-ass, insurrectionist, terrorist-ass flag for a movement that wanted to purchase black humans and continue the purchase and sale of black people. Yeah, America also, I don't know if you know this, but fought hard to keep slavery going. And that's what the Confederate flag represents.
So, I mean, but what are you suggesting, Mark? I mean, I think, listen, I don't think it's helpful to be in a sort of pain Olympic.
Like, what's really funny about this is that, yeah, a lot of other countries that engaged in the slave trade stopped doing it without a fucking civil war, okay? This doesn't make them more admirable, but it just shows the unique depravity of Americans. Like, hello? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, dude. There are countries that were like, yeah, man, we can't sustain this. Obviously, Haiti is an exception. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Around this stuff, right? However, I think it is both true that there is a lot of racist violence in this country today, political violence in this country today. The political violence does sometimes target people on the left, sometimes it targets people on the right.
The only reason right-wing extremists aren't responsible for a greater percentage of deaths in the past decade is because of extremists acting irresponsible for radical Islamist ideology. We consider only left and right-wing extremists in the past decade. 95% of deaths tracked by the ADL are a function of right-wing extremists. 10 of the deaths that occurred in 2022 occurred at the mass shooting at the grocery store in a black neighborhood of Buffalo. This comports with a recent pattern according to the ADL. By the way, the ADL, oh man, the ADL cooked themselves with this one. Attacks by right-wing extremists were primarily driven by white supremacist attacks against racial and religious minorities. Yeah. Murders connected to political extremism by type: white supremacy and anti-government, other right-wing, Islamist, left-wing, other. Source ADL, by the way. Grain of salt, grain of salt. The overwhelming majority of domestic terror incidents before and after 9/11 have always been at the hands of right-wing anti-government extremists, okay? Like, 9/11 is the exception, and it's not even domestic terror, it's foreign terror. Ironically enough, one could very easily, maybe one such as myself has very famously and very easily made the argument that those were our boys too. They were right-wing extremists that we trained, sometimes on U.S. soil, as a matter of fact. You know, that famous fucking statement that I made that everyone is seemingly trying to be like, oh, I'm so offended that this person said this thing that, like, most people would understand if given the additional context.
My point is that it seems like we can constantly focus on the rhetoric on the right when there have been significant actions of assassination attempts against Republican
I mean, I heard you say that, but I think
coverage.
his point was, you're saying that it's about rhetoric on the right. He is saying that there has actually been violence on the right, and you cannot minimize it to just rhetoric when we've seen the violence. That's the point that he's trying to make.
We need to hold elected officials and people in public office.
Islamism is literally a right-wing conservative ideology. How do they defend it? It's not even like Islamism. It's a very specific branch of this, okay? It's a specific branch of Salafist, right-wing fundamentalist version of Islam that the overwhelming majority of Muslims do not even fucking abide by, and as a matter of fact, are entirely antagonistic to. Especially because they fucking, like, there is not a single Muslim in the region that isn't directly associated with ISIS that likes ISIS. Why the fuck would they like ISIS? ISIS kills them. ISIS kills more Muslims than they do non-Muslims. Not only that, but also ISIS is a valuable ally to Israel.
Office to a different standard, right? They have a bigger bully pulpit. And what we see, like, for example, let's talk about what's happening with ICE right now, all over the country, a lot of it in LA. You know, there's hundreds of thousands, over 1 million white people who've overstayed their visa and are here undocumented. But I don't see ICE going to where the Russians are in North Miami Beach. I see them going to the Home Depots. I see them going to the farms. I see them going to the places where hardworking Latino.
Yeah, they're going after Iranians now too. Like they literally packed up. They went and they arrested like a fucking, what, like 60-year-old Iranian grandmother gardening that was here with the full knowledge of ICE, because a lot of these immigrants that come into the country that can't attain citizenship are still in legal limbo, okay? They are deliberately kept that way, for the record, but they're actually here with the full knowledge of ICE. Like they check in with the proper authorities with regular frequency. This grandma was here for 50 fucking years, bro. This Iranian grandmother was here for like 50 plus years. The government knows exactly where she lives. She is routinely doing the paperwork to stay. How is ISIS an Israel asset? Just asking why ISIS is valuable to Israel. I don't know. Google ISIS Israel to find out more. ISIS was against the Assad regime in Syria. Okay? I mean, the easiest question is, who's the main target of ISIS? When has ISIS actually attacked Israel? Israel itself has also openly admitted to offer, al-Nusra. Google al-Nusra Israel to find out more. Israel itself has offered medical aid to al-Nusra fighters from Syria. Israel has even personally apologized for fucking accidentally striking ISIS fighters in the past. ISIS members that were struck were then treated in Israeli hospitals. Israel's also offered weapons to ISIS fighters. Yeah, dude, 50,000 fighters are Israel actors. You're right. What do you mean? Why does this upset you so much? Does it offend you that Israel is currently utilizing an ISIS affiliate drug cartel in Gaza right now as the primary force against Hamas? Does that scare you? Like learning the truth, does that offend your sensibilities? Is that what it is? Because I'm 100% right. So there's got to be something up here that makes you angry and resentful when you hear this. What? They can provide them with weapons, etc., but they're not just Israel. No, they're a proxy of Israeli interest. They're not just Israel pawns. What does pawns mean? What is he trying to say? Pawns? Because they are. What is this? Israeli website claims ISIS commander revealed as Mossad agent. Israel just takes advantage of that Sunni Shia hatred. That's crazy. That's really interesting. What religious sect is Hamas again? It almost feels like there's a fuck ton of Sunni militancy in the region that isn't ISIS, including in occupied Palestinian territory. So I'm a little confused by this. I actually don't know. Hamas and the Palestinian population is Sunni. They're not Shia. Israel just takes advantage of that Sunni Shia hatred is fucking bullshit. They think you're saying every member of ISIS is a Mossad agent? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But ISIS is an Israel proxy in the region. It is not an accident. The things that I just described to you, the factually correct information, I don't blame Sunni Muslims at all, but Sunni from Iraq have been victims that Iran made. That's why they join ISIS. You think the broad majority of ISIS fighters joined ISIS because of Iranian violence? Check it out. Ask them. No, the broad majority. Like the fact that America's invasion of Iraq did not actually contribute to the destabilization of Iraq. You think it was Iran that did this? Iran is the reason. Like, Iran did play a role in Iraq alongside the United States of America, as a matter of fact. Iran was giving strike targets to American intelligence. The one time ISIS attacked Israel, it apologized. Ex-defense minister says ISIS apologized to Israel for a November clash. Moshe Ya'alon's office refused to elaborate after alluding to contact with terror group. Former defense minister Moshe Ya'alon on Saturday said the Islamic State terrorist group in the Syrian Golan Heights apologized for attacking Israeli unit. There was one case recently where Daesh opened fire and apologized, Ya'alon said, using the terror group's Arabic name. This was an apparent reference to a clash that took place near the Syrian border last November, in which IDF troops exchanged fire with members of the Islamic State affiliate. After a brief gun battle, the Israeli military attacked the terrorist group with airstrikes and tank fire, killing 4 of them. Israel and much of the Western world considers the Islamic State affiliate in the Syrian Golan Heights, known as Khalid ibn al-Walid Army, to be a terrorist group. Communication with them is technically illegal under Israeli law, constituting contact with an enemy agent. Ya'alon was speaking at an event in the northern city of Afula. He was interviewed on stage by Eli Levy, a Channel 10 news correspondent. Isn't ISIS a U.S. proxy that Israel also supports? Yes. And because America cannot directly fund ISIS, they fund it through NATO allies in the region. His comment about the Islamic State's apology was made as a part of a broader point about Israel's policy for Syria, which is largely non-interventionist. Such as Turkey, and Israel. Ironically enough, Israel and Turkey. There is a literal former Al-Qaeda commander that is now in charge of Syria. And now that former Al-Qaeda commander, after shaving pieces of his beard a little bit and putting on a suit, is going to be playing a formative role in the second Abraham Accords that's taking place. Does this not strike anyone as odd? Does this not even remotely make anyone interested in the background of how ISIS has worked in the region? What are we talking about? We'll go with the Iraqi guy says above. What? The same shit I'm saying. All I'm saying is that you're getting Iranian violence out of ISIS equation. It feels unfair to Sunni Muslim victims and rebels from Iraq. Are you fucking trying to defend ISIS right now? What the fuck is going on? I am Iraqi. The reception of ISIS in Iraqi West was positive at the start because the government was basically terrorizing Sunnis, and the government of Iraq at the time was extremely oppressive to Sunnis, and that directly came from the failure of rebuilding and fear-mongering that happened after 2003. That guy is not saying what you're saying, dumbass. That guy is describing America's fucking destabilization efforts in the region, even though there were prior instances of violence against Sunni populations in Iraq. The major, like ISIS's formation is a direct consequence of America's destabilization in Iraq. What are we doing? Here's direct proof. Saving their sworn enemy. Heart-stopping footage shows Israeli commandos rescuing wounded men from Syrian war zone. But why are they risking their lives for Islamic militants? Elite Israeli troops rescued wounded Syrians from the world's worst war almost every night. They have saved more than 2,000 people since 2013 at a cost of 50 million shekels. Many are enemies of Israel, and some may even be fighters for groups affiliated to Al-Qaeda. Mail Online embedded with Israeli commandos stationed on the border between Israel and Syria. Dramatic video filmed by Mail Online and the Israeli army shows that these operations taking place. Israel says that the operation is purely humanitarian, but analysts believe Israel also has strategic reasons. Like, I can't believe we're taking this like major sidestep here. It's so fucking stupid. Especially as it pertains to Syria. Virtually every group, including warring factions, are all still either directly or indirectly supported by America. Sometimes by way of Israel, in other instances by way of Turkey, and this also, yes, includes ISIS. America, for example, supports the Kurdish militancy in the region. America also is a primary supporter of Turkey, which constantly fights against the Kurdish militancy in the region. Turkey also directly fights against the Kurdish militancy in the region with its own Turkish military. Turkey also funds and offers training to different factions that are also Salafists, maybe not directly ISIS, okay, but also incredibly fucking radical fundamentalists. We talk about like decapitation videos and stuff like that. People that do shit like that, including but not limited to HTS, which is run by Jolani, a former leader of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, who now is the leader of Syria. Anyway. Trump, guys like Schumer, our great Palestinian senator. This guy, no, he's changed. He used to like Jewish people. Now he's totally against Jewish people.
It is crazy, and it's so demeaning, and they don't want to change. I see it the other day. Guys like Schumer, our great Palestinian senator, this guy, no, he's changed. He used to like Jewish people. Now he's totally against Jewish people. It's the most incredible transformation I think I've ever seen. In 14 seconds, it is crazy, and it's so demeaning, and they don't want to change. I see hundreds of things.
This is Big Beautiful Bill, which we'll get to in a second. All right, we covered this. Do Turkish shouters get mad when you point stuff out? Yes, very mad. Anyway, Eric Adams launches re-election campaign, accuses Mamdani of anti-Semitism.
Overshadowed by so many external things, particularly lawfare. I went through 15 months of just constant beating, but yet I'm still here. The resiliency of a New Yorker.
The New York City mayor's race is heating up. A few hours from now, Eric Adams will formally launch his re-election campaign as an independent. He's taking on Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani in November and wasting no time in calling him a complete phony. So things are just heating up. Brian Yanis has more. It's going to be a race for the ages, Brian.
Yeah, it really is, Dana. And Mayor Eric Adams isn't just calling Zoran Mamdani a phony. He's calling him anti-Semitic. In fact, end anti-Semitism is a cornerstone of the Adams re-election campaign that he is launching today as an independent. Now, some Jewish New York City...
That's so funny. I love this because Eric Adams is hilarious. And he's also a huge clown. And the fact that he's running on the end anti-Semitism ticket makes things even funnier because he not only just did a fucking thing with Sneeko, okay, who is a Holocaust denier. He did like a collaboration with Sneeko and Amber Rose. He did this like stream with them. But on top of that, hold on, where was I? What was I going to show? Oh. Eric Adams is accidentally also miscalculated in the same exact way that Andrew Cuomo did, constantly fucking talking about anti-Semitism and cynically weaponizing anti-Semitism against Zoran Mamdani at a time when a lot of voters understand when you say that, you just simply mean this person is anti-Israel, and that is a very popular position. So every moment that you talk about fucking anti-Semitism is another moment where you're not actually launching a decent enough attack against Zoran that could be more tangible, more successful. So yeah, keep going. This was amazing. Yeah, when Eric Adams visited the Western Wall in Jerusalem and he had his hustle bracelet on. I love him. I just, it's hard not to love him. I'm sorry. I mean, he's a fucking freak, but stop giving them advice. It doesn't matter. They're not going to stop. They're so horny on this. Like, they're so echo chambered. This advice is never going to reach them, okay?
City voters have expressed concerns, anti-Semitism concerns about Mamdani for refusing to condemn the term globalize the Intifada, supporting anti-Israel protests, refusing to identify Israel as a Jewish state, and for calling for the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. Mamdani says he's not anti-Semitic, but Adams says otherwise.
I think that the Jewish community should be concerned. It's problematic when you have a socialist who is displaying anti-Semitic views to be able to run and be elected in New York City.
We cannot simply...
He's so fucking cooked. He's so cooked. If this is his only angle of attack against Zoran, he is absolutely cooked.
Say that anti-Semitism has no home in this city or no place in this country. We have to do more than talk about it. We have to tackle it. On Truth Social, President Trump weighed in, encouraging Democrats to elevate progressives like Mamdani in their party. Quote, the Democrats should nominate low IQ candidate Jasmine Crockett for president. AOC should be respectively vice president, and 3 high-level members of the cabinet added together with our future communist mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani, and our country is really screwed. Now, the Democratic Party appears to be grappling with what to do next. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who is Jewish, and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries congratulated Mamdani, but stopped short of endorsing him and promised to meet him. Prominent Democratic Jewish leader Senator Bernie Sanders and New York Congressman Jerry Nadler, though, have endorsed the assemblyman. Sanders says Mamdani is the future of the party. Nadler compared him to President Obama. The New York Post reports this morning former Governor Andrew Cuomo will drop out of the mayor's race. Wealthy Democratic donors are reportedly now rallying, Dana, behind Adams, seen as, I guess, their last great hope to protect New York City, defend it from socialism, and perhaps even defend the country from socialism after Mamdani says he thinks his policies could work and be successful nationwide.
It's a fascinating discussion, and it's just getting going. Thank you, Brian.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Let me tell you something. This is a city not of socialism.
Oh, that's awesome. New York City is not the Moscow of America. And it's certainly not the Beijing of America. New York City is not the Pyongyang or Havana of America. I've never said New York City is any of these things. It is the Istanbul of America.
No. I've been to socialist countries. This is a city where you could come as a
Where has he been?
dishwasher and you can own a chain of restaurants. This is a city where you can be a cab driver and then become a doctor. This
is a city where small businesses open and then 9/11 happens any moment. Remember when he said that? He's like, New York, anything can happen at any moment. One moment there's a small business opening. Next moment, 9/11.
When you look at the totality of the year, if you had to describe it, and it's tough to do, in one word, what would that word be, and tell me why?
New York. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. This is a...
Come on, how do you not love this guy, bro? He is fucking insane. I'm going to run it back. Okay, look. This is New York.
You wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. This is a very, very complicated city, and that's why it's the greatest city on the globe.
He's awesome. This answer is so funny that people don't even notice the response he gives to one word to describe New York is New York. Alex Press, #1 booster for Eric Adams. Once again. New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. 9/11s every day. And small businesses opening. Oh, he's so awesome. Yeah. All right, let's
This is a city where you could go from homelessness to building housing. This is a city where you could be a young person projected, and eventually to be elected to be the mayor of the city of New York.
He's talking about himself. I know, baby F, calm down, cool it, cool your jets, cool your goddamn jets. It's fine. It was like for a second, okay?
New York. This is the type of city we're in. This is not a city where you use idealism to state you're giving everything to everyone for free. There's no dignity in someone giving you everything for free. There's dignity in giving you a job so you can provide for your family and the opportunities that you deserve. So this is not a city of handouts. This is a city of hands up. We're going to lift up the city of New York. And this election is a real choice. This election is a choice.
It's so funny to be like, I have the track record of running this city, and part of the reason why you're not going to be a 2-term mayor is because you ran the city to the fucking ground. He is an immensely unpopular candidate. Not only was he already immensely unpopular, he also was tremendously corrupt. And that corruption in and of itself was weaponized by the Trump administration. It's so awesome. So him going like, I have the experience of running a city, I've already proven it. It's like, well, your track record sucks. There was no cheers when he said we don't want everything for free. They're switching votes. Yeah.
Between a candidate with a blue collar and one with a silver spoon. A choice between dirty fingernails and manicured nails. A choice between someone who delivered lower
He has such a good way with words. I love him.
crime, the most jobs in history, and the most new housing built in decades, and an assembly member who did not pass a bill. None. It's a choice. Selection is a choice between real progress and empty promises.
A shocking amount of silence here. Where are the chatters that are going to tell me that, like, actually, you don't understand black people, like, they're going to vote for Eric Adams and it's a good thing? Here's why it's actually valid to vote for Eric Adams.
A future for working people, not a fantasy state. This election is a choice between those who believe in this city and those who don't.
To the latest on the stunning upset in New York.
No, the nail comment wasn't about racialized like that. No, he was saying his fingernails are dirty because he's working all the time. Is someone stupid enough to defend Adams? Yes. Well, not necessarily directly defend Eric Adams, but there were people in the chat. There were people in the chat yesterday being like, "You don't understand. I can describe to you why like black people are gonna vote for Eric Adams." When I was saying that, like boomers by and large love voting for the safe pick. Okay. They don't even think, they react. That's it. There is like a turnout machine that very clearly works and very aggressively works, especially for Gen X and older black voters, that the Democrats will weaponize against progressive candidates. They tried to do that with Cuomo. Obviously, this doesn't pertain to younger black voters in general. But every time I bring this up, people get real mad at me and start talking about how, like, I just don't understand it. There's a good reason for it or some shit. There's no good reason to vote for Eric Adams.
This is how we utilize the letter F. We utilize the letter F for faith. Yes. Our opponents use the letter F for profanity. Yes. So we need to stay focused. No distraction.
Yeah, he's talking about you, chat. He's talking about you using the letter F to indicate that the stream has dropped. Do you understand? You're using the letter F. You're weaponizing the letter F. This is going to be the most interesting political campaign in the history of New York City, Eric Adams says. They have a record on tweets. I have a record on the streets. He still got it. He still got it. That's so good.
And grind. Focus, no distractions, and grind. Focus, no distractions, and grind. Focus, no distractions, and grind. We're straight ahead. This is how we...
My goat.
New York City's mayoral primary, sending shockwaves through the Democratic Party. Zoran Mamdani was a little-known state lawmaker until recently. Now he's...
How the fuck did he win? He won because he's the GOAT. I mean, the last New York mayoral race was ass cheeks, dude. It was terrible. There was a lot of votes splitting on the progressive side. No one could like get their act together. There wasn't like a Zoran-like candidate that basically siphoned off most of the progressive momentum. And even then, Eric Adams barely won. Adams was paying all those people to stand behind him, right? No, you don't understand. Eric Adams is a chatter described Eric Adams as like a cult leader that 85% of the country laughs at, but then the 15% is like really invested in. Those guys behind him are the cult. He has like a real cult. It's crazy. They just tune into his frequency and they love him. Wasn't one of the fucking pastors that he was associated with also got like caught with something crazy?
Has beaten nearly a dozen challengers, including former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, joined us now, and you spoke with Mamdani. Good morning.
I spoke to him just yesterday. Good morning to you all. He was a little-known state assemblyman until just a few weeks ago, but his victory in the Democratic primary for mayor did deliver shockwaves in a party that is struggling to define its message and a path forward. This morning, Zoran Mamdani calling for a new generation of leaders after delivering a stunning upset in New York City's Democratic primary for mayor.
And I think that
Oh yeah, Zoran also got more votes than Adams did in the primary on his fucking first ballot. So like people that ranked Zoran Mamdani as number one were larger than the total amount of people that voted for Eric Adams and like ranked them in the final ballot. I'm seeing a lot of I'm seeing a lot of I'm not even gonna get it. 430K on the first ballot. They're not done counting. The MAGA vote will coalesce around Adams.
there is a need for a new generation of leadership.
The self-described Democratic Socialist skyrocketed past former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. His campaign laser focused on making New York more affordable, a strategy he tells me could be a blueprint for Democrats.
I think there's a question of how we return back to what made so many of us proud to be Democrats.
How do you do that?
And I think it's that focus on an economic agenda, on ensuring that people can do more than just struggle.
He campaigns on freezing rents, making buses free, and opening city-run supermarkets, telling voters he will pay for his agenda by raising taxes on wealthy and corporations. But that would certainly face major challenges getting approval in the state legislature. And this morning, he's also facing questions about his own experience at just 33 years old with only 5 years in the state assembly.
And the experience that I show in this moment is to be able to meet the crisis that New Yorkers are facing and deliver them a new kind of city, one that is unencumbered by the old ways.
In November, he'll face New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
He's a snake oil salesman. He will say and do anything to get elected.
Adams was indicted on corruption charges, which were later dismissed.
Oh, incredible. Incredible hard cut. He's a snake oil salesman. He'll say and do anything to get elected. Eric Adams was indicted on corruption charges
By the Trump administration. During our interview, the president going on the attack. So,
what's really fucked up is they don't also mention that they were dropped by the Trump administration in exchange for cooperation by Eric Adams. They weren't just simply dropped by the Trump administration. They were dropped in another quid pro quo corruption in and of itself. Don't you think he's way too young for this job? Fuck no. No, we need more 33-year-olds in positions of power. He's a whole ass adult. What are we talking about? I thought the whole point was we hate how fucking old leadership is. What is going on, man? Democrats literally fucking kicked out the one young guy that was in the DNC for saying, hey, we got to primary some of these old people. Like, this is getting out of hand. And they kicked them out.
President Trump just weighed in and called you a communist lunatic. What do you say to that?
You know, this is not the first time that President Trump is going to comment on myself.
The next mayor of New York City will have to work with the Trump administration. Are you willing to do that? Will you do that?
I will work with the Trump administration when it is to the benefit of New Yorkers. My approach will never be reflexive, whether in agreement or opposition. But if it comes at the expense of the New Yorkers that I'm running to serve, then no, I will not be working with the administration on harming the people that I look to represent.
So some Democrats are still trying to wrap their heads around his victory, embracing his enthusiasm, his energy, but maybe not backing his policies just yet. As for Andrew Cuomo, he is not out of the race just yet. He's now considering running as an independent in the general election. There'll be a Republican on the ballot as well, guys.
Not over yet. All right. Thank you so much, Rachel. Good to have you here.
New York City's hottest new politician, Zoran Mamdani, the presumptive Democratic nominee for mayor, could be bringing his socialist ideas to the financial capital of the world.
And our police force should not be assisting ICE.
Defund the NYPD and refund all of these different social services.
I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores. It's like a public option for produce. I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants.
I love that they just like keep posting his dubs. It's crazy.
Make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich. The mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu.
Unleash Prosperity senior fellow and Heritage Foundation chief economist E.J. Antoni joins me now to discuss. E.J., good morning to you. Boy, we are going to be talking about this guy for quite some time now because he is saying some things that really sound good to a lot of people, like freezing the rent, city-run grocery stores, $70 billion of debt to fund affordable housing, free buses, no-cost childcare, baby baskets for newborns. So if he...
How dare he? Baby baskets for newborns. That's only appropriate if Donald Trump suggests it, in which case we'll say it's amazing. Like, why is baby baskets for newborns bad? Like, isn't that literally what Trump is trying to do as well, which is like to spike up the birth rates?
He wins, would there be winners or losers here? What would really take place if his policies are put into practice?
Oh, well, Carly, there's certainly going to be winners and losers.
There's something really funny about the Heritage Foundation chief economist coming on to talk about like Zoran's modest proposals. And he just looks straight up like a villain. Like, it's amazing. He's like, oh, I can't believe this, this nonsense. I can't believe this madness. I'm John Evilman, agent of the devil.
Although I think that's the case for any politician who comes into office. But in this instance, there's going to be a heck of a lot more losers than there would be winners. That's for sure. And what's really astonishing is the number of people to whom this economically illiterate message is actually appealing. That tells you it's not just the candidate himself who doesn't understand basic economics, but it's a lot of New Yorkers as well. And look, I have a message for the great city of New York. There is no reason you need to remain the financial capital of the world if you continue to go down the route of electing these crazy left-wing politicians and you become a socialist utopia, essentially. There's no reason why Wall Street in this digital age can't move to Texas, for example. And some of those movements, by the way, have already been happening where New York...
Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, Texas is going to be the fucking finance capital of the world. Okay.
Workers have been fleeing the city, fleeing the state, and moving to places.
Also bullshit. And the reason why people do leave the city, the large majority of people that leave the city in droves, whether it be Los Angeles or New York, is unironically as a direct consequence of affordability, which is precisely what Zoran is choosing to address. There are New Yorkers who then will move to Florida or move to Texas as well and spend like 6 months plus one in these other places where there's no income tax, specifically so they can avoid paying taxes. But I feel like there are methods to address that kind of behavior as well, in my opinion. But most people that leave places like California or leave places like New York State are leaving because of the affordability, not because of the taxes. It's only rich people that engage in this kind of like financial trickery that have the capacity to live in two places at once. But what's really funny about this is like these guys spent so much time shitting on New York, shitting on Los Angeles, saying these places suck. Okay? Saying these places are butt cheeks and they're already communist shitholes, right? Okay, let it fail then. What are you afraid of? You don't live there, seemingly. You know what I mean? Like, what's up with this? These guys will literally say, like, oh, these places suck. They're crime-ridden shitholes. Okay. Let them show you that it is a crime-ridden shithole and a dystopia. A socialistic dystopia that will collapse any day now. I mean, he didn't even say dystopia. He said utopia, ironically enough, which is a positive.
Like Texas or Florida.
Yeah. Well, a Politico review of his proposals found that Mamdani has likely underestimated the cost of his housing construction and social, or rather school rehab plans by tens of billions of dollars. Just a mere 10 billion. You know, what could go wrong there? So one of his signature proposals, EJ, are these government-funded, government-run grocery stores. Tell us what that would look like if it was put into practice.
Well, Carly, socialists are really good at two things: creating shortages of the things that you want and creating surpluses of the things that you don't want. So when the government tries to run, whether it's housing or grocery stores, you name it, you always end up with shortages. In other words, people can't get enough food, at least not the food that they want. People can't get enough housing. I mean, how long do we have to go down this wrong-headed route of rent control?
You know who has government-run grocery stores and it works fine? The U.S. military. Yes, the next iteration of this debate should focus on large state-run grocery stores in the military. The Defense Commissary Agency runs 235 groceries, 13,000 employees, $72 million in transaction, and $5 billion in sales, all public, existing in some form since the 1860s. Also, there is already an existing shortage on houses, and we haven't had any communism in New York. So clearly, that's not the problem, don't you think? That's what I don't understand. The reason why people are going with Zoran is because the pre-existing, not communist, business as usual politics has not actually yielded additional housing units at all, as a matter of fact. Quite the opposite. And in terms of like grocery stores having major lines or food supply, people not being able to feed themselves, once again, not communist and people are having an issue with affordability when it comes to groceries. There are food deserts born out of the pro-capitalist, profit-centered attitude that a lot of these companies have to food delivery.
Control before we acknowledge the fact that it does in fact create shortages, not surpluses, of affordable housing. The only thing you get in terms of surpluses when you look at these socialist policies is you get a surplus of unemployment. A $30 minimum wage? Are you kidding me? How many businesses are currently paying wages beneath that right now because you're talking about hiring someone who simply doesn't add enough value to the business to justify a $30 an hour minimum wage. You can't force a business to pay somebody charity. They're simply just going to not hire the person in the first place.
Yeah, that's right. And when it comes to those grocery stores that the government...
By the way, these guys literally threaten this all the time, and then wage increases happen, and what they predicted never ends up happening. Okay? I love economists because they just straight up lie every single time. Wage increases have taken place in places like California, and the notion that this would lead to a imminent collapse is bullshit. That has never happened. That does not happen at all. And yet they just go back and just keep repeating it over and over and over again. A living wage is not charity, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, this is the classic. The prize in economic sciences in 2021 was this year's Nobel laureates, David Card, Joshua Angrist, and Guido Imbens, have shown that natural experiments can be used to answer essential questions for society, such as how minimum wages and immigration affect the labor market. They've also clarified exactly which conclusions about the cause and effect can be drawn using this research approach. Together, they have revolutionized empirical research in the economic sciences. And their findings were that, yes, it doesn't actually fucking end up displacing existing labor. Or it ends up leading to people firing people en masse. But no one seems to point to this. Or no one seems to point to any kind of fucking any kind of prediction falling apart in real life when there are minimum wage increases, as a matter of fact. Here. The early 1990s, the conventional wisdom among economists was that a higher minimum wage would lead to lower employment because they increased wage costs for businesses. However, the evidence supporting this conclusion was not fully convincing. There were indeed many studies that indicated a negative correlation between minimum wages and employment. But did this really mean that higher minimum wages led to higher unemployment? Reverse causation could even be the issue. When unemployment rises, employers can set lower wages, which in turn may lead to demands to increase the minimum wage. To investigate how increased minimum wages affect employment, Card and Kruger used a natural experiment. In the early 1990s, the minimum hourly wage in New Jersey was raised from $4.25 to $5.05. Just studying what happened in New Jersey after this increase does not give a reliable answer to this question, as numerous other factors can influence how unemployment levels change over time. As with randomized experiments, a control group was needed, i.e., a large group where wages didn't change, but all the other factors were the same. So the control group was Pennsylvania, a similar environment to New Jersey that would be impacted by very similar conditions. To isolate and identify if the wage increase, as opposed to not having a wage increase, negatively impacted the amount of existing, like if it led to mass layoffs there as well. Card and Kruger noted that there was no increase in neighboring Pennsylvania. Of course, there were differences between the two states, but it's likely the labor markets would evolve similarly close to the border. So they studied the effects on employment in two neighboring areas, New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania, which have a similar labor market, but where the minimum wage was increased on one side of the border, but not the other. There was no apparent reason to believe that any factor, such as the economic situation apart from the increase in the minimum wage, would affect employment trends differently on either side of the border. Thus, if a change in the number of employees was observed in New Jersey, and this differed from any change on the other side of the border, there was a good reason to interpret this as an effect of the increase in the minimum wage. They looked at fast food restaurants, an industry where pay is low and minimum wages matter. Contrary to previous research, they found that an increase in the minimum wage had no effect on the number of employees. David Card arrived at the same conclusion in a couple studies in the early 1990s. This pioneering research has led to a large number of follow-up studies. The overall conclusion is that the negative effects of increasing the minimum wage are small and significantly smaller than was believed 30 years ago. But here you have the chief economist of the Heritage Foundation still saying this. Interesting. I don't get their fear because Nordic countries are all socialist democracies, not socialist, but they're social democracies, and are consistently at the top of lists for citizen happiness, life, longevity, and health, education, quality in life, and social progress. Yeah. And yeah, economists lie all the time. They just lie all the time at the behest of capital. That is their primary focus.
Could run Think the Post Office with food. So that could be in our future. President Trump reacted to Mamdani's Democratic presumptive primary win, and he said it's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zoran Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Dem primary. This is a big moment in the history of our country. But I'm wondering, EJ, from a political standpoint, is his win really a story of Zoran Mamdani and the rise of the...
Dude, stop sending me the Gabor Mate Palestinian trauma and Palestinian suffering, please. I don't know why so many chatters are sending this. I'm not going to watch it right now, okay? I love Gabor Mate. Watch it on your own time if you would like to. I am not going to watch that right now. There's a fuck ton of issues to cover today. Why? Why are you guys constantly fucking sending this?
Far left in New York City, or is it more of an all-out indictment of Andrew Cuomo? Because recent elections, including the presidential election, shows that New York City is moving further to the center. I mean, President Trump gained 95,000 votes in New York City, and Democrats lost 500,000. So what do you think is really going on here? It seems like if it was Andrew Cuomo's race to win, and boy, did he lose it.
Well, Carly, I think it's both. You know, look at President Trump. He's a great example.
Okay, I can't watch the rest of this. This is crazy. All right.
You are told by well-meaning individuals that the more you want to accomplish, the less you should speak about Palestine. And for me, what made it central to my identity is that it is a glaring contradiction. This is Astoria. Astoria has been home to immigrant communities across the world for decades. The biryani and some eggplant. When you're a South Asian Muslim growing up in New York City, there aren't so many places where you can feel at home. And this is one of those avenues where, for me and for so many others, you can be yourself. This is how we defeat the occupation. Style.
So the third holy grail of taboos in American politics, you have socialism, you have Islam, and then you have Palestine. And you are really going for the trifecta.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Tell me, why is Palestine a part of your politics?
When you grow up as someone, especially in the third world, you have a very different understanding of the Palestinian struggle. It is one that is framed in terms of empathy and solidarity. Specifically growing up in South Africa post-apartheid, you know, it felt as if one of the most natural things to wear around my body was a keffiyeh. And so then to get here and see all of a sudden this topic was not only one that was discussed very differently, but was entirely taboo, it was a shock to my system. And for me, what made it central to my identity is that it is a glaring contradiction. We say we care about freedom and justice and self-determination, and yet for some reason we draw a line when it comes to Palestinians that accept them. I'd see in this country time and again politicians that I would admire and who would inspire me, but who would be described as progressives except Palestine, PEP. And it became a driving force for me that we need to have a sense of consistency here. We need to have an understanding that our solidarity must be extended to the Palestinians. It shouldn't just incidentally include them, it must foreground them, because they are a people who have been there are people who have been fighting for survival for decades. Their survival has been put in jeopardy by the actions of this country for an equally long period of time. And it is our responsibility as Americans to ensure that we end those days of complicity. So there's no point to any of this if it is not to finally end that contradiction.
We got to talk about the fact that New York is becoming a communist Bolshevik town. It's incredible. I'm sorry, I've lived in New York State.
Communist Bolshevik town. At least these dumb fucks didn't realize that the meta is saying Islamo-communism. They haven't done that, like, because that's the meta in fucking. That is the meta in Islamo-leftism is the meta in European countries. Full MAGA Adams is fun to imagine. Picture him getting really obsessed with revoking the New York Times Russiagate Pulitzer or getting the truth about Biden's auto pen. New prominent donors are gunning to get Republican mayoral nominee Curtis Lewa a job in the Trump administration in hopes of pushing him out of the New York mayoral race. Sources told me the aim is to open up the GOP nomination, and nearly 30% of the vote that someone running in that lane is expected to get for current mayor Eric Adams. I don't know what that swap would look like, by the way, because if he runs straight Republican ticket to get the Republican auto votes, okay, then I think he loses a big chunk of the black voter base that he had. Which, by the way, that number is also diminished no matter what people try to tell me. He's gonna lose the perma Democrat voters that would have voted for him. But then again, I also don't know if you can even run on the Republican ticket. But yeah, that's not as big as it. That's one concern. But you also have obviously the fucking insane shit that we're hearing. Like Republicans trying to use the Communism Act of like 1957 or whatever the fuck to try and deport Mamdani, and then now another Republican wants to denaturalize Zoran Mamdani.
For 50 years and only recently moved to Connecticut and New York City for 17. I can't believe they've done this. How did we go from Giuliani, Bloomberg, cross over de Blasio and Adams to a socialist who now is very likely to win because anybody who gets the Democratic nomination wins. Now, it's true, some people will organize against him. Some New York business leaders are very scared. Some Jews in New York are very scared that this guy who defended globalized the Intifada recently on a podcast at the Dispatch is their next likely mayor. So they could potentially organize now in a way they didn't before the primary to stop him. But if you had to put money on it, you'd have to put it on this guy becoming the next mayor. What does this say about New York and our country?
Well, a lot. And I'm going to push the envelope a little bit, Megan. So you have to give me, and you can push back at any time. So I think it's very
you're in
important.
trouble. I saw you're in trouble with Jessica Tarlov of Fox News on the internet.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say it here on air because I just I don't hide from my opinions. But yes, and you can push back and disagree, and I'll give all the proper caveats, which of course I believe in. But yes, the socialism part is very important. I mean, he has like some of the dumbest ideas imaginable, which we're going to have city-run grocery stores. Yeah, that works really well in Cuba. Bring back bread lines, right? Mamdani 2025. And obviously he wants to tax the rich. He wants to take more money away from people. All that's super bad. He wants to defund the police. He's on the record saying defund the police. He wants to send social workers instead of cops. But like, we need to also understand, and we have to be very delicate how we talk about this, and I'll give all the proper caveats, right? Not every Muslim is bad. A lot of Muslims are really decent and good people. My primary care doctor is actually Muslim. I've endorsed someone running for office as a Muslim, Zuhdi Jasser here. In Arizona. So we all know individually good Muslims. But we also must kind of take pause and say, wait a second. The two financial power centers of the West are obviously London and New York. And are we really going to have two Muslim mayors of the major financial power centers of the West? Like, let's just take a pause and take a step back and like, what does that say and what does that mean? And people say, well, it's irrelevant that he's Muslim. Well, you said it best. He wants to globalize the intifada. And by the way, that just means globalized terrorism. He is the first mayoral candidate of any significance to say that he supports sanctions of Israel. I want you to understand that. That is America's most Jewish city, New York, and he wants to sanction Israel. And we're not allowed to mention that he's also Muslim. Like, I'm sorry, like that actually matters a lot. And he should be put on the record and ask questions about not just his faith, but also, do you think that it's good that we're continually importing hundreds of thousands of people that don't import our values? And you look at Ilhan Omar. Is Ilhan Omar a good example of someone that has pride and patriotism and gratitude for our country? It's not a good track record so far. And from Mamdani, you're seeing someone that has resentment-driven politics, super bad economics, terrible economics. But dare I also say, a radical cultural orthodoxy that is going to be introduced into America's largest city. One that will not make it a safe place for Jews, not a safe place increasingly, I think, for Western values and potentially Christians. And to say that you are in favor of boycotting, divesting, and sanctioning Israel in America's most Jewish city, and it's just a coincidence that that guy happens to be Muslim, yeah, I think that's complete rubbish. And final point I'll say is this, is that London is a captured city.
Bro, this is literally, I mean, I'm sorry for leaving you guys alone with David Duke. Okay? Of course, David Duke has this level of animosity towards both Muslims and Jews alike, but what a fucking sociopath this man is. It's an interesting time because there are a lot of progressive people who would recognize this kind of sentiment immediately as like the exact same kind of shit that people said about Jews and still do say about Jews. But since this is all, this conversation is being had around Israel, I wonder if the same people that would, under normal circumstances, say like, this is completely unacceptable. This is like an incredibly racist, nonsensical position to maintain, if they will actually speak out against this. So far, not so good. So far, I haven't heard much.
I don't know if you've been there recently, Megan, but it is a husk of its former self. It is terrible. And I don't like the fact that I go to Piccadilly Square and I see more Arabic than I see English, that I see more stores that are Yemen, Omani, Saudi Arabian. That is a conquered and a captured country. And Mamdani has to run on his own merits. He's his own individual person. But he has not given any indication that he is anything but a radical socialist and someone that is trying to continue the Mohammedan march in the West. Individual Muslims can be great members of American society. We all know them. But in the macro, in the big picture,
bro, it is what, like, this is worse than fucking post 9/11 racism. Motherfucker's Adolf Hitler, dude. It's crazy. Can you imagine a world in 2025 where you can say this about like Jewish people and not be thrown in fucking jail? I feel like if that was the case, then there would be a lot more concern for people being like anti-Semitism, and not just like criticism of Israel is exploding everywhere. I think people say worse things about Jewish people. Brother, what? What? Dog. What he's saying is quite literally what people said about Jewish people before the Holocaust. Also, what's ridiculous here is that my point is you can say this and be Trump's best friend. You can't say this about Jewish people and be Trump's best friend. As a matter of fact, there is a guy who used to say this and still says this about Jewish people. His name is Nick Fuentes. And immediately after Trump went and had dinner with him, which was insane in of itself, very quickly Trump was like, I don't know who this guy is. We're not associated at all. Whereas Charlie Kirk can still go into the White House anytime he wants. That's the difference.
Picture. Are we really benefiting the more that we are importing Islamists into the West? I say no, and I think we should have a lot of caution making a Muslim socialist the mayor of America's largest city. And I know I'm in trouble for saying that, but I'll double down on it because I think that there comes with a lot of baggage and a lot of trouble.
The response to not your argument, but your feelings have been espoused by others, including Benny Johnson, who said he tweeted, "New York City in 2001 will never forget." After the World Trade Center, New York City in 2025 elects Muslim jihadist. That's not what you called him. You did not call him this guy a jihadist.
No, I did not, for the record, I never said that. You
did not say that.
And I like Benny a lot, but I did not say that.
Yeah, but here's how Ryan James Grodowski responded to Benny. He says, it's a low IQ hot take. He says, Mamdani's not a jihadist. Sure, he hates Jews and supports a global movement to kill them because he's okay with the globalize the intifada chants. But he's also...
CNN, Cuomo will not drop out tomorrow by the deadline and pull out of the general election. He's still deciding on keeping going his own line, but he sees a path through a wider general electorate and more scrutiny on Mamdani. Told you. I'm skipping them reading fucking dumbass racist ass tweets. I'm sorry.
A stunning upset and one that could change the political landscape throughout the entire country for years. Democrats are trying to figure out...
Oh, we already watched this.
Senator Bernie Sanders is an independent in Vermont. He endorsed Zohran Mamdani for mayor. In a new op-ed for The Guardian, he asked, quote, will the Democrats learn from Zohran Mamdani's victory? And he joins me now. Senator, what's your reaction to the big upset last night?
Enthusiastic. It was one of the great political victories in modern history. Zohran ran a brilliant campaign. And I think the most significant part of his campaign, and I, Chris, would not compare it to Obama or to Clinton. What Zohran understood is that in order to win, You got to be more than charismatic, and he is. You got to be more than smart, which he is. You got to build a strong grassroots movement around a progressive agenda. He had thousands and thousands of people knocking on doors because they were excited about his message. And his message said, you know what? In a time of unprecedented income and wealth.
I mean, this is so far the most successful Bernie Sanders method of turnout. Not even, I mean, this is it. Like, this was what Bernie unfortunately failed to do in the primaries of the Democratic presidential race.
Inequality, yeah. We are going to ask the richest people in New York City to stop paying their fair share of taxes. So among other things, we can address the major crisis facing New York and America, by the way.
Ranked choice voting enables this in every district. It deletes the wasted votes fantasy. That too. But remember, first past the post, he would have won anyway. I mean, he got the majority. He got the plurality of votes. Or winner take all. Sorry. But you're right. Ranked choice is superior.
Is soaring housing costs. They got to freeze rent at a time when families can't afford decent quality food. He's talking about helping to create publicly funded grocery stores so that kids can get food that's affordable, making buses free. He's giving people a positive agenda, not just going after Trump, but giving something that people can believe in, an analysis which reflects their reality. So I thought it was a great campaign, and I look forward to continue to work with him.
You know, one thing I think is that I'm curious what you think of this theory. I think one thing that happens in campaigns is people get risk averse the more sort of backing they have. And so they don't want to screw it up. And the more that you're coming from a position of like, no one expects you to win, it does also give you latitude to actually go out and try stuff. Like, even whether that's a new idea, is like, we're going to try publicly funded grocery stores. Like, no one else is saying that. But I do think there's an appetite for risk or trying new things that was so palpable in this campaign that seems to me also really important.
But it's not just, he sat up at night, I think, this is, a risky idea, but we'll do it.
No, right.
I think he is prepared, and this is the point. Look, what is the Democratic Party today, Chris? It is, I don't think people can argue with us. It is funded by very wealthy people. It is run by inside the Beltway consultants who really have very little clue about what's going on in the real world. And that is why I think, sadly, Kamala Harris lost an election that she should have won. It is a party which is not going to take on powerful special interests because of fundraising fears. And it certainly has turned its back on working people. And Zoran did all of that. He changed all of that about. And the question is, will the Democratic leadership learn from his campaign? I doubt it. I think they would rather go down with the Titanic than give up the fact that they are captains of the boat. But it doesn't really matter what they think. What Zoran's campaign showed is that people are prepared to stand up and fight for change. We're seeing that in the Fighting Oligarchy talk. We saw it last week. Millions of people came out to the No King rally. People understand that our political and economic system is broken, that the rich get richer and millions of people are struggling to put food on the table. They understand the two parties today are not responding to their needs. They want something different. And I think Zoran touched on that reality.
I think some people may know this part of your bio, but some may not, which is that you were a congressman for Vermont, the at-large. There's one district. You are obviously a U.S. senator. Before that, you were a mayor in Burlington. And I'm curious, you were a socialist mayor. There's not a ton of them. We don't have a really long list of socialist mayors in America. So from one former socialist mayor to a man who may be a socialist mayor, you know, one of the things I think about that job, whatever size municipality you're governing is, you really got to deliver for people. Like, it's not, you're not taking votes, right? So people are going to see very tangibly, like, is this working or not? And I'm curious how you think about what advice you would offer from that perspective, which is very different than being a senator or legislator.
Well, I just spoke to Zoran a little while ago, and I had some thoughts about it's going to be a very hard job. I mean, running any big city in America today with all of the crises that municipalities are facing is just not easy. And he's going to have to think long and hard about how you can run that city in a way that really works well for working people. But what I did as mayor of Burlington, and I was reelected 3 times, taking on Democrats and Republicans, is we focused on the basic issues. I kept property taxes as low as I could. I was conscious of the fact a lot of people can't afford higher taxes. We paved the streets, the sidewalks. We paid attention to working class and low income areas that had been ignored for years. We started an after-school program. We started a child care program. We started a teen center for kids, which people still remember. We built affordable housing, started new ideas, community land trusts for housing, which is now being done literally all over the world. It was started in Burlington, Vermont. So your point is we also spoke out on national issues, and we had a foreign policy. People joke, Burlington had a foreign policy. We could do it, but you can't do that unless you are paying attention to the day-to-day needs of working class people. So I remember one guy wrote, somebody said, your mayor is a socialist. What do you think about that? The guy says, I really don't know, but he is getting the streets paved.
Yes, that's exactly. It all starts from there at every level of politics. Senator Bernie Sanders.
New York.
Why do they say socialist? I don't think Zoran's going to give the means of protection to the workers. Do you think Zoran has the power to do that? As the fucking mayor of New York? No? Okay. Well, now you have now you understand why. It's no different than when people yell at me. They're like, you claim to be a socialist, and yet you are living under a capitalist organization of the economy and thriving, as a matter of fact. It's like, yeah, dude. Wondering why they don't say social democrat? Because he's not. He doesn't self-identify as a social democrat. He self-identifies as a socialist. I advocate for modest social democratic reforms in election cycles. That doesn't mean I'm not a socialist. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to take what you can take. Take what you can get. No, him saying that doesn't change anything. I know he's a socialist. I agree with this as well. Can it be done tomorrow by a fucking mayor of New York? No.
New York City surprise has Republicans and Democrats nationwide scratching their head and talking all kinds of trash today. New York State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, declared victory over Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary for mayor. NBC News has not yet called this race, but Cuomo conceded after Mamdani emerged with a commanding lead. Mamdani's apparent win comes after an energized campaign that centered on the cost of living.
Each of us dreams of a New York that is more hopeful and affordable for all. And we have worked hard for our dream.
Republicans like New York Congressman Mike Lawler are already trying to make Mamdani a sort of a poster child, if you will, as a Democratic socialist for the Democratic Party. But as a political analyst and friend of the show, Tim Miller notes, one municipal primary will not make or break the revolution. Save some ammo for 2027. Joining us now is MSNBC political analyst Basil Smikle. He's a professor of practice at the School of Professional Studies at Columbia University. Very important title. And he is the former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. Welcome, Basil.
Basil, I've got my thoughts, but let's hear yours. What do you think?
Man, listen. This was, so first of all, I think that the signs were there.
Simone Sanders, former Bernie Sanders spokeswoman. Now, and then, of course, later on, Joseph Robinette, spokeswoman. And a major opponent of any sort of modest social change and modest economic change. Let's see what she has to say.
There. Early on in the cycle, he had raised a tremendous amount of money from a large swath of New Yorkers, a lot of diverse New Yorkers. So there were signs that he would have this really good breadth of support throughout the city. But I would tell you, my sort of gut reaction is that he did something that you want campaigns to do, which is create a movement around a candidacy. And that's what he did. He talked about not necessarily being the Democrats being the anti-Trump party, but in addition to being against something, we need to be for something more. And I think that kind of language, that kind of engagement, that energy, he's 20 years younger than me. And I'm not old by any means, at least I don't think I am. And so it just represents a fresh face and a repudiation, I would say, of the Democratic establishment. He's got work to do, no question about it.
After the defeat of Kamala Harris, virtually every single outlet came to me and asked numerous questions to conduct an autopsy on what had taken place. They said, what are some of the things that you warned against that became true? Why do you think the Democratic Party lost? Are you the Joe Rogan of the left? Things like that. And one of the things, or not even one of the things, but a lot of the things that I just mentioned, Zohran Mamdani did. Not listening to my advice, by the way. Like, he was also organically there. I said, explain to people earnestly and prove to them that you will fight for them. The people want a fighter. The people are sick and tired of business as usual politics. They're sick and tired of these institutions that clearly are not doing right by them. Any guy that is definable by a hand-selected few tangible policy positions that will immediately improve people's economic issues will be able to win every election. Zohran is proof of this. Faced with insurmountable challenges as a brown Muslim socialist going up against in a closed Democratic primary in a place like New York, going up against a incredibly well-recognized Andrew Cuomo. Still defeated him handily. And the reason why he was able to do so was because his message was clear. His message was clear. There were issues in New York, and he was willing to fight for New Yorkers and solve those issues. My advice here isn't even like something new or insane or something people previously hadn't even thought of. My advice is the most basic advice of all time. The problem is Democrats refuse to hear it. Abide by the basic principle of democracy. Represent the interests of your voters, listen to their demands, and advocate to alleviate some of the economic pressures that they experience.
But it is a really big victory for his campaign, and I think for a lot of young anti-establishment, but Democrats who were just kind of tired of the establishment Democrats.
Can I just say, Michael Steele, how nice it is to have this conversation with someone who has served as a state party chair and someone who served as a national party chair? Because I am curious your thoughts, Michael, on the extent to which you can really extrapolate out a win like this to national politics.
You can't. You can't. I'm sorry, people. I appreciate Basil. You know, you're my boy. I love it.
No,
This is not a movement, baby. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. One election, it's a municipal election. And I can tell you that there's a difference between a municipal election and a statewide election and a federal election. Voters, there are different voters in each of those buckets. One of the problems with this movement analysis that some have been throwing out today is the fact that the turnout was low. What's your turnout here? Who are you turning out? And in any type of primary election, you're more progressive on the left and more conservative on the right. Base voters turn out. So having said all that, I don't want to take away from the importance.
Yes, because it's raining right now.
Look, I'm just being realistic because this is how Democrats get themselves in the
the trouble. I understand.
Right?
I understand.
Because let me finish my point. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Turnout was significantly higher in this election than the last mayoral race. New York is so ginormous that even 10% of the fucking voting population is larger than Senate seat races in some states. Okay? And yeah, it's a primary. It's a closed primary, which unironically means more for someone like an establishment Democrat candidate. Democrats are very good at stamping out leftist opposition in the primaries. That's all they do. The Democratic Party is positioned to basically avoid a wave of progressive candidates picking up steam around the country. They're much better equipped at doing that than they are at fighting against Republicans. The irony here is, at least the way I see it, I've always maintained the belief that if Bernie somehow was able to make it out the primary, that once the Democratic Party machine turned in favor of Bernard instead of against him, that he would have been able to destroy in the general. For socialists, it's harder to win the primary than it is, given the way that the Democratic Party works. It's harder for socialists and more radical anti-establishment candidates to win the primaries than it is to win generals. That is precisely the fucking reason why. That's precisely the reason why, like, even Republicans will make statements like Donald Trump, the most successful Republican in our lifetime, at least now, like the most popular Republican, I would say. I mean, a person who was a movement leader, right? Like a person that redefined American politics single-handedly. A big part of his appeal is that he has a lot of populist sentiment. Things that, dare I say, Republicans under normal circumstances would call socialist and bad. It's fucking nuts. Ironically, most Republicans agree with socialist candidates. Yeah, they love Bernie. Republicans love Bernie. It's true. Trump was always more fearful of Bernie Sanders than any other Democrat. It was a major gift that he had to run against Hillary Clinton.
You raining?
I am raining because you've got to be realistic. Because there's everything else out here that is going on that is inconsistent or not in line with what.
Yeah, he's hitting the fucking don't let this socialism wave take over the Democrats, because if they do, then we'll lose to the Republicans. It's the classic boomer position. Okay? It's the classic kind of conservative or just like straight up conservative boomer position. It's no different than what you heard over and over again from establishment Democrats. It's just extra funny to say he's unelectable. Like saying that these ideas are not popular, he's unelectable right after he won an election. You know? And of course, no one ever goes, hey man, Hillary Clinton lost. Hey man, Kamala Harris lost. Doesn't that kind of destroy your argument that conservative Democratic Party, like more conservative approach to try to win elections as a Democrat is a fucking abject failure? To which many of these guys, without even a shred of irony or self-reflection, will turn around and say, well, they were women. And for Kamala, she was a black woman. And you can't do that. The amount of people that I've heard this from, who are sometimes black themselves, is mind-boggling. If Zohran Mamdani, in a country that has unprecedented amounts of Islamophobia, can fucking win an election against a dynastic politician like fucking Andrew Cuomo in New York in a closed primary, then anyone can win. It's just about the policies. It's about the policies. If Barack Hussein Obama could win and become the most popular Democratic president in contemporary American history, putting up fucking LeBron numbers, Barack Hussein Obama, think about that. 2008, 7 years after 9/11, a black dude with the middle name Hussein won the fucking presidential race. He won Florida. He won Ohio. A black guy in a country that was unimaginably Islamophobic at the time and also has always been unimaginably racist. But no one ever knew Obama's second name, though? Are you fucking on crack? Hillary Clinton in the primaries in 2007 literally released images of him wearing like a fucking turban to the media to really beef up the idea that he was actually a secret Muslim plant. John McCain famously was asked, like, why are you not saying that Obama is a Muslim Arab? To which John McCain famously replied to, he's not an Arab. He's a good person. Which was hilarious. Like he said, you know, if he's an Arab, he's bad. Everybody knew what his fucking middle name was. What are you, crazy? What? We already watched this. Why are you sending this again? Ethan Klein is literally suing the Donald. Abby Martin is aware of Ethan Klein's shenanigans. Is crazy.
This election is purportedly saying. So I think you need to keep that perspective. I'm not taking away from what happened here. You can build on this. But as I can tell you, as indicated by Congressman Lawler and others.
You're wrong. John McCain said he was a Christian, not a good person. No, he said he's not an Arab. He's a good person. I don't think he said he's Christian. Or I think he might have said he's a decent man or something. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm misremembering. It was a long ass time ago, but
there's some perils ahead if the Democrats.
Oh, he said
we're scared. We're scared of an Obama presidency, and I'll tell you why. I'm concerned about someone that cohorts with domestic terrorists such as Ayers.
I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as President of the United States. Now, look, I
got to ask you a question. I do not I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No,
ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what
he did. See, she goes, he's an Arab. He goes, no, ma'am. He's a decent man. He's not a fucking Arab. I love that. People always point to this to be like, oh, look at how awesome politics was when people were, when politicians had more grace, right? And it's really funny because this dipshit was literally singing bomb, 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 Iran, okay, which Donald Trump famously also posted on his Truth Social recently. And if you notice something here, nothing has fucking changed about the Republican electorate. They died. Everyone in this photo is now dead. And they've been replaced by their disgusting, filthy children who have the exact same opinions. Literally, the exact same opinions, if not worse. God damn, dude.
This campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you.
aren't prepared to package this win in a way in that it doesn't become an anchor around their collective ankle. So, you know, what do you
This guy's terrified. He's terrified that socialism might take root in the Democratic Party and they might actually fucking win races, you know? So what you're saying is this too is Iran's fault, right? Yeah, of course, everything is Iran's fault.
I actually agree with all of those points. Not because, and I think, look, this was an important race, and I do.
Zoran is literally a man who libs claiming Obama was, and look at what he's getting. So what's the difference, Law? Skip this shit. These people have 1/10 of your audience. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy to fucking dookie on MSNBC like that, even though it's true. Even though you're literally right. You shouldn't say it. You know what I mean? That's still kind of fucked up. He said no free clout to MSNBC.
I do think he created a movement around his candidacy. But that's why I made the point that the work doesn't stop there. He didn't get a lot of African-American votes, and that's a problem. That's why, you know, that's one of the first things he's going to have to do is actually go out and engage those communities a lot more than he had before. And you're absolutely right. There is a lot of work that needs to be done in other cities and in other states, especially in the fact that we have a gubernatorial race next year and 2026. And New York Democratic primaries for statewide office, a lot of what happens in New York City dictates how those primaries go. Mm-hmm. So the city is going to pull her to the left. That is Governor Hochul, and that's going to create a lot of attacks from the right. That does not mean that it's impossible to get over that hump. It just means the Democrats have to be prepared for that. But I think what they would say is that they would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. They've got to be for something, and they've got to find a way to kind of capitalize on this moment and say, we did what you expected of us. We supported your incrementalism in the policy making in the past, but we've got to start focusing on what comes next. I think that.
Okay, this is boring. You're right. Oh, here. New intel. We're going to talk about Iran. Yeah. Oh, this is the full interview. Oh, let's go. Adam Johnson posted about how Brad Lander was on the Jake Tapper show to discuss Mamdani's win, and you'll be shocked to learn literally every question Tapper asked was about Mamdani's alleged anti-Semitism. Literally nothing else was discussed except by Lander, who kept trying to mention building an affordable New York City. Lander out here doing yeoman's work. Every single question is about Mamdani's refusal to toe the line on Israel and sleazy innuendo. Oh, my God. Oh, that was an old man sneeze. Y'all notice that? I hit a triple. I normally hit a double, never a triple. That's crazy. Science you, man. No more bless you. We're doing science. Logic and reasoning you. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear no bless you, dude. Hey, listen. Oppenheimer you. Felix came after Peter Barnard pretty hard. I have to show this. This is kind of, it echoes a lot of sentiment that people feel. Okay. In a 2023 poll on if caring about Israel is an essential part of their Jewish identity, the most popular answer among Jewish New Yorkers under 30 was strongly disagree. Somewhat disagree, 14%. Somewhat agree, 27%. Strongly agree, 27%. Peter Barnard responded to that. He said, I know many Jews who fear Mamdani. I disagree with them, but they're sincere. What they're not reckoning with is Mamdani's views are widespread among young Jews. Israel's treatment of Palestinians has alienated a Jewish generation. Look at those polls. To which Felix responded with, no, fuck off. This is how Zionist groups got Corbyn to apologize for people's feelings. Why does it matter if they're sincere? There are people that sincerely believe their nurse is stealing their mail or that the hosts of Entertainment Tonight are sending them psychic messages. No need to drag us targeted individuals into this. It's true. People believe a lot of fucking crazy shit. What are we supposed to do? Entertain them? Give it air? constantly act as though this is a valid concern. I'm not saying don't discuss it, but after the fucking 15th point, after the 15th conversation, it kind of feels like you're just bullying. It kind of feels like maybe you're being a little racist, okay? And obviously, I feel a certain type of way about this as someone who has done a lot of advocacy work combating anti-Semitism for fucking years and years and years. And now I have dipshits who are anti-Semitic themselves constantly fucking chirping at me, calling me a Jew hater and a fucking, while simultaneously calling me an Islamist terrorist fundamentalist who wants to throw gays off the roofs. You know? Like, what am I supposed to do? You're never going to believe me. Okay, fuck it, you know? You believe whatever you want to believe then. Suck my dick. It's so crazy. They were, like, it's just like, I read it as like people basically being like, please say something anti-Semitic, please, so we can confirm my previous biases, instead of forcing me to fucking reckon with the internal contradictions that I'm experiencing on a daily basis as like a progressive person who then, when it comes to Israel, turn into Adolf Hitler. I would much rather attack instead of ever taking a deep breath and really reconsidering my position and why I have this like insane sympathy and insane defense and insane justifications for a state that, if it wasn't so primarily a consequence of social conditioning in my life, I would never make excuses for. There is not a single other country on the planet that could do a fraction of what Israel does that anyone would ever look at and go, that's allowed, that's justifiable. I know this because the only people that would justify Israel type shit in the United States of America were fucking white supremacists, and are still white supremacists, that justified it against black people. And even then, that was a fucking fraction. Not talking about chattel slavery, but Jim Crow and the segregation policies and the pogroms that took place against black people is still fractional in comparison to everyday existence of pain and torment that the apartheid state does to Palestinians. So I don't have to look that far. I know it's an internal contradiction that you have in your mind. My 2-year-old niece fears the garage. I disagree with her, but she's sincere. That's it. I'm not saying don't ever address, especially when kind-hearted people come to you and they say, Hasan, I really like you. I've been a fan of yours for a very long time. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding something here, but some of the things that you say, I'm a little fearful of. Right? Some of the things you say about resistance groups that are fucking militarily resisting against Israeli occupation and Israeli genocide. I don't know how to feel about that. I can have a real conversation with you about that, okay? I can explain it to you. I can educate you. I can try to get you to understand the position of the Palestinians. I can try to get you to understand the position of the Lebanese population. But after the 754th time of being like, well, I'm still fearful. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to assume that you got some freak-like shit going on in your mind because you constantly keep coming after a fucking Muslim dude who just happens to be anti-Israel, who you know is not fucking anti-Semitic. It's ridiculous. Yeah, people have. That's why I have respect for people like Bernie or people like Brad, especially Brad Lander, who might actually have some concerns, who have a difference in opinion, and a difference in opinion that I consider to be unconscionable. Make no mistake. I think liberal Zionism is still a ridiculous position to have. It's like saying you're a liberal Nazi. To me, that's how I feel about it, okay? But if you, at the very least, step aside and recognize that, like, people who do hold these positions should be able to continue advocating for Palestinian emancipation, and that you also simultaneously are advocating for Palestinian emancipation, you just have a difference in opinion on this issue to a certain degree, then great. Okay, that's fine. And the only reason why I say that's fine is because I know the average person's position, like the average, noteworthy person's position, average media personality's position, or the average politician's position is fucking far worse than that. They're Kristen Gillibrand. The average person's position in the Congress is Kristen Gillibrand. Okay? That's why they're silent whenever there's unprecedented amounts of attacks against people who are openly and unconditionally and uncompromisingly pro-Palestine, which is why I have to sit there and be like, I'll give them their flowers if they're not. Isn't this it? Isn't this the fucking Brad Lander interview? I have it already. I don't have to watch it live. I have it in front of me. Like, can you imagine at this point, the association, especially when someone has made it known that they're not anti-Semitic, but the constant association with anti-Semitism for simply being like a Muslim who's pro-Palestine is like if people constantly were like, so do you control the media to every fucking Jewish politician? You know what I mean? Do you control the media? There's a lot of Jews in places of power, in places of prominence. Do you control the banks? Why are there so many Jews? Like over and over again. Can you imagine? Over and over again. It's like, well, as a Christian, I'm fearful of how much control you have over the financial instruments. I, as a Christian, am fearful of how much of the media apparatus that you are in charge of. I don't like that. This is a real valid Christian concern. Many Christians also have this fear. Can you imagine if this was the fucking constant cycle of goddamn discourse? Literally nonstop. Nonstop. Anytime there's any Jewish politician, any Jewish academic, any Jewish media figure, they go on television, they go, oh, as a Christian, in your history, you killed Jesus. This is, something that you did. Something that your people did. This is a fear that many Christians have. Will you kill Jesus again? Everyone would understand that is a psychotically anti-Semitic thing to say. At least right now, everyone understands that. That's the expectation. If you're Muslim and God forbid you say you are anti-imperialist, God forbid you say you're anti-permanent military conquest in the region, you're anti-killing killing a fuck ton of Muslims every goddamn day, then you must be a fucking Islamist fundamentalist terrorist who hates America, who wants America to perish. I live here. The thing about, America deserved 9/11, right? That statement. That only hits because I am a Muslim socialist. I'll give you an example. Pat Robertson is a fucking psychopathic evangelical Christian pastor. He literally agreed with Osama bin Laden. He said Osama bin Laden did 9/11 because homosexuality was running rampant in America, a position that he also personally agrees with. 9/11 was reckoning for homosexuality in America. That's what he said. Did anyone fucking bring that up ever again? No, because it's Pat Robertson. Dinesh D'Souza said it too. But because he's a fucking psychopathic right-wing person, no one cares. When I describe the concept of fucking blowback, something that is universally acknowledged by academics, universally acknowledged. But because I used the language that I did, he loves that 9/11 happened. I'm American, you fucking idiot. I'm American. I live here. Okay? But the underlying premise there, the hidden premise there is that I'm not fully American. Okay? That's the reason why Donald Trump gets a lot more mileage and says anti-American shit with regular frequency than someone like even Barack Obama. Okay? I'm not a fan of Barack Obama, but remember, Barack Obama could never say the shit that Donald Trump says. Why? Because he's black. So his loyalty and his American status is always called into question. He always has to operate on that. He always has to operate on that frequency. Do you understand? I also think that even though left liberal Zionists aren't always going to be our allies in the long term, they may as well be our allies right now. No, I see J Street and Brad Lander or Van Hollen as a fucking funnel anyway. That's why I had that conversation with Noah and Simone Zimmerman, because they were also J Street liberal Zionists at some point. So is that one academic dude, or Academic LA, or whatever his name is. He just recently came out openly after defending Israel as a liberal Zionist. Shael Ben Ephraim unironically came out and was like, I'm fucking anti-Zionist. Like, this is unimaginable. And I don't think he's faking it. I don't think he's like an infiltrator or something like that. This guy. Everyone goes through this journey, okay? Yeah, but so is John Fetterman. No, I know some people lose their minds and go in the opposite direction. So you have to be careful. I understand that. And he's not gonna be fully there yet anyway. He's not. It takes time. But a lot of you only see the last version, the most evolved version of anti-Zionism coming from anti-Zionists now, prominent anti-Zionists now, unless they're Palestinian, unless they're from that side of the world, unless they're Muslim, unless they're Palestinian. For most people, and for them, it's also social conditioning as well. It's a reflection of their material realities. That's the reason why they developed these anti-Zionist positions basically from the start, from the jump, myself included. But for American Jews, for example, who are prominent anti-Zionists, like even Noah Culwin, right, or Simone Zimmerman, they don't start off. That way. They start off with the social conditioning that impacts every single American person, and especially American Jews. And it's a journey. So if you think like every American Jew is going to start off like they're in Neturei Karta, you're wrong. It takes a while. So I'm actually much more understanding and much more forgiving of people that go through that journey, because I know that like it's better to let people, give people a little bit of room to breathe and grow. But I also certainly understand why some people don't have that time, because there's a fucking genocide going on.
Their view on this, of what this means, okay? Your victory. What do you think it means?
I think it means that we are ready in the most expensive city in the United States to have 5 boroughs that New Yorkers can actually afford. And this entire race was about the question of affordability. And ultimately, I have run a campaign that speaks about the tools that city government actually has to deliver that affordability in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the world. And it's time that we have a mayoral administration that follows through and actually delivers that.
All right, so I want to talk about some of that, but first the breaking news. Isaac DeVere is reporting that Andrew Cuomo is not dropping out of the general election race, right? And it's kind of a will-or-he-won't-he, but the deadline's tomorrow. Is this a surprise to you?
Ultimately, Andrew's decision or my decision matters less than the decision that voters already took on Tuesday night, where we won from Bay Ridge to Diker Heights to Harlem to Washington Heights. We saw a mandate delivered for a new generation of leadership. And I am so proud and excited to continue to build on that mandate with an ever-expanding coalition, one that has now included the endorsements of Congressman Jerry Nadler, of State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel, and Manhattan Borough President, soon-to-be Controller, Mark Levine. And ultimately, that is a coalition that will continue to expand through November.
Right, so you're saying no matter what. I mean,
Name some Jewish people, Zoran.
It's not like a redo where you're worried?
No, not at all. I mean, we did it once, and it turned out pretty well.
All right, so now can we talk about the policy? The policy is what stood out to a lot of people. But right, I said the freezing rents on half of the apartments, free bus service, the free child care.
It's so crazy because it's like, this is, you have to do that.
How do you pay for that?
Let's go through it. So for the first thing, freezing the rent, that's not something that requires any fiscal output from the city. It's something that's determined by the Rent Guidelines Board, composed of 9 members. The mayor picks each of those members. They determine each year whether rents rise or whether they stay the same. The previous mayoral administration froze the rent 3 times. So this has clear historical precedent. When it comes to city-run grocery...
Even Adams. You're saying Adams.
No, this is prior.
Okay,
to Adams. He's the current one who has raised it 9% on those same New Yorkers, pushing them out of their homes. City-run grocery stores, I proposed a pilot program of 1 store in each borough. These are 5 stores in total. The total cost of this is $60 million. This is less than half the cost of what the city is already set to spend on a subsidy program for corporate supermarkets that has no guarantee of cheaper prices or collective bargaining agreements or even accepting
So
SNAP
you're
or
not
WIC.
looking at some like Soviet Union grocery stores on every corner that are going to be run by the government.
No, what I'm looking at is how to solve the very clear twin crises of affordability when you go to the grocery store and food deserts, which disproportionately impact Black and brown New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, where I've heard directly from New Yorkers who say, why is it that I can find 6 fast food restaurants in a 5-block radius, but I can't find a place to buy groceries?
But five boroughs, 5 grocery stores. But that can't be the goal.
Well, I mean, the idea
is the goal you want them on every. But in New York things do go. There's a nail salon on every corner. There's a grocery store on almost every other corner.
I think ultimately I'm guided by outcomes. If this pilot succeeds in guaranteeing cheaper groceries, as I think it will be, then yes, it should scale up. If it doesn't succeed, then no, it shouldn't, because what New Yorkers want are results. And then it comes to making buses free and universal childcare.
Right.
These are
says
things that cost
Soviet
around
Union
$700 million and let's say about
She
$5 or
says
$6
Soviet Union stores. Is that what she said? Oh my God!
But have to be understood in the
I can't
context of
rewind. It's
a
live.
$113 billion municipal budget, a $252 billion state budget, and we put forward a plan to pay for these and more to start Trump-proofing our city through 2 major revenue streams. Increasing the top corporate tax rate of New York to match that of New Jersey, that raises $5 billion, and increasing income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers who make $1 million or more a year by 2%. Both of these things, after they come to fruition, you're still paying less than you did before Trump.
Okay. On the city tax, though, and I know that takes effect with people right now, that top rate of people of 50,000 or more. So if you're going to be adding 2% to people at $1 million, that I just did the math, right? Well, but that's going to be an increase of 51% of what they pay now. I'm not saying cry for them. I'm saying if they leave, you're not going to get that money. And when you increase someone's taxes by 51%, aren't a lot of people going to leave?
We're saying we're increasing it by 2% of what it is right now. And ultimately, I'm guided by the facts. The Fiscal Policy Institute did an analysis of the top 1% of New Yorkers and found that they leave the city at 1/4 the rate of other income categories. And when they leave to what are called high tax states, New Jersey, California. So what it then comes down to is, why are they leaving? Is it fiscal policy or is it actually quality of life? And I've heard that time and again from wealthier New Yorkers, from all New Yorkers.
So it's talk. They're going to go to Florida and all you think is talk.
In 2021, when I came to the state assembly, we had the same fight.
It's
to
fine.
fund
This is
public schools,
contentious,
to
but
raise
it's
taxes
not
on
that
billionaires
bad
and
because I'm used to
corporations.
fucking
We were
people
told
just being like,
millionaires
why
would
are you
flee.
Muslim?
And we now have
Why
more
do you want to
millionaires.
kill
Okay,
every
so the New York
Jew?
Times is saying that Mayor Adams
So I guess this is
trying
better
to
because
gather
it
business
flushes out
leaders
his
to support
policies.
him to say this is going to be bad. And Bill Ackman, billionaire hedge fund manager, of course you know of him, New Yorker, he said he agrees with you that the city's broken, okay, but he has a real problem with your economic policies. He said the ability for New York City to offer services for the poor and needy, let alone the average New Yorker, is entirely dependent on New York City being a business-friendly environment and a place where wealthy residents are willing to spend 183 days, the amount you need to be taxed, and assume
why would
the
you bring
associated
up
tax
Bill
burden. Unfortunately,
Smokes
both parties started
Crackman as a
making
fucking
arrangements
reasonable
for the exits.
orator
So
here?
you just think
He
that
wrote
isn't gonna add up. And by the
40,000
way,
words
that
on
corporate
Twitter.
tax
That
rate
enough
that
is
you're talking about,
discrediting.
that's a
That
big
alone is
increase.
discrediting.
That's matching 7.25% going to 11.5%. And the point of it is that if it works for our regional neighbor, why can't it work for us? And with Bill Ackman, this is someone who put $500,000 into Andrew Cuomo's super PAC, someone to whom clearly money is not an issue. And ultimately, even for him, life would get better. Because what I'm looking to use this money for is to make the quality of life across the city better.
Okay, so when people say democratic socialist, right, and I'm curious what you think this means. I mean, do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on, is dignity and taking on income inequality. And for too long, politicians have pretended that we're spectators to that crisis of affordability. We're actually actors. And we have the choice to exacerbate it, like Mayor Adams has done, or to respond to it and resolve it like I'm planning to do.
Open presence, thank you for the 100
So,
gifted.
you know, for people who say that America was built on, and a lot of immigrants, and obviously you speak from an immigrant experience. I mean, you came as a young child, but you speak to a lot of people who came much more recently, that they come to America because they believe in capitalism. They believe that if they work hard and make a lot of money, that's part of the American dream. Do you think that's not part of the American dream?
I think the dream at its core is a dream for stability in one's life. And what you're saying, that you work hard enough and that you then reap the benefits, too many New Yorkers, and Americans for that matter, are working 8 hours and then still feeling like they haven't made enough money to keep living in the city they call home. And ultimately, what I'm focused on is making the city affordable for everyone, not to win an ideological argument, but to deliver on the mandate of this
So when Mayor
campaign.
Adams, you just heard him come out and he said, soup, silver spoon. He talked about manicured nails to refer to you,
You can
right?
see him.
I was looking at him. You
They're not
can
looking that
show him
great
to
right
everybody. What do you say to him?
You know, I understand what he's doing. He's trying to distract from his own record. His is a record where he raised rents on more than 2 million New Yorkers by 9%, and he's considering another 8% increase. His is a record of raising the water bill to the highest it's been in 13 years, supporting Con Edison when they wanted to increase New Yorkers' gas and electric bills by $65 a month. I would much rather talk about me than I would about his record if I was him. And so that's what he's going to be doing over the next few months. And we will continue to remind New Yorkers what's on the ballot. It's affordability.
All right, Assemblyman, please stay with me. Our conversation with Zohran Mamdani continues right after this, because the truth is his rise in the Democratic Party has been meteoric. And tonight, ICE Director Tom Homan is weighing in on Mamdani's win, somebody that Mamdani has confronted.
I think Aaron Burnett is a hostile entity here, for the record.
Live Aid.
I think Aaron Burnett is hostile. Like, straight up. Do you think some of these interviewers are starting to like him? It doesn't matter. They're paid not to, okay? They're paid not to. But yeah, like I said, I'm sure the Israel questions are certainly going to come up. Hopefully they'll maybe package it with like some Islamophobic attacks that he's been receiving. But yeah, even like, well, Americans love capitalism. Well, it seems like capitalism isn't working. You know, this is not even an assessment about capitalism or socialism. People want affordability. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. No shit, her husband is David Rubalota, used to be a managing director of Citigroup. Yeah. I know. Should lefty folks take a praise from Trump and just start shit talking the media? There isn't a big enough media ecosystem. And also, Trump didn't shit talk the media. He loves Fox News. There is a faucet of support coming from Fox News. There is no Fox News equivalent for the socialist left. So you have to play a tightrope. It's not bad to shit on the media. It certainly isn't bad to shit on the media. I do it all the fucking time. And yet, when you become undeniable, when you become a large enough force, even if you shit talk the media, they will still come to you and be like, why are you so successful? Isn't it you? No, that's my point. I'm not Fox News. I'm nowhere near as powerful as Fox News. Me, Chapo, Democracy Now!, and Majority Report combined does not touch Fox News. Like, all of us combined still do not make up for the same audience that Fox News does. And also, you have to remember, there's independent media on top of Fox News that Trump can rely on. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we are the independent faction, and clearly, especially with the Zoran stuff, like, I've been thinking about it differently. Like, in the past, if you were to ask me, like, how much influence we have, you know, myself and other, like, independent left outlets, like, how much influence we have, I would have told you it's marginal, it's meaningless. But I will say that, like, not directly getting the word out on Zoran, but instead having the type of audiences that we have, that are incredibly active, organizers, door knockers, members of the DSA, members of PSL, that actually can help a campaign that already has all of the other facets that you need to be successful. That can clearly help a campaign like that thrive, for sure. But it has to be organic. Like with Zoran, it was a perfect storm. All of the different puzzle pieces fell right into the appropriate places. He's a guy who worked in state politics. He's charismatic. He has the same opinions that we do, and also on top of that, he's a great
primary
orator.
for New York City over Andrew Cuomo for New York City mayor. Before we continue the conversation, I just want to play, because that's what this is, play more of Mamdani telling his story.
So to quote the words of a famous New Yorker,
this is my favorite
allow
speech
me to
of his.
reintroduce myself.
Not this part.
I was born in Kampala, Uganda,
This
in
part.
East Africa. I was given my middle name Kwame by my father, who named me after the first prime minister of Ghana.
I moved to this city when I was 7. This is the city I fell in love with, the city where I got my citizenship.
I wish they showed the rest of that speech.
He's been in the New York Assembly for 4 years, and before that, he was an aspiring rapper under the name Mr. Cardamom. Listen. Once you do it, it's out there. It never comes back. It's there.
Didn't think it was going to be on CNN.
It's there, and there it is.
Yes!
So what do you say to people who look at your background and they wonder? They say, okay, rising star you may be, but this is the largest city in America, $112 billion budget, 8 million people, and a hell of a lot of problems. And they say,
what does that have to
okay,
do with
whatever
his
the future
background?
may be, you're not ready now.
I would say that a campaign offers a glimpse of what an administration would look like. And we built a campaign the likes of which the city has not seen in a long time. We started with 2 full-time employees.
Oh my gosh, you use that to present him as an unserious
50,000
immigrant.
volunteers. At the beginning of this race, there were questions of whether we'd get 50,000 votes.
What the
and yet
fuck?
we had
50,000 volunteers.
50,000 volunteers who knocked on 1.5 million doors, made 2.1 million phone calls. And ultimately, it's a story of not only being able to inspire people, but absorb that inspiration and build an organization. And I think that's also the story of what it means to run a city, that you are ultimately responsible, but you're also determined by hiring the best and the brightest. And that's what I will be doing in City Hall. I'll be hiring those that have a clear track record of excellence, of results that come from a wide variety of mayoral administrations, and finally bring public excellence back into the public sector.
All right, so you caught a lot of attention for confronting Tom Homan, Trump's border czar, about the deportation policies, which have a lot of impact here in New York. Here you are.
Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan?
So that moment went viral. All right. Then after the primary, Homan was asked about your plan, which is on your website. You said that you would end the city's cooperation with ICE agents that has been going on under Mayor Adams. And he has spoken out. Here's what he said.
Good luck with that. Federal law trumps him every day, every hour of every minute. We're going to be in New York City. Game on. We're coming.
Game on. He's coming. What do you say?
That I'm going to be here to stand up and fight back. And unlike the current mayor, I'm not going to be working alongside the Trump administration to build the single largest deportation force in American history. I'm going to actually represent each and every New Yorker. And that includes immigrant New Yorkers. And that means standing up for the laws of this city, like our sanctuary city policies, which have kept New Yorkers safe for decades and were defended by Republicans and Democrats alike for years until we got this mayor who fearmongered about them so extensively.
Does that involve the NYPD?
It means that the NYPD would actually serve New Yorkers and not assist ICE in their operations. We recently saw ICE agents.
So they would not assist ICE?
Not assisting ICE, because ultimately their job is public safety. And I know officers who are signing up to take on serious crimes, not to be a part of the force that is arresting a pastor who's peacefully observing the arrest of a migrant at Federal Plaza.
All right. So a moment ago, you talked about how you didn't know if you'd get 50,000 votes, and you ended up with 50,000 volunteers. They knocked on doors. There are many in the country who might look at that and say, okay, that makes me think of somebody else. Somebody else who took on I'm trying to think of the right word to use, but somebody who expected to win and therefore didn't campaign that hard and lost. And the person who did that was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, right? Famously also here in New York. She endorsed you early. She helped you. She just spoke to Manu Raju, our Manu Raju, a few moments ago. She said the Democratic Party needs to pay attention to your success right now. Here's what she just told him.
We have a choice to listen to that message that people are sending us or not. This isn't just about Mr. Mamdani as an individual. This is about the message that the people of New York City are trying to send
No, I have many critiques.
So there's now talk, that your victory puts her in a whole new light, right? It puts her and Bernie Sanders, not that they were seen as fringe, but they were seen as a wing of the party. And that instead of being a wing, that becomes more of the center, and that you are part of that. Do you see it that way? And do you see those who say, look, your victory propels her to
This is a good question. It's not a bad question. It's antagonistic,
She's
but
been
it's a
an
good question.
inspiration, and it's been an honor to be represented by her as an assembly member in Astoria for many years. And I think about a senior who works at a child care center that I met in Sunnyside, Queens, who told me that I'm not a progressive, but I realized when I looked at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders, they were the only ones who were willing to fight for me.
Yeah.
And that's what so many New Yorkers and Americans understand, is that these are the two individuals who have been willing to take on this oligarchy and actually stand up for dignity for Americans.
Before you go, one last thing. Bill Ackman, I just mentioned him as he's the billionaire hedge fund manager, but he's not alone. There are a lot like him, whether it's Ken Griffin or CEOs of big banks. Would you meet with them?
I'll meet with anyone. I will meet with them, and I'll explain why I believe in the necessity of raising the top corporate tax rate. And I'd also tell Bill Ackman that I firmly disagree with his attempt to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion across the country, because it's not only against the morals of so many, it's also against the actual bottom line for so many businesses. And as a businessman, he should understand that.
All right. Well, Assemblyman, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Obviously, right now, center of discussion in the Democratic Party. And tomorrow on CNN, New York City Mayor Eric Adams will be on the lead with Jake Tapper. That will be at 5 o'clock. And next, we take you to Venice.
Okay, gotta talk about something here that actually pertains to also no Israel mention, which was crazy. It's not the worst. That was not the worst interview, I will say. Making up for Jake Tapper's interview, yeah. So one of the pieces of discussion here is, one, how impossible it is for Zoran to accomplish his policies, and maybe even how scary it is. I'm going to talk about Brad Lander and Jake Tapper in a second, but I want to make a point clear here. Okay? When Zoran is when the assessments are coming in from the commentariat about Zoran, a big thing that a lot of people in mainstream outlets are focusing on is, oh, he uses social media. He used so much social media. It's cute. It's fascinating. He worked really hard. He was really stubborn, right? He's handsome. He's attractive. He's charismatic. And a lot of that moves away from the actual policies. And the only time when they actually talk about his messaging discipline and his policies is when they're talking about how scary the implementation of said policies would look like, or how impossible it is to actually push for these policies. And I obviously have experienced something similar in my world as a political commentator. Whenever I've gotten these articles, these puff pieces written, or any sort of like analysis about why I'm so successful, right? Especially because in the immediate aftermath of the Democrat defeat, Democrats were desperately looking for, how the Republicans won. And a part of that autopsy was to find like the Joe Rogan of the left. And people kept pointing to me and saying, you're the Joe Rogan of the left. You're the Joe Rogan of the left. And all of those puff pieces and those profiles and all of that analysis often primarily focused on the way I look and the way I carry myself. The policies that I advocate for, my belief system, the things that I talk about was always secondary. I'm beginning to realize that this might be deliberate. Because at first I thought, oh no, this is just like a more approachable way to talk about this thing. That it's just like the aesthetics. Because I'm not saying that your aesthetics and the way you carry yourself don't matter. They of course matter. Of course they do. Zoran's charm, his charisma, his looks certainly play a role in this, for sure. But what a lot of people in the liberal side, a lot of people in mainstream media fail to understand or are deliberately avoiding talking about is that these are fucking policies that are popular. Because this is what I kept talking about anytime someone would come to me with, what did the Democrats do wrong? I kept reiterating that it was actually not a messaging gap or a outlet that they didn't go to, even though that certainly played a role in this. But it was more so that the messages that were being put out were not being received positively by the population. And the example I always used was Kamala Harris unveiling her comprehensive package, right? What she thinks she's going to run on. And there was nothing definable there. There was nothing that was tangible. There was nothing that you could like associate with an immediate solution to an immediate problem that Americans were broadly experiencing. As a matter of fact, the only good policy that she came out with right out of the gate was to tackle price gougers, right? To go after price gougers. And she dropped that very quickly. Okay? And I kept reiterating this point that it's not just about finding a Joe Rogan of the left. It's actually about the message. And the example I used was that when Kamala Harris unveiled her policies, and then they spent $30 million in the Pennsylvania TV market, her approval did not go up. The polls did not show a significant bump after a major faucet of advertising in her favor. This, at the time, for me, was an indication that people were not responding to the message. So you can't actually be everywhere all at once with a shitty policy that people don't like or people don't care for. It's not about being in front of people. It's about what you are going in front of people with. The policies of each individual candidate in the Democratic Party is far more important than what kind of media they're doing and how they're doing this media, how they're going out and going on podcasts and things like that, or going on mainstream media and things like that. It doesn't matter. It's secondary. But for a lot of these guys, they only focus on that as though it is the primary focus, as though that is the major problem. Chuck Schumer just wrote an entire book on how the left is anti-Semitic. None of these people are confused or not listening. You're not on the team. I mean, you're saying you're not on the team, but Zoran has won the Democratic mayoral race. And a lot of these outlets came to me and still do come to me to ask, like, what do you think is going on? So clearly they're at least somewhat curious. Caroline's point here was correct. The fact that the takeaway from liberal influencers and pundits is social media campaigns equals winning elections completely ignores that Zoran won because he is unabashedly populist and offered voters a progressive platform that is popular. People are tired of establishment centrist Dems offering them nothing of substance, and no amount of TikToks will change that. This is the issue. This is the $1 million problem that people like myself offer for free as advice. It's there for the taking. And yet, the Democrats, for one reason or another, seemingly refuse to understand that. It's that simple. Now let's get to a ridiculous Jake Tapper, Brad Lander interview that took place that seemingly was just a hit job on Zoran Mamdani.
I'm seeking re-election to be your mayor. And I told all of you this was going to be the most interesting political campaign in the history of the city. It didn't stop on June 24. No. It started on June 24, and it would keep going into November 4.
The New York mayor's race is officially underway after the incumbent Mayor Eric Adams kicked off his re-election bid as an independent. He is going to face off in November against, among others, Zoran Mamdani, who declared victory after Tuesday's Democratic primary. There's also Curtis Sliwa, who won the uncontested Republican primary. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who lost in the Democratic primary, is also considering an independent bid. Let's bring in New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, who also ran in the Democratic primary. Lander cross-endorsed Mamdani in the primary. They have ranked choice voting there, and he's now supporting him in the general election. Comptroller Lander, thanks for joining us. So Mamdani is already facing a slew of attacks from Republicans, some of them quite bigoted and offensive. Today, Republican Congressman Andy Ogles of Tennessee posted a letter that he sent to Attorney General Pam Bondi, in which he writes in part, quote, Zoran Little Mohammed Mamdani is an anti-Semitic, socialist, communist who will destroy the great city of New York. He needs to be deported, which is why I'm calling for him to be
I know Jake Tapper is like, if he was honest, he has this exact same position. I'm sorry. I know Jake Tapper. I know his career. I know his worldview. I've been tracking Jake Tapper for far too long. I know for a fact that he's reading that and he's like, oh, I hate that this congressperson said this, but it's like Jake Tapper also believes that. Okay? He is ultra Islamophobic. Which is really interesting because I suspect the rest of this interview will show you exactly what I mean.
Subject to a denaturalization proceeding. He is obviously a naturalized citizen, but he is an immigrant. What's your reaction to that attack?
But he is an immigrant.
I mean, it's appalling. He has faced death threats during the campaign. A city council member called for his deportation. It's just gross, racist bigotry. But meanwhile, he's running an optimistic, upbeat campaign for a New York where everybody belongs. And I feel proud as the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in New York City to be supporting somebody who would be the first Muslim mayor. Like, what could be more New York City than that?
Well, let me ask you about that, because as you know better than I, New York City is home to the largest Jewish community outside of Israel, and as the highest-ranking Jew in New York, I'm sure you've been hearing quite a bit from your fellow Jews about concerns that they have about Mamdani, such as he seems to not believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. What do you tell your Jewish friends and constituents?
Yeah, and I take it real seriously. I'm a proud Jewish New Yorker. I'm, raising 2 Jewish kids in New York City. I'm very anxious about the rise of anti-Semitism, and I want a mayor who will keep Jews and all New Yorkers safe. And I would not be supporting Zoran Mamdani if I wasn't confident that he would. I don't agree with him 100% on Israel and Palestine. We're not running, though, for foreign policy. We're running for the city of New York. And he is deeply committed to not just increasing protection against hate crimes, but against anti-Semitism, increasing by 800% what is spent on making sure that all Jews and all New Yorkers are safe to pray, to worship, to travel, to work, to walk around their neighborhoods free from fear. And I'm confident people will see that as they focus on the race. Meanwhile, you have these other folks who are trying to weaponize anti-Semitism like Donald Trump did in his tweet attacking Zoran, in which, again, he called Chuck Schumer a Palestinian. These are offensive. It's like treating Jews as pawns for political purposes, and it's gross bigotry. And New Yorkers are going to show, just like they did in the primary, that we're better than that.
It would be nice if what happens in the Middle East stays in the Middle East. But obviously, there have been a lot of...
Uh-oh. What is Jake Tapper? Oh, my God. First of all, it would be nice if what happens if what happens in the Middle East stays in the Middle East is a fucking disgusting way to approach the subject, especially considering that what happens in the Middle East is us. We're happening in the Middle East, like all the time. There is never a moment that we have not interfered and destabilized the Middle East. And it's like Israel is a primary example of that, okay? The idea that, like, what happens in the Middle East stays over there. Come on, don't bring that shit over here again, which what does he mean? What does he fucking mean by that? Oh, my Lord. But the notion that, like, oh, it's just stuff happening over there is so stupid. We're doing the stuff happening over there. 70% of all weapons that Israel has used, both in defense and offensively against the Palestinian population, the Lebanese population, the Syrian population, since October 7, is ours. 70%, 7-0. Okay? Without us, there is no genocide of the Palestinians.
Protests against what the Israeli government is doing. And there has been some anti-Semitic violence by pro-Palestinian activists in the United States. This year, we've seen it at Governor Shapiro's house in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in Boulder, Colorado, here in Washington, D.C. When Mamdani was asked by the Bulwark's Tim Miller if he had any issue with the phrase globalize the intifada, which a lot of Jews do because they think it means bring anti-Semitic violence from Israel and the Middle East to all over the world, he was asked if it made him uncomfortable, Mamdani. Here was his response.
What I hear in so many is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights in standing up for Palestinian human rights. And I think what's difficult also is that the very word has been used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic, because it's a word that means struggle.
Sure.
And as a Muslim man who grew up post 9/11, I'm all too familiar in the way in which Arabic words can be twisted, can be distorted, can be used to justify any kind of meaning.
Everything he said here is 100% factually accurate, down to the fact that Muslim words, Arabic words, ooh, scary. That's what it is. That's what the fuck this is. That is precisely what the fuck this is. You're scared. You are fucking scared of an Arabic word. That's it. It sucks. It sucks that we can't have a fucking honest conversation about this, because so many other people are also afraid. And therefore, they will never fucking look within themselves and be like, wait a minute, this is true. This is just like a word that does not carry the weight that I think it carries. So much so that even the Holocaust Museum was using it as the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada in its translations initially, and only changed it earlier last year because they got pressure from Zionist groups. I wouldn't say they're scared. I think they're weaponizing other people's fear of it, which they create and stoke. These people don't care, but it serves their purpose. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't think. No, I think actually Jake Tapper unironically is scared of Islamic style words. I think he's just like a total fucking Islamophobe, and therefore he is legitimately like he actually straight up thinks that this is unacceptable. Like, he's a fucking moron. He's a fucking idiot. And he's a racist idiot. But I think he genuinely believes when he says, like, when he hears someone say globalize the intifada, no matter who's saying it, you know, Jew, Muslim, American, Arab, doesn't fucking matter, white, he genuinely thinks this person is a radical that wants to do executions of Jewish people and even Americans who are not Jewish. Like Kirsten Gillibrand's assessment of this, like globalize the intifada means like you want to do jihad against all Jews and you want to kill all Jews. Like that is, I think, a more common meta amongst like dumb fuck white people than you would think. There are, of course, other things. That Jake Tapper is not fearful of. Like, I don't think Jake Tapper thinks that Zohran Mamdani is anti-Semitic. Deep down inside, I think if he thinks Zohran Mamdani is anti-Semitic, it's because he's Islamophobic and he thinks, oh, this guy's Muslim. You know how they are, you know? That's maximum. Like, he doesn't think that, like, Zohran Mamdani is like a Nazi-style anti-Semite.
Meaning?
So I've never seen this happen before. The U.S. Holocaust Museum responded to what he said there, posting the statement saying, quote, exploiting the museum and the Warsaw Ghetto uprising.
I hope Brad fucking hit this back and was like, yeah, they fucking changed it. They changed it. I know. See, this is the unfortunate logical the logical trap that liberal Zionists will fall to, though, because I don't think he's gonna be able to fucking correct this. If Jake Tapper, on the other hand, had an anti-Zionist Jew on, an anti-Zionist Jew would literally fucking chop this shit up in a million different directions. Number one, are you telling me that the Trump-appointed heads of the U.S. Holocaust Museum had no issue weaponizing my people's history like this? That's number one. Number two, the very same U.S. Holocaust Museum that literally under the Biden administration in 2024, actually, until they got pressure from Zionist groups, called the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada, in its Arabic translation, because that is what that word means. Intifada is an uprising. And last but not least, the differences between the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and any sort of intifada or any sort of uprising or even October 7 is only a major point of difference to you if you think that only Jews are capable of being victims to a genocide and that Palestinians cannot be a victim to a genocide by Israel. And if that is your assessment, then you're directly at odds with every single human rights group, every single one. You're directly at odds with the United Nations. You're at odds with most likely the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. You're directly at odds with the International Criminal Court. It is ridiculous. That's it.
To sanitize the phrase globalize the intifada is outrageous and especially offensive to survivors. Since 1987, Jews have been attacked and murdered under its banner, meaning globalize the intifada. All leaders must condemn its use and the abuse of history. Does it make you uncomfortable with New York the epicenter for so much of this pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel protest?
Come on, you're a Jew. Aren't you afraid? Come on, say you're afraid. Say you're afraid of Zohran Mamdani and people like him. Come on. Does it make you scared? Does it make you a little scared? Does it make you a little concerned?
of which has been anti-Semitic, some of which has been violent, not most of it, but some of it. Does it make you uncomfortable that he won't condemn that phrase?
Well, first, the phrase globalize the Intifada absolutely makes me uncomfortable. And I mean, I named my son after a leader of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. And I've made real clear, you know, people might mean something different, but all I can hear when you say that is open season on Jews after what happened in Boulder and what happened in D.C. I go to a lot of Jewish communal events, and I don't want to keep looking over my shoulder. And I made that real clear. He clarified it's not language that he uses or I think has ever used, you know, and that he doesn't believe in policing other people's speech. That said, the question for me is, will he be a mayor who works hard to keep all Jews, including Jews like me, who do believe in the vision of Israel as a Jewish and
Everybody calm down. This is what I mean. This is why I said. This is why I said there is a limit that Jake Tapper also knows to Brad Lander's opinion on this issue. Okay? There's a limit. So while he will gladly stand by Zohran Mamdani's side and defend him, there is obviously a personal disagreement here born out of the limitations of being a liberal Zionist. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's what it is. It's the Bernie Sanders conundrum as well. I wonder what Bernie would say if he was ever asked with this question, if he was ever faced with this as well. Real talk, do you think we could convert Brad Lander to anti-Zionism? Dude, come on. He's like, what, fucking 50 years old. Like, I think that time has passed. And if that were to happen, it wouldn't be someone like myself. I'm sorry. While I am capable of changing a lot of younger Gen Z, formerly liberal Zionists or Zionist Jewish people's minds, there is a limitation. It requires a tremendous amount of goodwill and a tremendous amount of charitability that many people have offered to someone like myself. But I, as a Muslim especially, am going to have a much harder time doing this. It's just the unfortunate reality. I'm being super fucking serious about this. I tried my best with one former liberal Zionist podcast co-host, if you know, and he fucking lost his damn mind. Okay? Yeah, it requires a certain amount of brain elasticity that the older you get, the less likely you have. This is what E tried to do when he had Sam Cedar on. By the way, make no mistake, I'm capable of changing. I'm capable of changing the mindset of people on no matter what age they are on every other issue. It's just that if you are Jewish and also a Zionist on top of that, and also older, this is an incredibly important part of your identity. I get it. This is a major part of your identity. Especially for secular Jews, it's like a substitution for a community. It's everything. Every aspect of Jewish community is literally built around Israel. Since the inception of Israel, this is how Zionism has worked. It's become a substitute for secular Jews to feel a sense of community, a sense of identity, a sense of purpose. It is a deeply ingrained and very nefarious form of social conditioning. And not only that, but also it's especially difficult for someone like myself to be able to do this, as opposed to someone who is a Jewish anti-Zionist. Because I hate to admit it, but there is a underlying Islamophobia built into this mentality because it is ultimately Jewish supremacist. Like even in its most liberal framework, there is still a hint of Jewish ethno-religious supremacy that's baked into this ideology, because otherwise you would never be able to justify all of the other things that you turn a blind eye to when you are a liberal Zionist. Because liberal Zionists would be like, oh, the West Bank is really fucked up, but not fucked up enough that I will revolt. Right? But then, you know, Gaza, well, they were asking for it, right? Like there's different versions of this for every different flavor of liberal Zionism, but basically, the moment that you look at this and refuse to tackle it head on, the inherently contradictory position, if you are a progressive person and then maintains progressive values while simultaneously you're like, I'm a liberal and a Zionist at the same time, I'm a liberal Zionist, without recognizing what Zionism is ideologically. What it is a movement that is identical to previous fascist movements. You will never be able to tackle this issue, and you won't be able to tackle this issue by talking to a million different Muslim people. Okay? Because it required a tremendous amount of brainwashing for you to arrive at this position that is diametrically opposed to all of the other values that you hold near and dear. Okay?
Democratic state safe. And I am confident that he will. And what I hope we can do, as he and I have tried to demonstrate over the last couple of weeks, is show how we could listen better to each other. He pledged on election night to work harder to understand and listen to people and make clear he will have everyone's back. We're not going to resolve how people feel about the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. But I really do believe that we can show that we'll have a mayor who's going to keep everyone safe, who will listen to Jews. But we also want to make sure we're listening to Muslim New Yorkers, Iranian New Yorkers. Like, it is an incredibly diverse city. And what's happening right now, I think, is that people are trying to weaponize the conflict, even weaponize anti-Semitism in a pretty dangerous way. So what I hope we can do is like turn the temperature down, make clear there's no...
Did he roll his eyes when he said, I don't like that people are trying to weaponize anti-Semitism?
And make clear he will have everyone's back. We're not going to resolve how people feel about the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. But I really do believe that we can show that we'll have a mayor who's going to keep everyone safe, who will listen to Jews. But we also want to make sure we're listening to Muslim New Yorkers, Iranian New Yorkers. Like, it is an incredibly diverse city. And what's happening right now, I think, is that people are trying to weaponize the conflict, even weaponize anti-Semitism in a pretty dangerous way. So what I hope we can do is like turn the temperature down, make clear there's no room for violence or for hate, and give him room to build some unity.
I missed it again.
Weaponize anti-Semitism in a pretty dangerous way. So what I hope we can do is like turn the temperature down, make clear there's no room for violence or for hate.
It's fine. I don't care. Whatever.
And give him room to build some unity around a vision of the city in which everyone, again, mostly wants an affordable home in a neighborhood they feel safe in, with a great school for their kids. That's why people voted for him in big numbers, and why I'm confident they will again in November.
New York City Comptroller Brad Lane.
He did when he said we can't change minds about the conflict. Also, what do you mean? What minds need to be changed? If anything, it's people who are constantly chirping about Zoran being anti-Semitic because he's an anti-Zionist. Those are the people whose minds need to change. $7.17. Okay, here.
To believe that we can show.
Oh, Oh, he did. Okay, you weren't wrong. That's crazy. What is this?
And make clear he will have everyone's back. We're not going to resolve how people feel about the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, but I really do believe that we can show.
That's crazy. Yeah. Oh my God. He did not like that answer. It's like, no, Brad, we can change people's minds. I promise. If I do 3 more hours on how fucking anti-Semitic Zoran is, I'm sure people will get the message.
So
what is
amazing that Zoran won because of social media. That's not why he won. Incredible to see a candidate who knows how to use TikTok and Instagram, and that's why he won. No, he has very clear and specific policies that will help the working class. I can't wait to see other Democrats embrace social media, and that's why we'll be successful. Social media is helpful for platforming candidates, but they won't get anywhere if their policies do not speak to the needs of their constituents. Can we order a tripod and a ring light for Hakeem Jeffries? That'll surely up his popularity, because that's why Zoran. He literally inspired an army of 50,000 volunteers to organize and get out there and knock on doors and tell their neighbors about his plan. Establishment Democrats should keep doing exactly what they've been doing, but now do it online in short form video. This campaign showed us organizing on a scale that we haven't seen in recent years. Maybe.
Yeah, 50,000 organizers. Yeah, it's a tripod and a camera. That's how it works.
If Cuomo had used TikTok more, he would have been a little more successful.
Good take. This one is really great and sadly accurate.
Get me anti-Semitism.
Oh, I've seen this already. Yeah.
Zoran! Boss, he's laser focused on making the city affordable for NYC's 1.4 million Jewish residents. He thinks anti-Semitism isn't real? No, he's acknowledging it. He's planning on working with Jewish communities with an open hand. Not the open hand. It's very inviting. He's anti-Zionist, though. Yeah. So we got him. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. But he's consistently steering the conversation toward the absurdity of an apartheid state. Wait. Bagel order. Wait. I think we got him. Damn right. Don't. It's bad. Give it to me. It's a toasted poppy seed bagel with... Spit it out. Scallion cream cheese. He's a real one. Benny Stevens. Jewish friends? None, right? He and Jewish candidate Brad Lander co-endorsed each other for their voters' ranked choices like two cutie patooties and a paper.
Hey, boss.
Please, tell me you got something.
It's not much, but maybe all we got.
That's it?
Yeah.
Just dress it up. Make it look like an accident. Someone get...
Yeah, I mean, he is brown and a Muslim. It's true. This shit's doing numbers, Lamau. What is this? This is great potential to be awkwardly copied by random Democratic politicians who think it's a secret to branding yourself as a progressive. Oh, the walk. The classic, the walk. Cory Booker's going to walk from Lockheed to Raytheon. Oh, my God. That is a banger. Okay. Okay, Frogan Chatter struggles. That's awesome. They will never admit it's policy because then they will have to run to the left populist policies and that are direct opposition to their donors. Saying it's social media is a way for them to keep doing nothing. I know, but like, I don't know if people will believe this. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is a believable assessment, especially because, okay, let's say it's just that, people simply haven't been able to figure out how to do short form videos yet. Like, what are we doing? Hakeem Jeffries going to fucking shoot short form videos? Zoran talk is cooking.
If she say no, you gotta go. I'm so sorry, but absolutely nothing. She's counterfeit, these nigga bitches. I'm talking about running off with pounds, man.
That's sick.
My friends, we have done it.
Please stop shitting on social media marketing. Here, it's incredibly important. What Zoran is able to do is pair that with easy to understand popular policies. Brother, what are you talking about? I'm a social media marketer. What do you mean? I'm a fucking literal content creator on the internet. This is all I do. Are you on fucking crack? I'm the social media guy. Are you baiting me? Is that what's going on? Kamala Harris's campaign did a fuck ton of social media hits. They were all around 360, 24/7, all social media all the time. They had actually some fucking Hasanabi heads that were working on the social media team. They were kind of funny even. But ultimately, it has to do with the candidate. It has to do with how the candidate carries himself. Is it organic? Is it, and more importantly than that, it has to do with the fucking policies. Bernie Sanders is the greatest example.
The name is Mamdaniacs.
Bernie Sanders is not a person with aura, okay? He has no riz. I'm sorry. I love Bernie, but he's got no fucking riz. He's 954 years old, okay? But you know what he has? Good fucking policies and earnesty. That's undefeated. Dumb take, Lamau. No, it's not a fucking dumb take. He's 1,000,000 years old, bro. Shut up. It's fucking true. Policies win, but only when they're winning policies. The reason Hillary and Kamala lost was because their policies were losers from the jump. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, look at how much you guys are defending Bernie's aura right now. It's not because he's hot, okay? You think he has aura because he has good fucking policies, and he's been advocating for them stubbornly for the 999 years that he's been alive, okay? That's the reason why you're like, oh, he's got aura, shut the fuck up. He's hot. Tell me this isn't aura. Like, even when he picks it up, he does the old man, like, like, yeah, he's got grandpa energy, bro. Yeah, it's cute. Y'all are so fucking stupid. Bernie could never hang with FaZe Clan. Yeah, a lot of you are doing this when you say this. Please, Democrats, embrace social media and new media. It clearly works. Lesson of the night. Bernie could phase up on God. No, he can't fucking phase up. Liberal establishment is up this smearing of Zoran Mamdani as an anti-Semite now that he's in the lead. This is a quote from his father, Mahmoud Mamdani's book, Good Muslim, Bad Muslim, that I share often. And it's just one example that exposes this lie. Before 9/11, I thought that tragedy had the potential to connect us with humanity in ways that prosperity does not. I thought that if prosperity tends to isolate, tragedy must connect. Now I realize that this is not always the case. One unfortunate response to tragedy is a self-righteousness about one's own condition, a seeking proof of one's special place in the world, even in victimhood. I hate to report this to important scholar Mahmoud Mamdani, but tragedy does have a capacity to unite. It's just they united against you and me and the entire Muslim world. That's why everybody always fucking talks about how, oh, we were so united after 9/11. Remember how united we were after 9/11? Yeah, united on killing Muslims, dog. That's what you were fucking united on. I mean, I know he knows that, obviously. I'm joking. One afternoon, I shared these thoughts with a new colleague, the Israeli vice chancellor of the Budapest-based Central European University. When he told me that he was a survivor of Auschwitz, I asked him what lesson he had drawn from this great crime. He explained that, like all victims of Auschwitz, he too had said, never again. In time, though, he had come to realize that this phrase lent itself to two markedly different conclusions. One was the never again should this never happen to my people. The other, that it should never again happen to any people. Between these two interpretations, I suggest nothing less than our common survival is at stake. Mahmoud Mamdani, good Muslim, bad Muslim. Yeah. This is Zohran Mamdani's dad, who wrote the book, Good Muslim, Bad Muslim. I think he also wrote a book about how the CIA is a fucking radical Islam terror factory. Speaking of fucking people who lost their minds after having the slightest pushback on their Zionist way of viewing the world, Ethan Klein is apparently literally using the Donald Trump strategy of trying to bleed their opponents dry for everything they have to silence them. This is so insane, says Onion Person, because apparently he is looking to sue Shonda Black as well now. Like, it's so transparently a fucking a mechanism of bullying people through frivolous litigation. And even if the litigation doesn't go anywhere, which it won't, for the record, it doesn't matter, because the point is not to fucking actually win the point is not to actually win any sort of like damages. The point is to damage the opposition by putting them under a mountain of fucking paperwork that's incredibly costly. I assume that's part of the reason why he hasn't tried some shit like this with me, and he's just going after all these other people who are much smaller content creators who don't have the same fucking financial freedom to be able to do so. So he basically said, oh, you guys said I was misogynistic. Well, guess what? I'm suing a black man now. and then turned around and apparently released this. He said, I understand my announcement that I'm going to sue Shonda Black was upsetting to some. Therefore, in an act of superhuman grace, I will make you this offer. If the Snark subreddit, Taylor Lorenz, and Cat 10 Barge all apologize for calling me a misogynist, I will consider dropping the lawsuit against Sean. This offer expires on Sunday at 11:59 p.m. I thought this was all about copyright litigation. What do you mean? So he's just dangling fucking litigation against people, random people, because other people have hurt his feelings by correctly calling him a fucking misogynist? How is this just legal extortion? This is like extortion through litigation. Yeah, this is the last thing I'll say about this, but Ethan Klein is using me to force accomplished women journalists to grovel to him is ironically exactly the misogyny he claims is inaccurate in this very post. He presents a false choice. 1, grovel to him as he exerts the control he wants to feel over women. 2, deny him whatever gratification he gets from that narcissistic behavior and subsequently be blamed by him for a smaller creator being sued. I reject this choice. Fuck you, Ethan. And not even giving them the option for the women groveling to release the other women from the lawsuit. Carefully crafted to only humiliate and inconvenience women. Amazing. Is it legal misusing litigation like this? Guys, I don't think you understand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he has a fuck ton of money, okay? Until he is deprived of all of that money, he can just do this permanently, okay? That's it. Like everyone, it's really interesting because like everyone understands that this is all completely ridiculous. Some people try to act as though there is a real purpose behind this. There's a real way to finally take down these copyright abusers, right? That's not the case. He's just using a patent troll method. He couldn't do this in any other court. That's why he had to fucking go and get his video copyrighted ahead of time. YouTube just responded on Twitter to calls for people banning him. We really appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Mind reporting the channel and the official reporting tool if you haven't yet. No, this is just fucking, this is automated. This is not real. The chances of him actually fucking succeeding in court are very little. You can file California bar complaints against this lawyer for vexatious litigation, I believe. Yeah, that's just a bot. Open presence. Thank you for the 100 get the subs. Look. You know what's really ironic about this? The initial copyright suits that he filed against Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron, some of which are literally in the original work that that he put out there, right? Is basically because he doesn't like them and he doesn't like the way that they reacted to the fucking work. Anything else he says about this is bullshit. It is a way to try and silence criticism. And under different circumstances, he would get hit with a fucking, he would get hit with an anti-slap, but he can't here because it's on federal courts over copyright. He's using the one most effective method to be able to sue people successfully, which is what patent trolls use. He's basically behaving like a fucking patent troll to stop people from reacting to his videos, and not even to stop people from reacting to his videos, but just to, you know, hurt financially the people that cannot undergo this incredibly long and incredibly costly process. It's just to bully them because he's not doing this to fucking Asmongold. He's not doing this to XQC. It's not like their reaction was like tremendously better than fucking, I don't know, Denims or Frogan, who was primarily featured in the work, by the way. For Frogan especially, she's literally slandered in this work that she's responding to. Okay? And he's not doing it to me because, again, he can't get the same satisfaction. I'm a much larger content creator. I don't have the same, like, I have a lot of enemies for sure. So he can probably galvanize them. But I'm a much larger content creator that can put up a stronger opposition and can withstand litigation like this. These other content creators cannot. It's a very calculated move. But think about it. It's not like a earnest copyright litigation. And ironically enough, if this were to set some like new standard, some new precedent for copyright in terms of like React content on the internet, okay? This would actually harm half the fucking snark commentary slop tubers themselves, and yet they're still willingly joining in on the battle because they hate the people that Ethan is bullying. That's it. They don't even realize that this might have negative consequences for themselves if it sets a new precedent for how content creation is done online. But I don't think it'll happen regardless. They already set precedent, and their own precedent will use to shut down H3 for their claim. I know, but it doesn't matter because if that is a costly legal battle, if that is a costly legal battle, ultimately, that costly legal battle is still a victory for Ethan because he was able to bully these people. And they're receiving death threats in the process. People are fucking shitting on them. All of these other like orbiters that suckle on the teat are salivating with like extra drama. And I go through this back and forth where I'm like, should I not cover this at all? But also because I know that's what he wants ultimately. He wants attention. He's like a fucking petulant child, a pathetic crybaby, a permanent victim, right? But also at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like if I don't give any attention to this with my platform, it's like, then I feel like I'm leaving these people defenseless. He has also admitted multiple times he wants to hurt you financially through them as if you were their legal guardian. No, I know. That's why he keeps saying like, oh, socialist, why won't he give these guys money? Trust me, if I offer support, you won't know about it. Okay? Beyond what I've done thus far, you will never hear about it. And it's I wish everyone would stop talking about him. The more orbiters on both sides talk about him, the angrier he gets. All talking about it does lead to more hate to them. I know, which is why I'm trying to play this balancing act here. How large a part of his content is this shit? It's his entire content. That's the only thing. And yes, no, he didn't add me to the lawsuit because he begged me to watch his video. I'm almost certain. A lot of people have suspected that Ethan never actually planned to sue people. No, he did. I think he wanted to sue me. I think he wanted to make the nuke, and then when I reacted to it, sue me. I think that was his grand design, but it failed spectacularly because I just didn't fucking watch it, and he cried on camera and begged for me to watch it, and then when I ended up watching it months later, I watched it for 9 fucking hours, so it'd be really, really stupid. This is why we need more leftists to get involved in the fight for free speech online. There are laws that can protect against this, but we need people to fight for them. It won't. There are several clips of E saying that he's only suing them because he's richer than them and wants to punish them using the legal system. The judge would throw out the claim in a second, but this is about financially hurting the people he doesn't like, so the damage would still happen in the lead up. Yeah, that's it. Someone get legal on this? No big YouTuber will tackle this issue. I'm sorry, because they fucking don't want to go after Ethan because he's a maniac. That's number one. And number two, I don't think they fucking like any of the people Ethan is attacking anyway. You have to realize a lot of these guys, a lot of content creators are fucking sharks. And only after the permission structure opens up for, after some brave content creators actually come out and say something, big enough content creators come out and say something, not even myself, because again, I'm in the dangerous camp because I have political opinions that they don't, even if they agree, they don't want to like openly fucking go out and defend, even if they literally agree. It's the same as the Cody Ko situation. It took like D'Angelo Wallace to come out and make a video for everyone else to fucking open up the floodgates. Legal YouTubers and free speech people are extra quiet. No, I think there's some legal YouTubers who have covered it, but they're like pro Ethan. In any case, what was I going to say? Yeah, to cover this would mean talking on Israel-Palestine, which they are not equipped to do and want to fence it on. Exactly. So from a legal standpoint, he's right. Not necessarily. I don't even think he has... I don't even think these are lawsuits that he will win, for the record. But patent trolls, here's what patent trolls do, okay? Patent trolls will sit on a patent or like will make like minor changes to a patent and go to large corporations, not with the hopes of like actually winning a lawsuit, but with the hopes of settling out of court, okay? Ethan doesn't want to settle out of court because what could be the actual damages that he has incurred in this process that he could settle out of court with? Patent trolls are never the large company actually patent trolling smaller creators or smaller inventors. It's actually the opposite. It's people that just want to farm money off of large companies. And for many large companies, because copyright claims are fairly airtight, large companies would rather not go through the fucking expensive paperwork that would be more costly to them. So they will just pay off the person and tell them to fuck off, right? Because that's significantly cheaper for them. But in this circumstance, you can't even tell Ethan to fuck off by paying him, because the amount that I suspect he's demanding from these content creators is insane, probably. And it's insane on purpose, because the goal here is not to actually fucking reach a settlement. And I don't know why. I don't know why people don't recognize that. He does want to settle. He wants them to apologize and delete their videos. No, he wants money from them too. An impossible amount of money. Rogan said he's asking for 150K. There you go. Do you think that's a valid claim? Do you think that Denims or Frogan or Casey Tron, with their individual YouTube videos or even in their fucking Twitch streams, actually raised $150,000, stole $150,000 from Ethan? Do you think that that's what happened here? No, of course not. The reason why that price is so fucking high is because settlement is impossible. 150K is the maximum allowed by law for copyright lawsuits. Jesus Christ. $150K is the max he can seek from them because the law dictates the max you can get in damages. This is not even a shakedown. This is not even extortion. I don't think you guys understand. This is just legal bullying, okay? He wants these people to suffer, and he knows he can do that because he has money. He can't do it any other way. He can't do it the normal route. He can't just like constantly talk about, you know, how shitty they are, because that gets boring after a while. So he's trying to jam them up with paperwork, and in defense of this this insane lawsuit, he hopes that he can suffer and make content for himself in the process. Isn't there anti-slap in California? This is not in California courts. As far as I understand, I think this is literally at copyright claims happening at the federal courts. This is not like a California litigation. It's a federal lawsuit. That's why he actually copyrighted, like patented his YouTube video. Logan Paul is doing the same suit to CoffeeZilla. All this while snark subreddits and similar harassment just caused another creator to commit suicide. Yeah, I heard about that. The Fox Sanctuary woman. It's so sad. The legal complaints are in California for denims and Frogan. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, call it for what it is. He's abusing the legal system the way stalkers do. No, that's precisely what he's doing. But in this circumstance, because the legal system is fucking busted, because the legal system is fundamentally broken, if you have a lot of money, you can do this kind of thing. When you're depraved and you're manic and you're an insane person and you don't care about like wasting unlimited funds, especially considering that he does technically have virtually unlimited funds, you can be a vexatious litigant. It's like having a mentally ill stalker who has an unlimited amount of money and power. And not only does he have an unlimited amount of money and power, he also makes content off of this. So it turns into more money for him down the line. That's it. That's what it is. And given the way that our legal system works, given the way that our court system works, given the way that copyright works, there's really nothing you can do about it other than hope that it goes away eventually. Just like cyber stalkers, we do not have an adequate measure against cyber stalking, and just like stalking in general, we don't have the best possible measures. So the only thing you can do about cyber stalking is basically hope that they just calm down, take medication, stop stalking you. There's really nothing else you can do about it. Look, even now, when I'm talking about this stuff, like there's still people chiming in to say like, oh, what are you afraid of us on? Like there's a couple foot soldiers here and there and orbiters here and there that will come in and say something snide, right? But there's 40,000 people in here, so obviously that doesn't do anything to me. And plus, I eat this shit on a daily basis. This is not my first foray with like weirdo content creators and their fucking communities. Right? Oh, stop cry bullying your friends because your friends are having consequences beneath you. Like, see, this is what I mean. It's just like the point here is to be a fucking nuisance, right? That's it. Then maybe don't be malicious and transformative. Then maybe be transformative and not malicious. Like they're just repeating stuff that they think sticks. Okay? If you're a smaller content creator and you have this kind of shit constantly in your chat, especially while you're also working through a immensely wealthy psychopath stalking you and actively using frivolous litigation to harm you. And then on top of that, their audience members, because he's a larger content creator than you, are coming in to constantly fucking point at you and laugh. Like he wants these people to commit suicide. Like that's what it is. He is trying to actively stalk and harass these smaller content creators and jam them up with frivolous litigation that he has directed specifically to harass and intimidate them into submission with the hopes that they will fucking commit suicide. And that's what his fucking content is now. Okay? That's it. That is quite literally, this is Kiwi Farm shit. Like that is precisely what he's doing. There are entire communities on the scary, not often talked about side of the internet that engage in this kind of behavior. Yeah, I can't believe I'm talking about this because I saw Abby Martin, a important journalist, going, everything I see from this guy is hateful and condescending, genuinely baffling. He has such a large audience. If you did the same thing as Ethan, right wing would be on your ass quicker than quicksand. Of course. But if I did the same thing as Ethan, I'd be a depraved sociopath and an immensely weak person who thinks that he can make up for whatever sense of lost purpose he has in his own life by constantly fucking engaging in this kind of ridiculous quote unquote drama that is ultimately very consequential for the people that are in the crosshairs. I don't have this level of hatred for anyone. I don't have this level of hatred for Ethan. I'd much rather have him be happy and just stop doing this shit. Like, what kind of fucking freak derives enjoyment out of this? I don't understand. Anyway. He'll only stop when he loses a good chunk of his money? I don't even think so. I think the I think that the only way he stops is if people just like don't give a shit about it at all, and he is forced to find something else to do, like goofs and gaffs again, if he can ever even go back to that at all. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I mean. I mean, this is so insane. This is from Ethan Klein's lawsuit, which is supposed to be about copyright infringement. Apparently, he mentions me in all of these lawsuits like hundreds of times. In the wake of October 7th, Hasan emerged as a modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Hajj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hasan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader of the Palestinian cause. Like al-Husseini, Hasan used his massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hasan and al-Husseini is that al-Husseini worked with the Nazis and advocated for the annihilation of Jews, while Hasan advocates for the annihilation of all Zionists. I do not. Since the vast majority of Jews in the United States say caring about Israel, and then, yeah, he posted, they put the fucking footage of this. Like, this is, under different circumstances, like, if Ethan wasn't who he was, and his targets weren't people that like all of the grossest losers online despise and enjoy making fun of and enjoy lolcowing and derive satisfaction from seeing them suffer, people would look at this and be like, this is the most schizophrenic thing I've ever read. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is the manifesto of a schizo stalker right before they do a fucking school shooting. Like, this is the equivalent. But instead, when you have hundreds of millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars, you get to hire a lawyer to put this in a fucking legal filing. This is also partially the reason why I think a lawyer said it's just for the lawyers to eat up time, so it will cost more for them. That could be the case. But I also think that this is ultimately such a fucking silly lawsuit, like such a frivolous and stupid lawsuit, that like any judge would look at this and be like, what the fuck is this shit? This is crazy. Especially considering that there are so many instances where he has, one, mentioned that, why do you say that? What do you mean? Why do I say that? It's pretty fucking self-explanatory. Do you not understand? Lol de fafo. Oh, this is another person who's defending this insanely stupid thing that is most likely not going to go anywhere, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to go anywhere. This lawsuit is not about fucking winning a serious award for some serious financial harm that came to Ethan Klein. That's not it at all. And I think pretty much every single person that is also advocating for this while cynically claiming that this is like a super brave thing that Ethan is doing and is a real game changer is doing so because they just fucking hate Frogan, Casey Tron, and Denims. That's it. Why'd you unban them? Because I'm a freak. Every L3 defender on Reddit is also a sex pest and dick rider. We can stop pretending they're separate communities. I mean, I don't think they are, but it doesn't matter. If they win against him, they can get compensation from him for lawyer cause. Yeah, this is what E wants. Unlimited harassment. Asmongold calls out Casey Tron for attacking other streamers with lies. Predicts her life will only get worse after the lawsuits. Yeah, this is what it is. It's content for like literally the grossest scumbags on the planet. It's not even about winning a moral victory because he's openly saying he's doing it for nefarious reasons. That's the worst part of all his fans are just riding for being evil. I guess evil maxing. Yeah. It's that simple. They don't like Casey Tron. They don't like Frogan. Okay? They have no principles. They don't care about the repercussions of such a lawsuit if there was any sort of serious victory here for Ethan and any sort of precedent that was set. And it is just to churn out content for some of the grossest scumbags who get off on hurting random content creators that they will never know, but they have identified as like enemies. NH3, just like any other big male streamer who enables harassment, will look at this and go, you brought this onto yourself, and I don't control my audience, while whining how Hasan didn't ban every chatter who called Ethan a genocide supporter. Oh yeah, that too. YouTuber Ethan Klein's latest lawsuit against Twitch streamer Casey Tron has brought on such an onslaught of hate comments and suicide wishes against her that she says it honestly feels like people are trying to get me to kill myself. They're even taking bets via Robinhood on her committing suicide. The internet has made us so incredibly awful. It's made us so not human. I saw a lawyer that said he has a good chance because all three stated they're streaming it to have a place for people to watch it without supporting Ethan. Did they? Like, I feel like, especially for Morgan, it's like she's the primary focus in the fucking lawsuit. I mean, not the lawsuit, the primary focus on the content. Casey's the sole provider for her disabled parents. They were blue-collar workers and are now elderly and rely on her. They did not say that. Yeah, they did, unfortunately. Ethan has been tagging Robinhood, trying to get Robinhood mad at Reddit for letting people post about the bets. I went through a lot of negative replies to Casey Tron, and 90% of them are clearly right-wingers or Sex Pastini fans. No, I know. I think even stating intent, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a judge. And I'm not engaged in, what is this? People should tag Robinhood at to ask if they're aware that Reddit is saying they take bets on if someone will commit suicide. And saying that Reddit allows subreddits like FOMO to operate with impunity. 10K likes front page accusing Robinhood of Robinhood app. Dude, this is an insane person, dude. This is not like, he is not mentally well. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. He's fucking crashing out and hasn't stopped at all. So it's like alarming that there are people who are fans of this sort of behavior. I'm gonna unban this guy again. Like he's is not normal. Especially when he openly admitted that he wants to sue Sean the Black and then turned around and hung over the head of two female journalists who implied that Ethan Klein is misogynistic for unleashing a torrent of misogynistic hate towards these three female content creators he was like suing maliciously, not for any real purpose. And then he's like, oh, I'll drop the lawsuit if they apologize. How much you want to bet? Even if they apologize, he won't drop that lawsuit. He'll just fucking claim that it wasn't a sufficient apology or something, because it's literally about enforcing power. It's about trying to have some kind of fucking power over people. He will not actually fucking drop this lawsuit or even decide to even fill this lawsuit. This is not about this lawsuit at all. It's just about fucking having power over people, thinking that he has power over people. Real freak shit. Why do people closest to him not get him help? Because the people closest to him either don't give a shit and are enjoying this, or they're paid to be there. They're paid to baby him. This is a powerless man who understands that he is no longer one of the primary leaders of this content creation sphere, and his relevance is waning, and his allies are marginal. So he's desperate for any sort of support he can get, which is why he's relying on even grosser and grosser right-wing figures to build some sense of community, not realizing the long-term consequences that will have on his own psyche down the long run. His subscription count is going down. His revenue sources are going down. I suspect even Teddy Fresh is not doing well. And in that process, like, one of the people that he tried to take down, me, he sees not experiencing these fucking repercussions. So he just changes priorities and he changes targets against people who he could at least harm financially for simply even defending themselves in this frivolous litigation. There's a video on TikTok with 3.4 million views of someone destroying a Teddy Fresh hoodie. Yeah. So this is his way of striking out and lashing out like a fucking petulant child, like a spoiled little kid. And he wants to feel some kind of power. Guys, this is a safe space right now to openly say Teddy Fresh hasn't made a singular item that I can picture any actual human wearing in a non-ironic way, if that makes sense. Like, who genuinely is like waiting for the next drop? I'm being serious. Come out now or else. 220,000 likes. God damn. There it is. Ethan makes another story post saying Taylor and Kat's apologies. Okay, well. Ethan makes another post saying Taylor and Kat's apologies aren't good enough. They both gave you apologies. You don't get to dictate the language they use. That's not how that works. You don't have to accept it, but then the burden's on you. Ethan will never back down. He just wants to who wants him to grovel. He's a sick abuser, and frankly, he lives watching this happen to other women and posting bikini pics on the same vacation as your husband and harassing other women is on some sick shit. Give it a rest, man, and just get it back to Twitter. Get back on Twitter at this point. If you're using it by proxy in your subreddits, it's weird to not research things yourself. Sarcastic non-apologies will not be accepted. Snark, I need a mod to sticky a post with a heartfelt apology. Like, dude, how pathetic do you have to be? How fucking pathetic of a person are you where you're like, meh, this subreddit that doesn't like me needs to also say, this subreddit also needs to apologize to me, but do it in a way where I feel good about it. It's so weird. What can be done to remedy this type of situation? Not much. Unfortunately, the best thing you can do is just like avoid it, hope it goes away, or collective action. That's the other thing. Like if enough people, if enough content creators got together, like back in the day when content creators did some fuck shit, there was like a sense of community, right? There was a sense of community. And people would just like kind of handle it. They'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? People would get yelled at quite a bit by large content creators. There was definitely a little bit of like a social pressure, right? There was definitely a little bit of a social pressure that was created. What? To be clear, my boy Ethan's move is 100% bad faith. How do you justify watching Ethan in bad faith is my point. What? What are you talking about? Anyway, my point is, this is what it used to, this is like under different circumstances back in the day, when shit like this happened online, other content creators would be like, this is unacceptable. Like, even if it was a known bad content creator, there were certain things, there were certain lines you didn't cross, like going after their advertisers, right? A lot of people who, under different circumstances, would say, no, I don't like this content creator, but I don't think you should go after their advertisers. Like, this kind of shit, here's the base take, he should have sued a lot of them, Asmongold and XQC. No, because then he wouldn't be able to get support from them. You already admitted it's bad faith. Do you understand what I mean, though? Like, Leafy is here, or there are numerous examples of people that were just like cast aside as pariahs. But nowadays, a lot of the people that do speak out about this shit, a lot of people that do speak out about this kind of stuff are actually some of the most awful people, right? It's Keemstar orbiters that rely on this constant cycle of toxicity. So even the good side of commentary YouTube just basically stays quiet. And a lot of the big content creators try to stay away from this drama because they don't want this kind of toxicity to come their way, which is understandable. Nobody wants this kind of a psychopath up their asshole all the time. But that's the problem. The less people push back against people like this, or even Asmongold, for example, for saying a whole bunch of insane things that actually make this space that we occupy a less safe space for a lot of our fans that are trans or have undocumented family members or themselves are undocumented or fucking not white. You know what I mean? Like, when none of us push back against these large content creators, and all of the big content creators that normally understand that this kind of thing is completely unacceptable, or even what Asmongold is doing is completely unacceptable, keeps silent, the only voices you hear create a new permission structure that make it seem as though everyone actually has this point of view. Everyone actually agrees with Ethan, because the only people that I hear from are people who agree with Ethan, right? Or the only people that I hear from are people who agree with Asmon. And anyone who speaks out against Asmon is the recipient of an endless torrent of hate. I try to explain to people that this, like content creators, that this kind of silence in this circumstance unironically creates a less safe environment for everyone, including themselves, because these guys will eventually move on and will go after someone else. And eventually it'll be someone that you love, right? Or even if it's like Asman and Ethan, I bracket off in different ways. Like Asman is just right-wing reactionary and is just doing reactionary right-wing propaganda. Ethan is doing frivolous lawsuits and litigation in a way that actually is like very harmful to the space in a different way, right? He also does engage in some reactionary tendencies as well, but like overall, they're making a more toxic environment. So when content creators are afraid of being involved in this because they see this as like toxic drama, they don't realize, but they end up creating a permission structure for this kind of attitude to persist. And that's it. And it just keeps growing. It won't go anywhere unless people push back. So what are we waiting for, you know? What are larger content creators waiting for? For someone to fucking kill themselves after this endless torrent of hatred? Only then will they turn around and say, oh, how could this have happened? How sad? You know? So that you can, in the aftermath, when the dust is settled, when it's actually appropriate for you to be able to say something, when it's no longer considered toxic for you to say something, will you then turn around and go, oh, who could have seen this? Keemstar didn't stop with Etika. And I suspect Ethan won't stop either. That's it. You and Asman should stream, talk a bit instead of reacting to clips of one another. Oh, I have. I've asked. He avoids me like the fucking plague. Don't worry. That day will come. It'll come. The funny part is if Ethan were to create any precedent with this suit, the people most in trouble would be lazy idiots like Asmongold. No, literally. This offer expires Sunday, 11 p.m. My fiance's ex-boyfriend tried to pull shit like this, weaponizing loopholes in the law. Let me just say we found loopholes too, and he stopped harassing. Gotta stay strong and impose consequences. Yeah, but your fiance's ex-boyfriend is like not a fucking multi-millionaire, okay, with a fucking giant audience of individuals that will also continue the torrent of harassment. Yeah, I should have said Asmongold avoids me like a shower instead of avoids me like the plague. Asman avoids everything but his hug box. Asman literally deletes all comments that are negative about him on video and in Twitch chat. He's deleted mine, which got hundreds of upvotes multiple times. I mean, I don't do that. When people brigade videos of mine, like the Ethan video that I did, it got brigaded. I don't give a shit. Whatever. Keep commenting. I'll take it. Thank you for the view. You know? Anyway. What is this? Asman in the modern hate epidemic?
Let's say I've been maintaining a spreadsheet of the top posts on r/Asmongold every day for the last month. Hypothetically, of course, because no one sane would ever actually do this. But let's say, hypothetically, I did do it because I've been particularly curious about the rapidly expanding cesspool of hate in broader gaming communities and content creation since around...
Okay, I'll watch this, but not today because I'm going to go shoot my podcast with my friends. And I have to do that right now. So that's all I got for the day. Another half day in the books, 7 hours. You already know what it is. Love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. And might even fucking go to... I'm definitely going to New York a week from now. I'm like for sure going to New York on the week of... not a week from now, sorry. Like 2 weeks from now. I'm for sure going to New York, but I might go a little bit earlier and go for a while. Okay? Love you guys. And see you tomorrow. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again.